Hello, I am Ronin Vector, in case you couldn't tell. And I am back here again exploring your timeline, doing some more fishing, learning more about some comics from the late and great Benny, Comicstorian. All right, let's try that again. I don't know what that was about. There we go. Back to normal. Anyways, as I was saying, we're going to get back into some fishing today. Um, we kind of have a small window right now to try to catch something, so I'm going to do my best, but I wouldn't expect much. We're going to pick up with Secret Empire.
Looks down on
where
Hank. He says
Hank
he's been
Pym
watching
was
him ever since he returned.
going
He
more
thought that
nuts.
Hank had gotten through to him, but Ultron's voice comes through stating, "You are mistaken. We are Ultron." And then Hank's voice tells them, "We are also Hank Pym." Hank launches forward trying to hit Vision, and the two of them struggle as they fly through buildings hitting each other. During this up in
All right,
space,
we
Carol
got
receives word to initiate
little
Project
under 2
Icarus
in-game
by
hours,
Vision. Carol
which is
sends out
probably
the order
like
to Alpha
15
Flight
minutes.
to deploy, and then from the station a small ship leaves, and the report goes out that the ordnance is inbound. Back on Earth, Vision and Hank continue fighting when Vision hits Hank so hard that it sends him flying out of the building. Cable then radios Janet, telling her that they need her back at the base. They have an Avenger down, and they need the EMP. Meanwhile, through the hole in Deadpool's chest, Ultron's device begins to burrow and spread throughout
Pym never
Deadpool's
is gonna
body.
have a good
Deadpool's
life,
body begins
is
to
he?
convulse, and he
Many
shouts to them
times.
to just kill him! Snaps and says it's beginning to get closer to his brain, and Janet calls out for Vision to bring Hank back to the base. As Vision rockets down into the park where Hank fell, he tells her he will try. Hank gets back up, ripping a tree out of the ground, and then he smacks Vision with it. As Vision is knocked away, Ultron sees a purple flash, and he says, "I was wondering when you would show up."
buddy.
Seconds later, Quicksilver appears
that
running
fish.
around Ultron, punching him, asking if they need him back at the HQ. That's when Rogue flies in, tackling
there
Ultron
really
from
a point
behind,
to
stating
punching
that they
metal,
can do it.
or-
But Ultron slams his elbow down on Rogue's head and throws her body to the ground, telling her, "Stay down." Quicksilver runs over, grabbing Ultron, throwing him into the street towards people. But before he can punch him again, Ultron grabs his fist, telling him, "Outrun this." Ultron then grabs the rest of Quicksilver and begins to bend his body and legs until his bones begin to snap. The rest of the Avengers all run over, taking their swings at Ultron, but he tells them, "Now you are showing your true colors. You hated Hank as much as you hate me." Janet tells him that he was the mistake that Hank regretted the most, and now thanks to his technology, they'll end him forever. She then pushes a button and the EMP goes off again, stunning
Give me
Ultron.
that big
And Cable
one.
says that the machine inside
me
of
a big
Deadpool is
one.
now a nerf.
Yes.
Is he ready? And Deadpool
This is
tells
it.
him, "Do it on 3." Cable skips
The
1 and
chance I
2,
was
and he
looking
calls
for.
out 3, and then the machines inside of Deadpool begin to tear and rip outside of him. Cable says that this isn't the first time
Either
he's done
one.
surgery by telekinesis. And
Either
as Deadpool
one.
lays back down, he says, "Dear Avenger form,
I will
didn't
literally
think it would
shit
happen to me,
myself
but."
if I get
Steve
this
then
right
says
off
they
the
need to
bat
separate
today.
Hank's body out of that Ultron thing. But Cable calls out, telling them to pull back the wound, and the AI in his arm is booting back up. And that means that Ultron is going to be getting back up as well. Steve grabs his shield and he slams it down onto
out
Ultron's
here.
torso, stating, "Let's see him stand with no legs. I don't know if Hank's alive, but we can sort that out after we rip him apart."
quickly.
Ultron begins to shout, "I'm awake!" And then he punches Steve away into a nearby
lose
building,
it
and
already?
Vision tells everyone, "Get clear." Vision then runs up to grab a hold of Ultron, and he tells him, "Such arrogance to try and defeat me alone."
Or did I not
Vision tells him, "Incorrect. I just sought to keep you here in the landing zone." Ultron looks up, and that's when the Hulkbuster suit
have missed
drops
my
on him.
opportunity
And Tony
or
says,
something.
"Hiya, it's been a long time." Ultron
know
jumps
what
back
happened.
up, punching the suit away, stating, "These stupid suits can't even stop Banner. You think they can stop me?" And Tony tells him, "We're not trying to stop you. Just continue." Hulkbuster open.
know what
The suit then
happened.
opens up, showing no one inside, and then the suit begins to stuff Ultron inside of it,
Guess I didn't
closing it up.
catch it.
Cable says that the target is secure and ready for transportation, and Rogue says, "Thank you." And that's when her, Vision, Voodoo, and Janet all begin to fly up into space, and Tony states that he's logging off of the suit, and Vision is in full command now. Everyone begins to board the transport ship, holding the
That's all I
Hulkbuster
really
suit, and they begin to
have.
take
Guess I'm gonna
off.
have to go
But
buy
that's when
more
Ultron
data
begins to rip
for this.
out of the suit, stating, "We're in space now, aren't we? Voodoo begins to use his magics, telling Ultron to join him in the swamps of Ogun. Here, he will deal with all of the people that he's murdered. And as the bodies begin to float to the surface, they begin to state their entire planet is gone. More and more bodies appear, and Voodoo asks, "What have you done?" And that's when Hank's voice tells him, "Don't worry, I left the strongest of the alien planets to make sure that they knew where my home was." The spirit trap begins to fade, and Voodoo says, "It's a galactic genocide, entire planets murdered." Ultron then breaks through the Hulkbuster suit, grabbing Janet, telling her, "No more EMP bursts from you, thank you."
I never
She
understood
shrinks
what
and
the
escapes,
purpose of
but in
Burton
doing so
was
drops the
in
necklace,
Ultron.
and Ultron
So
grabs
they
it, crushing
didn't really
it. Janet
tell
then
you.
flies to the cockpit, shouting,
Didn't do
"Ultron's
anything.
free!" And Vision shouts for everyone to get to the
just showed
escape
up,
pods. But
started
Ultron
some
then
shit,
grabs
wow.
Vision, slamming him into the control panel, stating, "None of you are leaving now. Now let's see where we're going." As Ultron looks out of the cockpit, he tells them, "Ah, very sneaky trying to fly me into the sun." And Rogue shouts out, "And you won't be going anywhere either." She then punches the navigation controls. Ultron states that she just destroyed their navigation. She has doomed them all. And as the systems begin to fail and catch fire, Johnny begins to absorb the heat, and then Rogue grabs Ultron, telling him that they will be finishing their mission. Once Ultron is back on the ground, Vision asks if this is their end, then let him understand his motive. Why the farce? You came to Earth wearing your master's flesh to deceive us. You didn't want to kill the Avengers. You wanted to be an Avenger. Vision then grabs Ultron by the neck, telling him, Hank Pym was special. He was gifted and flawed. He created and he destroyed, and he was destroyed by his creation. That kind of symmetry is rare in nature. He then begins to punch Ultron repeatedly until he stops and tells him, "You will cease to exist." And then he stomps his chest into the control panel, and he tells Johnny to fuse the machine to the deck. Johnny begins to release the fire that he's been building up, and Ultron tells him, "Please, wait," in Hank's voice. And Johnny says, "It sounds so much like Hank." But Vision tells him, "It is not him. Put his voice from your mind." Carol then calls out that Alpha Flight Rescue is coming in hot, though not as hot as they are probably right now. Voodoo grabs the team and begins to teleport them all over to Carol's ship, and once there, Rogue asks permission to come aboard. And Carol tells her, "That's funny. She doesn't remember her ever asking before." Carol begins to get them out of there, but Rogue stops her. "We need to stay and watch this." As the transport ship flies off, everyone else can't help but not watch, as they have to say goodbye to their friend again. Back in the transport, Ultron says, "All life comes from the stars, and now we will die inside of one." But Hank tells him, "Hold that thought. Small change of plans." The ship flies into the sun and buries itself deep. And then Ultron asks, "Am I dead?" And Hank says, "I'm not sure." Deep inside of the sun, Ultron managed to crawl out into a neutrino.
The desert
and then he waits.
area, it's not
Hank
gonna be
says
good
they will
until
wait
later,
here
but
till
there
they
is
are
actually
ejected
a
by a
window,
solar wind.
so
And then
we're gonna
Ultron
have to keep
says,
an eye for
"And
that.
on that day, I will
Haven't seen
prove
a
Vision
window.
wrong, and he will be the last Avenger to
Over a
die."
week now. Catch that fish. See what happens.
This is Bucky Barnes, and he's relieved to be back on the planet Earth. He is the man on the wall, charged with protecting the Earth from cosmic-level events, and while this typically takes him out into space, he got a few warnings that there was something going on Earth in a top-secret SHIELD facility. He walks in with his stolen password that he got off of Steve Rogers, and he tells the systems to play back the event that happened there. And that's when he sees the horrible truth. They were running tests on the Cosmic Cube, and then he watches as something went horribly wrong. The cube exploded, killing everyone in the room, and in its place, a little girl stood there. Then a bunch of agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. shouted out for Bucky to freeze, and the playback stops. They hit him, and he blacks out. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D. was accused of wanting to use the Cosmic Cube to rewrite an individual's history. It wouldn't brainwash them. They would use the cube itself to completely rewrite who that person was, their history, their appearance, and everything about them. It would create the perfect prison, one where the prisoners wouldn't even be aware that they were in a prison. Maria Hill's proposal was found out and made public, and they had to stop the plan. Or at least, that's what they told the news. Because a young man with blonde hair just woke up in an area clueless as to what was going on. He had no idea who he was or where he was, and he was found by the town sheriff, and the sheriff welcomed him to Pleasant Hill. The sheriff then brings our mystery man down to see the town's doctor, and the doctor introduces himself as Dr. Eric Slavig. He looks over the mystery man, and no one knows who he really is. He doesn't really remember anything, not even his own name. He just woke up here. The doctor, after hearing this, walked back into the hall, and he began discussing what they were going to do about this man with amnesia. He's hardly the first to arrive here in this manner, and with him arriving here, that means that the program is working, but he is supposed to remember things. Something may have glitched. Hearing all of this terrifies the man, and he runs out of the room trying to get away, but he hits the ground before he gets too far as a memory of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents blasting him comes back to him. He then wakes up on day 2 of this amnesia trip, in the home of Dorothy Bixby. She explains that the doctor brought him here after he fell, and she thinks that he just needs a little fresh air to clear his head. He walks around the town completely confused. Where is he? The town looks like a small town in the middle of nowhere. Perfect, happy, and no one here is worried about anything. Something isn't right and he needs to get away to figure it out. So he grabs a nearby car and he begins to drive for the exit to the town. But that's when the police begin to chase him. He drives the car off of a cliff and into a ditch, and then he gets up and he begins to run off into the forest until he hits a force field, and he sees a device with a Stark logo on it. Then the police catch up and shock him. He wakes back up in the doctor's office and he finds himself restrained, but it's only temporary. He begins seeing the town psychiatrist and the other individuals, and he begins to figure out things. First off, he can't escape, and secondly, this is his home, and he can be happy here. On day 36, he was walking through the town when he saw a fire, and a woman calls out that her baby is inside, so he runs inside to save them. But when he comes back out, he realizes that someone else is inside of the building, and he runs in to find a man with a handkerchief over his face. The man tells him that he needs to know the truth of this place, which confuses our blonde-haired mystery man even further. What's the truth? He's home. But the man with the mask tells him that they can't keep him prisoner here for long, and when he's ready to learn the truth of it all, come to the basement of the bed and breakfast.
I don't think I've
so on day 40, he decides to have a look, and when he gets into the tunnel, he finds the man that started the fire once again. Our mystery blonde-haired man asks him who he really is, and he tells him, another prisoner like him. He then shows the blonde man a device, one that will remove the change that has been placed upon him and show them who they really are. A green light pours over our 2 mystery men, and they change into Baron Zemo and the Fixer, and they remember everything. Now Zemo would like to know more about this cosmically powered child. So where did the Winter Soldier go? Well, he went to inform Steve Rogers of what had happened, that the cosmic cube had been broken. He then gave Steve the location where the cube had been moved to, and Steve wasn't too happy about it. He went to go see Maria Hill. Meanwhile, Falcon, currently acting as Captain America, went to go meet his contact, the Whisperer, who is actually Rick Jones. Whisperer is the one that revealed to the world Maria Hill's plans and started this rift between Steve, Falcon, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as the Whisperer gives Captain America the location that the cube is supposedly at, they find themselves surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. once again. Maria, meanwhile, has brought Steve to Pleasant Hill and introduces him to the most secure prison in the world. The individuals brought here are completely changed and turned into docile individuals. It's a perfect prison. Steve is in shock. He is the head of civilian oversight, and this breaks so many laws. He also demands that Maria let him destroy those cosmic cube fragments to prevent this from going even further. She brings Steve to the daycare to meet Kobik, a little girl with the powers of a god. And while Eric Slevig is explaining what's going on, that Kobik is literally rewriting reality and changing it, some of the townsfolk are getting wise to the situation. They are sneaking around and into the basement where Baron Zemo is freeing them of the changes that Kobik has made them into. Maria Hill and Steve continue to argue over the best course of action to discuss how Bucky Barnes is currently en route to kill this child, or at least that's what Maria is assuming Bucky is doing. He is the Winter Soldier, and that's when one of the residents in the town walks in demanding to speak to the mayor so he can blow up in their faces. All over town, people begin waking up and they realize what S.H.I.E.L.D. did to them, imprisoned them in this place, took away their history, their lives, their memories. And as Steve hits the deck dodging the explosion, he calls in Unity for backup, one of the Avengers teams, and Baron Zemo invites it. The more the merrier. Meanwhile, Sam Wilson arrives at the location that the Whisperer gave to him, only to come face to face with another individual that decided to finally arrive, the Winter Soldier himself. Both begin to wonder what's going on, and they both hope that Steve can fill them in until they hear a scream nearby. They run into a school to find 2 individuals known as the Blood Brothers approaching an undercover S.H.I.E.L.D. agent named Avril Kincaid. The 2 of them knock out the Blood Brothers, and then they exchange information with Kincaid. She explains what this place was and how it's now broken. She then fills them in that in the museum is a weapon that can help them take back the city. They run across the city, beating up as many villains as they can until they get a message from a glowing little girl. She explains that she just wanted to make everyone happy and go bowling, and now he needs their help or he'll die. It doesn't take much for Cap and Bucky to figure out what she's talking about.
How you doing?
The one who needs help is obviously Steve Rogers, and the girl is Kobik. The reason Steve needs help is because he's about to die, because one of those villains that was here and is now normal again is Crossbones, and he throws the elderly Steve into a window and then into a wall, beating him down, and even Steve knows that this is probably the end for him. You see, after the explosion, Steve was confronted by Baron Zemo and his new crew. While Zemo could win right there, right then, right now. He wants Steve and Maria's sins to be shown to the world. He wants to reveal what S.H.I.E.L.D. did to him and the other prisoners. And he wants Maria and Steve to feel the shame of it all. So he lets Steve take Maria off to get medical attention before she dies, escorted by the local reverend. As they leave, he tells his group to find Kobe before someone else does. The reverend escorts Steve and Maria to see Eric Slavig, and he begins treatment on Maria Hill. Since Eric was the one handling Kobik before, Steve asks him where she could have gone, and Eric tells him that she loved the bowling alley, and that gives Steve an idea. The reverend begins to bang on the door, demanding to be let in, stating that the doctor-patient confidentiality has kind of exceeded itself at this point. And that's when there's an explosion, and it hits the reverend in the face. The reverend walks in to find Eric with Maria, telling him that Steve Rogers left. But the reverend tells the doctor that it's okay. That's the plan, and he begins to change back into Red Skull. Steve runs over to the bowling alley, and inside he finds Kobik. He takes a knee and he asks her if she remembers him, and she calls him grumpy, explaining that she doesn't know what's going on. Everyone is bad and they aren't supposed to be. She wants everyone here to be playing. Then she alters reality to bring in all of the superheroes and villains to one spot. Right here, bowling. Steve considers the power of this, the possibilities. This girl could end every conflict in the world in one shot, but it's too dangerous. So he asks her to stop this, and she holds her head down, making everyone vanish. Does she do something wrong? And Steve tells her no. Let's just play a game. She can't do anything, and she's just a normal girl. But that's when someone walked in, pretending to be in their disguise, and it was Crossbones. This brings us back to Steve being ready to die, as Crossbones beats him down into a bloody pulp. That's when the Captain America shield comes flying through the window, and Crossbones catches it. He looks down at it, and he thinks how fitting it'll be to kill Steve Rogers with this. Steve, seeing his life ending, thinks about everything that he did. He thinks about the people that he loved, those that loved him and returned. He thinks about the good times, what he was fighting for. He thinks about those he inspired and those that inspired him. And he realizes this is fine. He can die proud. He can die happy. He can know peace. But another voice speaks to him, the one that is Kobik. As a light appears before Steve, he sees her and she tells him that he doesn't have to die. He can stay if he wants. She can make him strong again. She can make him a hero again. As Crossbones winds up and he gets ready to slam the shield down on Steve's head, two hands come up catching the shield. Then Steve stands up, pushing back Crossbones, taking the shield out of Crossbones' hands, and he smashes Crossbones' nose. Captain America and Bucky run into the bowling alley, calling out for Steve, and they're both stunned. Wow, about time. And Steve smiles back at the Winter Soldier, a young smile. Good to be back. Steve steps outside holding his old shield, and Bucky and Captain America debate what this means. Does it mean that Captain America is Steve again, and Falcon's going back to being Falcon? Because that would kind of suck for Falcon, because he just gave the name Falcon to a new kid. Steve walks over, telling Falcon that he is still Captain America, and this is his shield. He gave it up to him. The three of them will now work together to find Kobik. During the whole Crossbones mess, she ran off, and they need to find her before Zemo does. After a few more apologies from Steve for not trusting Sam in our earlier adventure and not being there for Bucky when Bucky really needed him, Steve decides that maybe they shouldn't be looking for Kobik, because they may not find her before Zemo does. The only way that they can guarantee a win with this is if they stop Zemo and his entire group of villains. Luckily, while they've been dealing with the town, dealing with Kobik and Steve de-aging, a good chunk of other Avengers teams have arrived and had adventures of their own. And now, they're all standing in front of Steve. Spider-Man, Thor, Vision, Nova, Miss Marvel, Iron Man, Deadpool, Cable, Rogue, Quicksilver, and Johnny Storm are ready to fight Zemo and end this. So where did Kobik end up? Well, she ran off into the forest and eventually ran into Kraven the Hunter because he was tracking her with the ultimate trap for a child, a birthday party. And elsewhere, Agent Kincaid runs into another individual undercover in this town, an individual going by the name Wendell Vaughn, and he would like Kincaid to take the quantum bands. But back with our Avengers teams, Steve points towards Zemo's troops and he announces, Avengers, assemble! Everyone runs into battle, and they tear down a wall during one of Zemo's rants and his speeches, and he brandishes a sword at them, pointing it at Steve and his army. All the villains and the heroes begin to battle it out. Powers, tools, gadgets going off all over the place. But Steve sees Kobik in the middle of the room, and he shouts for his team to go get Kobik before Zemo can use her. That's when Kincaid arrives brandishing the quantum bands, which makes her the new Quasar. And she blasts the cube in an attempt to break it, but she didn't. She just made Kobik mad. With all the fighting going on around her and no one being here to play with her and everyone trying to use her, Kobik has had enough and she grows to a giant size, shouting, "That was very mean." Iron Man looks at her and simply says, "Oh hell, angry baby, giant angry baby. I was just trying to make you all happy and you tried to hurt me." And the first thing that she does is grab the Winter Soldier and throw him out of the building. Steve shouts out, "Bucky!" But Kobik informs him that Bucky is fine. She doesn't kill people. Then pointing at Zemo, she says, "Unlike him, I'm sick of all of you. Go away," she shouts. And she begins to teleport everyone away. Zemo reappears 11,000 miles away in the Himalayas. He lets out a sigh. "I was never good with children." Then Kobik teleports herself away, leaving the remaining villains to fight every Avengers team. Then one of the greatest Avengers battle ever happens as all of the Avengers fought against a good chunk of the villains. Epicness happened that day. Maria Hill was reprimanded. She didn't lose her rank or her position because she fought against the people in charge, telling them that none of them would have done what she did. And she is here to prevent the worst from happening, even if it means doing things behind everyone's back. And she worked it out with the Avengers groups to keep what happened secret. Steve also found his old friend Rick Jones, offering him a new job. And the original Quasar went on to train the new Quasar. And Bucky Barnes, well, Kobik liked him. She wanted to stay with him and the other people that she brought along with her that she liked. The only real problem is Red Skull escaped because he wanted to restart Hydra.
Let's see what's weather looking like.
In 1926, a woman is being pulled around the streets of New York by her husband. She asks him to stop, but he's also drunk and begins to ask her if she's laughing at him. Confused, she asks, "What is he talking about?" And he says, "I saw the way you were looking at your deadbeat no-job husband." She asks him not to do this in front of their son, and he tells her, "This is good. Our boy can see a real man." And she asks, "Have you seen a real man lately?" So he backhands her until a woman in a red scarf walks over telling Joseph that he should help that woman up. He tells her to mind her own business, and he swings at her so she catches his fist and punches him back. As she helps the woman up, she introduces herself. "I'm Sinclair Elisa, and you're Sarah Rogers, right?" She looks at the boy asking, "Who is that brave soul?" Back in the current day, Steve Rogers, aka the original Captain America, comes crashing through a window. He begins fighting with the individuals on the train, and Sharon Carter calls him up on the comms. "Steve, it's Sharon. You know, I thought I recognized that voice. Do you see the bomb?" "I see the bomb," Steve says, looking through the window at the suicide bomber, a poor man that was down on his luck when the Red Skull convinced him to do this. He tells her that he's almost dead on the train and then he can double back to stop the Hydra agents at the staging area. But Sharon smirks. "Steve, we talked about this. I remember arguing. You were no longer alone in the field. You have a team and they went back for you. Remember Jack Flag and Free Spirit? Back at the staging area, both of them leap into combat, punching and kicking. Back on the train, Steve wraps up the thugs and then sees the train has been detached. So he runs full speed to the edge and he leaps over to the other car. With nothing in his way, he walks over to the suicide bomber. "You don't have to do this, son. There's a better way. We talked to your mother. She wants you to come home. Look around, Cap. Don't you see it? What they've done to us? That's why I have to finish this. There's nowhere left to go. Hail Hydra." And he presses the button. The train car explodes in Steve's face as he puts up his shield, throwing him off of the train. And with that, he heads back to the base where he sits with Sharon on the deck of the helicarrier. She jokes that before he got old and then young again, he knew how to duck punches. And he tells her it's the new shield. He's getting used to it. They joke and he explains that the new Hydra is really bothering him. What they believe in and what they do. It's really getting under his skin. She tells him not to let it get to him like that. People fall apart, they go astray. But she loves how he tries. She leans in to kiss him, and then she snuggles on his shoulder as they watch the sunset. Jack Flag, Free Spirit, and Rick Jones all have a beer to celebrate. And then news from Maria Hill comes down. She's found Baron Zemo. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been looking for him ever since the incident at Pleasant Hill, where he broke free and tried to control the Cosmic Cube, going by the name Kobik. He escaped with Slavig, the doctor that S.H.I.E.L.D. had to use to research the Cosmic Cube, and they've been looking for little Kobik together ever since. Right now, Zemo is in Bagelia, a city with no laws or rules, which is basically supervillain central. Right now, Zemo is standing on a rooftop with a few villains that he could muster up. His plan is to stage a coup against Red Skull. He wants to make a better side of Hydra, and take back the glory. That's when we see it's only 3 people that have arrived, and Zemo rubs his face. I can't believe I'm starting over like this. Well, don't worry, Baron Zemo. I think I can save you the effort, Steve shouts as he leaps in with Jack Flag and Free Spirit. Zemo runs for his ship while the new Hydra agents begin to fight it out with all of the heroes, and Steve runs for the ship, leaping onto the roof of it. He begins to walk up the ship as Zemo is taking off, with Slavig tied up next to him. He jumps onto the ship with the age-old fight of Zemo versus Steve Rogers until Zemo drops the cargo hatch, almost throwing Steve out of the ship. He grips onto the edge of the ship while Jack Flag sees him and realizes Steve needs his help. Zemo sees that he has Steve beat, so he raises his sword to drop him off the ship, only to have Jack Flag punch him and help Steve up. Jack sees the scientist and the defeated Zemo, and he tells Steve, "That's awesome! We accomplished the mission!" Steve looks down at the ground. Damn it. Is everything okay, Steve? No, it isn't. I'm sorry, Jack. He puts his hand on Jack's shoulder, confusing him. Back in 1926, with that woman that saved Sarah Rogers and her young son, Steve, she wanted to show Sarah something of interest, a group that she might be interested in, the Hydra Society. And back on the ship in the current day, Cap throws Jack Flag out of the cargo door that's still open. Steve regrets what he had to do, as Jack was a hero, a true hero, but a price must be paid. He walks forward to see Slavig. Hail Hydra. So how did this happen? How did our true and faithful Steve Rogers turn sides? It all started back with Red Skull when he had the Cosmic Cube. Just when he felt that he had won, Steve broke into his hideout and a fight ensued between them that ended with Steve shattering the Cosmic Cube.
People call
Those pieces
evil
were then
Steve
collected and
Steve-ul.
studied in a lab at S.H.I.E.L.D., where they reacted and killed
Evil
everyone
Steve
that was
Rogers,
studying them.
Steve-ul.
Maria Hill then brought in Dr. Slavig to see what he could do
Steve-ul
with what
Rogers.
remained, because what remained was a little girl. The cube had given life to itself, and just as any child newly born, she went to where she felt loved and safe. And that was the Red Skull. She arrived there asking if the Red Skull remembered her, and he ordered her shot. As a matter of fact, he even told his thugs to aim a little lower if they're shooting at a child. The bullets first bounced off of her, and that's when his daughter Sin decided that she would stop the child, and once again, the bullets didn't work. And instead, Kobik healed her face. Red Skull demanded to know what was going on, and Kobik told him to stop yelling at her. She thought that he would be nice like he was before she was broken, when they made a world together. That rang a few bells in Red Skull's head, and he finally realized that this was his Cosmic Cube. Confused and upset, she asked Red Skull if they could be friends again, and with a grin, he told her, "Of course." Since S.H.I.E.L.D. had her, Red Skull had her going back there for their testing so that he could spy on the operations against him. She tells him everything, and then when asked if anyone suspects, she explains no one knows what her and Slavig are doing. Red Skull hears a name and he asks, "Who is that?" So Kobik showed him. She warped Red Skull to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base and into Slavig's lab, where he kneels before Red Skull, declaring him supreme leader. Using Xavier's brain, which he took years before this, Red Skull looked into Slavig's memories to see what Kobik had done. She altered everything. His entire history had been changed. In his new life, Slavig was a trained Hydra agent, and he grew up worshiping the supreme leader. But these weren't just new memories for him, it was his actual past. His actual timeline had been altered to make this a reality. So Red Skull had an idea: to stage the entire Pleasant Hill event, make a prison using Kobik so that the prisoners could break out and Zemo could think that he was free. This would allow Red Skull to infiltrate the entire event as the priest. He steered the events to make it so that Steve Rogers would go looking for Kobik and save him from his beating at the hands of Crossbones. Because Red Skull wanted Kobik to do something to Steve Rogers that she did compassionately, not something that she was forced to do. And just as Steve was about to die, Kobik altered him. She restored his youth and his powers, yes, but she rewrote his timeline in history. She made him Hydra, because Red Skull wanted to rule Earth with Steve Rogers at his side, and now he had it. Back in the current day, Steve takes off his shirt and he rubs the Hydra symbol onto his chest as he calls up the Red Skull. He then asks for forgiveness. The Red Skull tells him, "That will depend on your actions, Abigail." After throwing Jack Flag out of the plane, he sat and turned it on autopilot and removed Slavig's mouth gag. Slavig smiled. "So it's true! Supreme Leader said you would join us, but I didn't believe." "I serve the one true Hydra, Dr. Slavig." "Right, not Zemo charade. Well, this is wonderful. Let's go back to looking for Kobik. I am so eager to serve the Supreme Leader." "Doctor, I think you misunderstand why I'm here." It takes a second for Slavig to get it, but he finally does. "Oh, no. Steve walks over and grabs the doctor. "Supreme Leader would like to thank you for your continued service and tireless pursuit of knowledge on his behalf. And then as the doctor was calling out, Steve jumped off the plane, killing both Slavig and Zemo. At least, that's the story that he told Red Skull to make him happy with the answers. Steve asked if Slavig could have been useful in their search for Kobik, and Red Skull tells him, no, because Kobik is gone. If not, she would have returned to me after Pleasant Hill. As Steve tells the Red Skull, there have been complications. Jack Flag lives. Everyone showed up to rescue him, but Taskmaster arrived to fight against Sharon Carter. Luckily, Steve returned to beat down Taskmaster, and as martial law was called, they got Jack Flag out of the area. Red Skull screams at Steve, "He's alive?" I didn't think that he could survive a fall like that, but Jack's strong, always has been. You should have blown him up with the rest of them. It wasn't an option, Supreme Leader. Jack is strong, he would have been a problem. Besides, he deserved a real funeral. Deserved? Deserved? What do I deserve? I am your Supreme Leader, I am your life. You are too soft, Rogers. It is clouding your judgment like that with the suicide bomber. Why did you try to save him? I don't understand, Supreme Leader. The mission was intended to fail. I didn't want to lose a loyal recruit. Red Skull hangs up as Steve begins to walk out of the comms room. He sees a man sitting there and he asks him, Dr. Slavig, are you ready to do what needs to be done? Steve explains that S.H.I.E.L.D. is tearing itself apart after the fallout of Pleasant Hill, and the superheroes are now fighting amongst themselves thanks to something known as Civil War. And when Dr. Slavig asks him about Kobik, Steve explains that he knows where Kobik is. She's looking up to Bucky and working with the Thunderbolts. He then reveals that Red Skull wanted to kill Dr. Slavig, but Steve sees a bigger purpose for Dr. Slavig. Steve intends to kill the Red Skull. He feels that he is a poor leader for Hydra, and he needs the Doctor's help.
Especially on edge lately. Tell you, these past 2-3 weeks,
our tale begins with a man running through the forest, out of breath and scared. Scared of what he is becoming. He trips over a branch hitting the ground and he helps himself up, using the tree next to him, asking, why won't it stop?
I'd like to think with every
and he hears a voice behind him say his name, Ulysses. He turns around to see Medusa, Crystal, and the rest of the Inhumans.
Make the world better.
We're the Inhumans, and we can help.
We'll see what happens.
This is a good thing. Cut to Manhattan.
Is there anything that's getting you down,
bloodied up and ready to fight to their deaths? Amongst a big celestial in the middle of the city, the Avengers look up at it, ready to hold the ground solo, only to be surprised when their backup finally arrives. The rest of the Marvel Universe. The battle for New York against the Celestial begins with every hero arriving and holding off the drones, giving the magic users of the Marvel Universe the chance that they need. Doctor Strange leads the charge as they use their combined magics to hit him with everything, and everyone watches as he vanishes. They've won with minimal damage and loss of life. That's it. It's over. The world is saved. So Tony Stark tells everyone, party at my house. Drinks are on me. Everyone celebrates until the question finally comes up. How did the Inhumans know about this attack? How were they able to warn everyone? Medusa brings the key members of the heroes of the Marvel Universe into a room and introduces them to Ulysses. The poor kid is starstruck. I mean, there's Tony Stark and Steve Rogers right there. He's such a fan of every one of these heroes. Medusa explains that she knows the Inhumans keep to themselves a lot, and they keep their own secrets, but she wants them to be more involved and open with every one of their comrades. So, Ulysses explains that he can see the future. Tony right away asks for a little Jean Grey, the time-displaced younger version. She sits down with them and tries to create a private mind space for the two of them so that she can read his mind. But she quickly discovers that she can't read it. Ulysses thinks he did something wrong, and she tells him it's not him. His mind is a closed system. Ulysses looks at the heroes asking what that even means. Captain Marvel steps forward, asking him if he'd like a job, or is he exclusively working with the Inhumans? She explains that her team, the Ultimates, could use his abilities, much to the dismay of Tony. Really, Carol? We meet one Inhuman who could read the future and it's a closed system and that's enough for you? It was good enough for you yesterday, Tony. Yesterday I didn't know anything about any of this. Would you have changed your mind? Steve Rogers steps forward. What's on your mind, Tony? Nope, not gonna have a morality debate with you, Steve. It never ends well. And Carol steps back in. Morality debate? How is this a moral issue? You have an Inhuman who can possibly see the future, but we have no idea what his deal is, nor do we know what probability ratio he's working with. If at the end of the day, everyone is alive, isn't that the right thing to do, Tony? Tony asks Ulysses his story, and he explains that he had a vision of the Celestial. He then ran into the woods where he was found by the Inhumans. He explained what his visions were, and everyone saved the day. Tony thinks about that. Okay, so we have a guy that comes out of the woods stating, "Oh my god, I have a vision of the Hulk making out with Ultron and a baby popped out and the baby was Hitler." Spider-Man raises his hand. I'd pay to see that movie. No doubt, but do we stop the Hulk before that happens? Do we lock him away before he does something we don't like? Yesterday was easy. Big cosmic monster doesn't invade. No harm, no foul. But what if the next one isn't easy? What if the next one is one of us? Depends, Carol tells him. And after a little more arguing, Tony leaves them to it. The night continued on and the Inhumans went back to their base, where Ulysses woke up in the middle of the night to another vision telling Medusa to get the Ultimates. A little more time passes and Mary Jane walks into Tony's lab to tell him it's Rhodey. Tony turns to ask if Rhodey is here, and she looks at him sadly. He's gone, Tony. He suits up and he rockets off to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, demanding to know where he is. He's brought into a room that is covered with black curtains to keep out the onlookers, and he sees a body with a sheet over him and the destroyed War Machine armor next to him. He walks out furious, demanding to talk to Carol to find out what happened, and he finds her, bedside to Jennifer Walters, the She-Hulk, with her eye bandaged up. He stops and he asks if She-Hulk is, but Carol tells him she's alive, but in critical condition. It was Thanos. Ulysses saw a vision that he would invade, so he brought the fight to him. In the fight, he shattered Rhodey's armor and he critically injured Jennifer. What was Rhodey even doing with you? He wasn't on your team, Carol. He was on campus and he volunteered. Tell me you at least got Thanos. He's in a cell down below. Mission accomplished. Tony storms out telling them that he's going to end this. No one is going to play God again. But before Carol can get up to go get him, Jennifer's hand reaches out and she tells her, "Fight for it. It's our future, not his." Then she passes out and the machines all flatline. Tony didn't go home, he went to end this. And to do that, he went right to the home of the Inhumans. He kidnapped Ulysses and he left a decoy so that no one would chase him. Medusa saw it as an act of war. Tony Stark declared war on the Inhumans. But before they could act on this, Carol showed up asking Medusa to stand down. Let her go to Tony's and get Ulysses back for them. Meanwhile, Tony took Ulysses to a lab demanding to know how his powers even worked. He began to run brain scans and ask the obvious questions. Are your powers biased? Are they altered by something racial, sexual, or political? Are you seeing things from a pure state, or are they altered by your upbringing? And Ulysses has no idea how his powers work. And then the alarms go off telling them that there's been a security breach. Tony walked over and untied Ulysses and began to brush off the dust. All right, kid, act like you were having fun. And then the wall is blown out by Thor's hammer. Carol stands there. You kidnapped this kid from his home. Tony smiles and he puts his arm around Ulysses. Come on, it's not like I tortured him. He tortured me. A little bit. Carol tells Tony that she thinks he's having a nervous breakdown. Oh, you think I'm having one? Well, it's not a little nervous breakdown. It's a complete and total nervous breakdown. But as they begin to argue over Ulysses again, a vision comes across. One that Tony predicted, kind of. Ulysses sees the Hulk murdering the superheroes and standing over their bodies. And this time, everyone experienced it as well. Ulysses' powers were growing stronger. Carol didn't waste any time going to Bruce Banner's lab, where her and Tony both asked him if he had been doing any experiments that were gamma-related. Currently, Bruce Banner can't turn into the Hulk as Amadeus Cho took that power away from him. But that doesn't mean he's not doing research into why he's not able to turn, and into gamma radiation in general. He wants to know, and Tony sees that and asks Bruce to step outside so that they can all have a little chat. Once they get outside, Banner sees every hero there and he asks, "Oh God, what did I do?" That's the thing, Tony tells him. You haven't done anything. They explain that there is a young Inhuman that experiences visions from the future, and Banner puts it together quickly. You have a moral dilemma. Wait for me to Hulk out or prevent it from happening. Tony explained that they're split as to what to do, and Carol tells Banner that they have proof that he's been experimenting on gamma radiation again. Hank steps forward because he hacked into Banner's systems, explaining Banner has been experimenting on himself again. Banner, of course, gets mad. You broke into my home. You stole my work, and you accuse me of something I haven't done? And that's when an arrow comes out of nowhere, hitting Banner in the head, instantly killing him. All of the superheroes saw the arrow come out of the forest, and they rush over to see who shot it, to find out where it came from. And they find Clint Barton, Hawkeye there, with his wrists out ready to be arrested. Now he's in court as the trial is going on, and the judge is going to decide, did Clint actually murder Banner, save everyone, or did he do both? And after everyone explains what happens, Clint goes up to the stand to tell his side of the story. He explains that a little while ago, Banner came to him with a box, telling him that it had been a year since he had turned into the Hulk, a whole year. And he told Hawkeye that if he ever turned again, he wanted him to use this box to kill him. He explained that it had to be Clint Barton, because he's the only one of the people that Banner knew that could live with the act. Clint explained that as Banner was growing angry, he saw something in his eyes. Something that showed him that Banner was about to turn. The judge has a difficult decision because so far, the visions have all proven accurate. If they are accurate, then Hawkeye saved all of the superheroes and in turn saved the world. But if they're false, if there's even a hint that Hawkeye acted prematurely, he committed murder. Since the death of Bruce Banner, Carol has been using the Inhumans' visions to accurately prevent over 12 potential incidents around the world. The judge asks Carol, have any of them been false? Well, no, not really, she explains. As Tony sits there waiting for the verdict to be handed out, he looks back at the readings from Ulysses and he realizes something is horribly wrong. Carol went to go see Jennifer Walters as she ended up pulling through and she told her what happened. That Clint Barton killed her cousin Bruce. She sits up in bed wanting to know what was the result. What did the judge deem? Carol can't even get the words out as her eyes begin to well up with tears, and anger begins to glow in Jennifer's eyes as she demands to know the answer. Barton was acquitted. Hawkeye walks. While this is going on, Carol tackles a woman as she was leaving a building, and they take her briefcase away from her by force, causing the first misinterpretation of Ulysses' visions. She saw that woman as a Hydra agent, and in that briefcase was a bomb. But, in actuality, the briefcase was completely empty. Meanwhile, Tony doesn't know what to do with his information, so he decides to call the heads of the Marvel Universe to explain. Ulysses takes everything in from the entire world, all of the energies and the thoughts. He creates a possible future from those visions. He's basically an algorithm that takes all of the data and says what could happen. But he's not seeing the future because it isn't there. He's using math and it's all guesswork. So I've decided to call all of you together. And that's when we see that he's talking to Medusa, Steve Rogers, Carol Danvers, Hank McCoy, Black Bolt, and T'Challa. And I'm going to listen to Steve Rogers because whenever there's a major divide between us, it never ends well. Steve gets up and asks Carol, what do you think? She questions it, but Hank says he checked all of the data, it's accurate. So Carol says, if someone were to come over to you and tell you that a man in the corner has a gun and he's going to shoot everyone, do you check it or ignore it? Tony questions that though. 80%? 60%? What? What percentage of it being true does it have to be for you to act on it? Tony, what if I told you those visions were only 10% correct? You're stating that if there's a 10% chance that Thanos is going to get his hands on a cosmic cube, would I stop him? That's more than enough. And Rhodey would agree. Well, I'd ask him, but Captain Marvel tells Tony to back off and salutes Captain America before flying through the ceiling and into the skies. Tony stands there with everyone. I have to go public with this. Meanwhile, Carol goes to the woman that they arrested earlier and begins to grill her. Ulysses saw her working with Hydra. Carol can't have this one being the wrong one, the first one to finally prove Tony's research correct. But before she can figure the whole thing out, Nightcrawler teleports in, grabbing the woman and teleporting out. Carol takes her team as she walks out to the landing area of the helicarrier where she sees Tony standing with his side. Steve Rogers, Kate Bishop, Miss Marvel, the X-Men, Thor, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and Vision, just to name a few. Carol looks at him. Tony Stark, you're under arrest. And standing with her are the Inhumans, Magic, Blue Marvel, S.H.I.E.L.D., and some other X-Men to name a few. Good luck with that, Carol. When the public sees what you've been up to, you're going to have your hands full. What I've been up to, you just broke into a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility. No matter, you're a bit outpowered right now, Carol. Stand down. Carol crosses her arms as the Guardians of the Galaxy jump in to join the fight. The heroes go to war with magic, plasma, blasters, and guns going off all over the place. Carol flies into the sky, blasting Tony's armor in the shoulder, but he uses his other arm to tear into her stomach, throwing her back. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange entangles Storm, wrapping her up tight, but she uses lightning to throw him back and freeze him. Blue Marvel then comes out, cracking Luke Cage across the face, only to have Nova fire into Blue Marvel's face, taking him out of the fight. Except, it didn't actually damage Blue Marvel. So Nova launches into the atmosphere, yelling, "Crap, you didn't get burned!" Sam Wilson and Magic prepare to fight, but she just teleports him across the United States. While Rocket is shooting at everyone, Spider-Man kicks him out of the fight, and then Venom tackles him, telling him, "You're not Spider-Man." Star-Lord stands in front of Steve Rogers. Ah, crap, I get the one with the shield? I don't even know why you're here, Quill. I was wondering that myself. Star-Lord looks around.
Guess I
Who's
still
that
have more to
voice?
do.
It's me, Tony Stark. I hacked into your headset. I didn't even know it could be hacked into. We're here to help a friend. She said that you went off the rails and from the schoolyard ganging up crap that you just pulled, I can see that. I thought we were friends, Quill. Yeah, well, I'm better friends with her. But as they're discussing the merits of their friendship, Vision gets electrocuted and is so pissed that he blasts
Yeah,
at the
4
enemy,
hours
shooting
before
through
it's
them because they can phase out, taking out the Guardian
time.
spaceship. Rocket is about to cry, but Black Panther grabs Tony Stark and holds him down while Carol soars in, grabbing him by the head and
Plenty of
slamming
time
him
to finish
down.
these
She then
off.
backhands him across the jaw, and everyone stops. as a vision is displayed by Ulysses, one in which Miles Morales is shown over the dead body of Steve Rogers. Miles falls to his knees in shock. He lifts his mask up, allowing himself to breathe, and tears begin to run down his face. Why would he do that? What's gonna lead to him killing Steve Rogers? Why would he murder one of his idols? And Carol steps forward. Kid, I'm sorry, but you're under arrest. It all began at the night of the party where they were celebrating the destruction of the Celestial. Steve had planned to have the entire tower destroyed. He was going to kill as many heroes as he could, but his plan changed that night because he learned of the inhuman Ulysses, and he began to realize that if Ulysses can see the future, then he would be able to, in fact, foresee and stop many of Steve's plans. The doctor he was working with insisted that they kill Ulysses, and while Steve disagreed at first, he didn't see any other options. So that night he broke into the Inhuman's base with the intention of ending Ulysses' life. Except that was the same night that Tony Stark broke in, and once again, his plans were shot. So he had another idea. He sent a letter to Bruce Banner, one that contained research on gamma radiation, the supposed cure for the Hulks. And thus, Ulysses had a vision where Banner was doing research on gamma radiation. He was going to kill everyone, drawing all of the heroes to his home, and then Bruce Banner was killed by Clint Barton. The plan was simple: stage the visions and redirect everyone away from him, and that would decrease the possibility that Ulysses would receive a vision about him. It was working just fine, until a vision of Miles Morales killing Steve Rogers was sent out to everyone. Luckily, no one knows Steve's true intentions, do they? Or do they know that he's been altering the visions and steering them away? But what's gonna happen now? We go back to the battlefield where everyone has just seen the vision, and Tony looks at Carol. I told you this would happen. Did I not tell you? You're turning on children now. I'm not turning on him, Tony. Carol, this kid, in the short time that he's been an Avenger, has done nothing but good. This isn't Banner. There is no gray area here. I'm not turning on him. I want him to come with us to ensure that this doesn't happen, Tony. The arguing continues, with no one really knowing what to do, but in the end, Tony decides to let Miles decide for himself. Steve steps forward. May I? He walks over to Miles and he takes a knee in front of him. Hi. Why did you pull your mask up? I couldn't breathe. Put it back. The mask represents something. It represents who you are. You're Spider-Man, and that means something to people. It means a lot. I would never do what that vision showed. I would never do that. I know, son. I don't know what to do now. What do you want to do? I want to go home. Then do that. We'll figure out the rest later. Carol yells at the captain. This isn't your call. He has a right to go home, Carol. But we can keep him safe. We can prevent this. We can make sure it doesn't happen. He didn't do anything wrong. Just like Bruce, just like Rhodey. Carol is speechless. Thor walks over, taking Miles by the arm, and takes off to return him back home. Maria Hill then takes that as a chance to step forward and tell everyone that they're under arrest for the destruction that they've caused in the Capitol. But everyone begins to teleport out, and then Medusa warps the Inhumans home, leaving Carol alone. As they soar through the skies, Miles asks Thor to leave him. He just wants to be left alone. And she leaves him on a roof, understanding. He falls to his knees and he takes his mask off. Tears begin to roll down his face as the vision is still fresh in his mind, and he screams out. Things are rocky across the board. The Inhumans have left to protect Ulysses. The Guardians are bunking with Carol since their ship is gone, and Tony's team is beginning to divide, with people wanting no part of this any longer. People are switching sides, like Black Panther going over to Tony's side as things are heating up, and the predictions are becoming less likely to become accurate. But after long debates on their next actions, Tony turns to Steve, telling him, what happens next is up to you and Spider-Man. Carol, on the other hand, is sitting on a roof of one of the buildings looking over New York. How could it come to this? How could her plans fall apart so fast? Ulysses was supposed to be the answer to everything, but now the vision shows one of her friends dead by a hero's hands. Maria Hill walks out with Peter Quill, Storm, and Jean Grey to let Carol know that they found Spider-Man. He's exactly where the vision said that he would be, on the steps in the Capitol, waiting. Ulysses is now standing at the edge of New Attilia, the home of the Inhumans, in a trance. No one knows what's going on, but Ulysses has actually traveled somewhere, into the future, maybe into the past, or maybe he's in a different universe. He stumbles and he falls down a cliffside, landing in front of a big hulking green guy, and he looks at him and declares, "Meat." He raises his hands to crush Ulysses, but suddenly a man in a trench coat and hat leaps onto his back, stabbing him and tearing him in two. The man in the hat walks back to his horse, and Ulysses asks him, "Are you Wolverine?" Wolverine doesn't answer, so Ulysses asks him, "What year is this?" And Wolverine stops. "Are you okay, kid?" I don't think I'm supposed to be here." "What year do you think it is, kid?" "I don't know. There's no way to tell." "What are you?" "I'm an Inhuman." "Guess you missed the last bus. The Inhumans left the planet back when the world still looked like the world." "They did? Where are we?" "Looks like Jersey." What happened? Tony Stark happened. What do you mean by that? What happened here? But then Ulysses starts to fall back into his own time and place, and he yells out, "Tell me what Tony Stark did!" Everyone knows what he did. He pushed her too far. Who's her? Who's her? Ulysses says as he warps back to the present day. Meanwhile, word gets back to S.H.I.E.L.D. that Miles is now on the steps of the Capitol. Carol tells Maria to relay to the local
during the
PD
time
that they
when
need to
Marvel
stand
was trying
down.
to push
She'll
the
handle this one
Inhumans as
herself.
a thing,
As the police leave the
because they
area,
couldn't
Miles
get
looks out and he sees
or
Steve
weren't sure if
Rogers
they were gonna get
standing
the
there,
X-Men
back
rights
in New
back.
Atelian. Ulysses turns to Medusa and tells her to call Carol. They have to stop
Nobody
the
gives a
fighting.
shit
They
about
can
the
do this.
Inhumans.
Back at the Capitol, Carol jumps out of the helicarrier to
If
fly
you
over to
do,
the Capitol
man,
while Steve walks
I
up to
hope you get
Miles.
something out of
Why
it,
are
but
you here? Same reason
Miles
you're here,
get it.
to prove it doesn't happen. Exactly right. Thank you for believing in me. Carol then arrives, hovering above them. What do you expect me to do when you arrived here like this? I don't know, maybe leave me alone like the cops did? The cops left because I told them to. Please tell the kid I'm not Satan, Cap. She's not Satan. Thank you. Now can you please come with me so that we can get you somewhere safe? She reaches her hand out, and a shield forms around Miles. Carol turns back. Tony Stark, be a man and face me. I wasn't hiding. I was giving you one last chance, and that was it. And then out of nowhere, Tony rockets in with Hulkbuster armor. He hits the ground with everything, and Carol catches the punch, throwing him back into the sky. He launches a missile at her, but she dodges while Captain America ducks behind his shield, protecting him from the explosion. The two Titans launch into the air and begin to throw everything at each other, while Miles is yelling to let him out of this bubble. Back and forth they go until Carol has had enough, and she uses everything to punch through Tony Stark's chest. Steve Rogers and Miles both look up at that hit, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. is monitoring the situation. Blue Marvel tells Maria Hill that she needs to send them in. They can stop this, but she tells him Carol said she has everything under control. It needs to be one-on-one, otherwise we'll have every superhero slugging it out on the steps of the Capitol. That's when Medusa calls her up, telling her, Carol has to stop. She has to stop now. Tony and Carol go back and forth, with Tony's armor falling apart. I told you that if you interfered again, I wouldn't be holding back. You also said that you wouldn't arrest a kid for something he didn't do. And then Tony fires a missile at Carol, which she dodges. But Steve gets hit by the full blast of them. The readings come back that Steve is alive, but he's unconscious. And Tony goes back to fighting Carol while Miles is punching the bubble, trying to get out. Meanwhile, back in New Atelian, Medusa tells the Inhumans Hill hung up on her. So the decision is made to get Ulysses himself to the Capitol to try and stop Carol. Back at the battlefield, Carol winds up with another super-powered punch, shattering pieces of Tony's arm off as he catches it. And that's it. Maria Hill tells all of the superheroes to get in there and put an end to this. They all land in front of Miles to see him in the bubble, and the first thing that they need to do is get him out. While this is going on, Carol and Tony continue to throw everything at each other. Slight problem though. Tony's armor is failing, and his AI informs him of that. Everyone watches as Carol hits Tony in the head with everything, and as the suit falls to the ground, she begins to try and pry the mask off. Seeing that failing, she knees the helmet with everything, and then she lands on top of him, ready to throw a final punch, ready to end this right here. But before anyone can stop her, she hits him. She hits Tony with everything, completely shattering the suit. As he falls to the ground from the explosion, everyone sees a white light, and then Ulysses is showing everyone another vision. He's showing them all of the visions. He's showing every possible future to everyone. He shows a world where the monsters are fighting the monsters led by Karnak. One where the X-Men and the Sentinels are working together with only Nova to stop them. Another time and place where Spider-Man killed Captain America and the Capitol is falling. A future where the Inhumans are fighting for their lives against a robot invasion. And yet another one where the Sentinels have won against the X-Men. A world where only Carol lives up to stand against Ultron is shown. And finally a future where Odin's son is back as Thor and he's fighting Loki. Everyone sees all of these possibilities and potential futures. And a voice tells Ulysses, "You are one of us now." Everyone looks up to see Eternity standing there in a white light. And he tells him, "You have shown the Earth all that you can. You are now a part of the greater universe. There is more than just the Earth if you choose to join us." Ulysses smiles, finally knowing his true purpose and where he's supposed to be. And he vanishes, telling everyone, "Thank you." Everyone then appears back at the steps of the Capitol, with Miles holding someone again. But this time, he isn't holding Steve Rogers. He's holding a critically injured Tony Stark. Sometime later, Hank explained that Ulysses evolved into something beyond human. And then Carol and him look down at Tony Stark in a device that is meant to keep him alive. Hank says that he can't operate or work on Tony because he's been experimenting with his own body for years. And Hank is worried what would happen if he even took blood. While they have no way to really save him, whatever Tony did to himself is keeping him alive. And it kept Carol from becoming the woman that killed Tony Stark. Hank tells her, You know he wasn't fighting you, right? He trusted you. You popped open a dangerous door, Carol, and deep down, maybe very deep down, he knew that you could be trusted. You could have saved millions with it, but he was worried about who would come after you. He knew once you made profiling a thing, made it into the norm, how long would it take before someone else would use it for something less noble? He knew what would come next. He was a futurist to the end. And with that, they sealed Tony up in the device keeping him alive. Carol went to see the man in the White House, where she explained that the superhero community is pretty divided now. Some are overwhelmed, some are just trying to hang on. Some think that they know what to do while others are lost. Others are doubting themselves, some wounds will never heal, and some have been inspired to do something new. The man in the White House tells her, the winner gets the prize. What project of yours would you like funded? And she tells him she has a few ideas. But we aren't done just yet. Steve Rogers had manipulated the entire event by setting up the banner thing and helping the situation escalate. What did he think of the vision of him dying at the hands of Miles? Why would he go to the Capitol steps when Miles was there? You see, following that, he returned to his base where the doctor that he had been helping told him that he needed to kill that boy. Otherwise, he was going to die. Steve told him that the boy would be protected. And to top it off, he's going with Stark and everyone to the Capitol. The doctor was really confused. Why would you go to your own death? And Steve explained. While everyone was looking at Spider-Man holding my dead body, I did what I was trained to do. I looked at everything. And what I saw wasn't just my death, but it was my death on the day that Hydra was finally victorious. I won't die in those steps tomorrow. It will come sometime later, and when it does, it'll be worth it.
Wow.
And the first thing that happens is Deadpool tries to break into the prison that Hawkeye is being held in to free him. He wants to know why he did this, and he set up Clint with a new identity to allow him to walk free. Clint refuses to go, though. He wants to take his chances within the court, and while he used to hate Deadpool, he understands him now. Deadpool makes the hard choices for people so that others don't have to, like Clint did with Bruce Banner. Deadpool tells him, yeah, it gets easier. It's the first kill that's the hardest, but after a while, I'm sure it'll be the next Punisher. And as Clint chuckles at that comment, Deadpool wished him luck in the courts and says that he'll see him in 25 to life. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers gets called to New Atelian because of a vision. Ulysses, the new Inhuman that the entire Civil War II event is based around, warns Captain America that his team is about to make some very poor decisions, and it's not Deadpool that he has to worry about. It's Cable, and the children of the Atom are about to wage war against the Inhumans. Ulysses explains that Cable is keeping rather poor company right now, and Cap has to stop it. So he heads off to find Cable, and he finds him on a rainy night loading up a plane for a vacation. He shows up with the entire law enforcement team to talk it out with Cable, but Cable pushes him aside, telling him that it's just a vacation. And when he loads up in his plane, Steve stands there doubting him. On board, we see Rogue is ready to go, along with Sebastian Shaw and Toad, because they're going to find the cure to save mutant kind. If you haven't been following the mutant storylines, recently a cloud of Terrigen mist has been let loose upon the world. While this makes new Inhumans allowing them to grow, the very same cloud will kill any mutant who breathes it. It's been a time of tension between the mutants and the Inhumans, but Cable and Rogue feel that they might have a cure to save everyone. Meanwhile, over in Tokyo, an evil organization known as the Hand is aware of the passing of Bruce Banner, and they feel that under some of their spells, he might come in handy. You know, if they would raise him from the dead. While this is happening, Deadpool goes to visit Quicksilver in the hospital. He's been recovering ever since Ultron broke his leg in multiple spots, and we see that he's on the phone with a friend. But it's not the friend that we're expecting. As we see on the other side, it's Red Skull using the brain of Xavier that he stole to manipulate Quicksilver. Deadpool goes with Quicksilver and Synapse to the funeral of Bruce Banner, where Steve asks him, where are the rest of the mutants? Why aren't they here, Deadpool? Deadpool tells him, I have no idea, Steve. And Steve warns him, Tony Stark is about to wage war with the Inhumans over the Ulysses thing. If the mutants are also going to start a fight on another front, there's going to be hell to pay. While this is happening, Cable, Rogue, Shaw, and Toad are attacking a military base where they are testing the Terrigen mist to see if they can find a cure. As they run out of the base with the research, we find Deadpool standing in the plane, munching on a snack, telling them, you know, I had to lie to Steve Rogers for you. You owe me one. Except, Steve isn't dumb. As he stands there looking at the group, I warned you. We're in the middle of a war, and my own team of Avengers protecting Unity is breaking into a military base. Cable glares at him. You know what we're up against, Rogers. The Team Mists are killing mutants. Step aside. We're leaving with the research. And Steve throws his shield at Toad, knocking him down. Rogue tries to talk down Steve, but he's furious. Now you want to talk? The only way this ends is you all facing justice. Shaw steps forward. Captain, mutant kind does not have years that it'll take to convince the military to share this data. And Cable blasts Shaw with his gun. Let's speed this up. up. Now charged up, Shaw asks Captain to stand down so they don't have to fight. But Steve's not stepping aside, and the fight begins. Steve punches Shaw, and then Cable tackles him to the ground. He begins to choke him with one hand while he gets ready to hit him with the other. And Rogue knocks Cable off of him, stopping him. She holds him down, telling him, "Everyone get on the plane." And Steve calls out, "Do not let them get on that plane, Deadpool." Deadpool looks down at the case with the research, and he debates his actions. But in the end, while Steve is his friend, his daughter might be immune. He can't let a cure pass him by, and he throws it to Toad. Everyone except Steve, Rogue, and Deadpool leave the area. Deadpool tries to explain the situation with his daughter, but Steve doesn't care. "You lied to me at my own friend's funeral. You're fired, Wilson." And then Rogue tries to defend Deadpool, and Steve says, "The entire team is finished. There is no unity in the Unity Squad," which may prove a problem shortly as the Hand begins to raise the corpse of Bruce Banner out of the ground. Rogue and Deadpool sit down to talk about what they're going to do now in their destroyed base of operations. It hasn't been repaired since Ultron wrecked it. That's when Voodoo warns them that they need to get the Avengers together to fight against a weapon of mass destruction, the resurrected body of Bruce Banner. The Hand is about to turn him to their side. Realizing they'll need help in this potential battle in Japan, they decide to get the rest of the Avengers that they can find. Johnny Storm, Quicksilver, Synapse, and Wasp. The team questions where Rogers and Cable are, but Rogue says that they'll explain it later, and Voodoo makes a doorway to Japan. They arrive and they immediately meet up with Elektra and the Hand as the Hand launches an attack on the team. In the middle of Tokyo, an all-out battle begins with Rogue demanding to know where the body of Bruce Banner is being moved to. Once they drop them all, Voodoo reads the thoughts of one of the guys and learns of the location, once again teleporting the entire team to the Hand's hideout. They tear through the agents of the Hand trying to get to Banner's body, and they actually succeed. They get there and they stop the ritual that is going to revive him. No big evil Hulk to fight, until they discover that it was all a ploy to get them away from the real Hulk, who was resurrected hours ago, and he comes crashing through the wall. His hit knocked the entire team out of the building and into the snow, where Deadpool wakes up in a footprint of the Hulk because he got stepped on. Rogue and Human Torch rocket off to find a way to get the Hulk away from the populated areas, and Deadpool lets his brain mend. "Siri, call Cable." "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I don't understand a ball table. Maybe the Hand could resurrect Steve Jobs so I can kill him next time." "Cable, I know you're there. Hear me." Over with Cable and their little group, they realize that the research that they retrieved is worthless, and they're back to square one. And that's when Cable gets a news report about the team in a fight in Japan. He asks Shaw and Toad to join him as he teleports to Japan, and at first they agree, but when they poke their heads through the teleporter, they see everyone fighting the Hulk, and they realize that it's a rather bad idea to join Cable right now. They hit the Hulk with everything as they try to stop him, and the Hulk charges at Cable, and he says to himself, "Damn it, what a stupid way to die," until Rogue hits the Hulk with full momentum, launching him into the sky. No one dies today. He digs his hand into the ground to catch and steady himself, and then in his rampage, he grabs the giant Gundam statue and throws it into a building. The Avengers try to get the poor survivors out of the town, and Voodoo arrives, stating he can end the zombie Hulk, but he'll need 10 minutes to prepare. Rogue tells him he has 5, and Quicksilver carries him away to an isolated island known as Hashima Island. He asks how they're going to get the Hulk here, and Quicksilver chuckles, "I have no idea," and whoosh, he's gone. Meanwhile, Janet shrinks down and tries to talk some sense to him. "Bruce, it's me, Janet. I know something terrible has happened to you. Well, actually, a bunch of terrible things happened at once. I need you to fight this, Bruce. The Hulk is the strongest that there is, but I need you to be stronger." And the Hulk smashes his own head to get her out. Quicksilver runs by, catching her as she falls, and Rogue hits him in the jaw, but the hit just threw him in front of a nuclear power plant. Janet flies back over to tell Bruce that she won't let the Hulk win. She knows that this was Banner's worst fear, that the monster would prevail, and she won't let it. Rogue keeps hitting the Hulk around, trying to knock him senseless, until she throws him into the ocean, giving him no time to do any real damage to the nuclear power plant. Except as they get closer to the edge of the area, the Terrigen mists in the area are severely hindering Rogue's powers. Deadpool tells everyone, "I'm pulling her out," and he begins to shoot wildly at the Hulk. Synapse tells everyone that she's suppressing the Hulk's optic nerve, making it hard for him to see. And Elektra tells her, "That's not how you blind someone." So she runs in, jumping on his chest, and shoves her size into his eyes. "That's how you blind someone." And Synapse tells her, "Well, I did it first." Torch zooms in and turns it up to full blast, using everything on the Hulk. And the only thing that he did was burn off the Hulk's clothing as he rampages back to the beach to get his revenge on Johnny. Rogue yells for Johnny to run, and Deadpool yells, "Oh fudge, he's nude, play dead!" Quicksilver quickly runs over, grabbing him, and then Voodoo reports to everyone that he's ready, so Cable body slide teleports the Hulk and everyone right to Brother Voodoo. Voodoo tells everyone to get the Hulk into the pentagram, and of course, this is the Hulk and no one can actually move him. So Synapse uses all of her abilities to block the signal from the Hulk's inner ear into his brain, throwing off his balance and knocking him to the ground. Voodoo throws him a magical bubble impossible to hold him there, and then he walks into the mess to take this to the magical plane. He walks inside and he finds Banner deep inside, suppressed by the hand's magic, and he begins to remove the magical arrows. And the hand's spirit arrives, telling him, "Stop." Voodoo tells Banner, "Do not speak. Your spirit is in jeopardy." And then he turns to the hand's spirit, "Release the Hulk." They warn Voodoo that if he does this, his brother's soul will belong to the hand. Do you pick a friend or a brother? Voodoo continues to remove the magical arrows, telling them, "I choose my brother, Banner, the Avenger, because Daniel damned himself." The hand's spirit tells him that they will share his words with their new slave. And once free, Voodoo tells Banner, "You are free. Walk in the peace of the light. I'm sorry that they abused you." Tears stream down Banner's face as they step out of the magical plane together, and Voodoo holds Banner's dead body once again. Deadpool puts Banner into a body bag, which leads to everyone asking why Deadpool's carrying around a body bag. And the next question comes up. Was this the last Avengers mission? Is the group done without Captain America? Rogue tells them like hell it is, and Deadpool reminds them that they have unfinished business. The Red Skull still stole Xavier's brain from his dead corpse, and he's still using it to have access to Xavier's powers. So the group decides that they will continue on without Steve Rogers. And Johnny asks Elektra if she'd like to join the Avengers. She laughs as she walks away, finding that hilarious. As everyone leaves, Rogue remembers how bad things have gotten. While she was dealing with the death and the disease that the X-Men have been coping with, she forgets the costs that the Avengers have paid. Hank Pym is worse than death, as he's now half Ultron. Odin's son is missing. Wonder Man is lost in her head somewhere, and now Tony Stark is down, and so is Banner. She can't shake the feeling that the worst is yet to come. And as she thinks about this, Quicksilver is wrestling with the Red Skull, still in his mind talking to him, telling him, "Bring the Avengers to me right now." Steve was not the American hero that we all thought that he was. Instead, he was raised from a young age by Hydra. He had two agendas his entire life. Work for the US government as Captain America, but secretly work behind the scenes to propel Hydra's mission forward. Red Skull took over Hydra and began to push his vision for it forward, and Steve didn't exactly feel that Red Skull had Hydra's best interests in mind. So he decided to build something behind the scenes while keeping himself away from the Red Skull. He couldn't act directly against the Red Skull or even get close to him because the Red Skull had acquired Professor Xavier's telepathic abilities. So Steve recruited his old friend Baron Zemo to help him build a new Hydra, a secret army, a secret empire. He then manipulated his own Avengers team to stop the Red Skull. Deadpool and Rogue led the charge to recover Professor X's brain, and while it was a bloody mess, they succeeded. Steve then took Red Skull prisoner with the aid of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he let Red Skull escape. Sin, his daughter, brought her father into a hidden mansion where Steve was awaiting him. As the Red Skull entered into the room, Steve welcomes him. It had been quite a while since they had seen each other face to face. It's actually been since 1945 to be exact. But in the current day, the U.S. government reports the situation. Red Skull's Hydra just conquered the nation of Sokovia, and he is now threatening nuclear actions if the international community does not recognize them as a sovereign nation and leave them be. Back in 1945, Captain America went to defeat the Red Skull that day for using the name of Hydra improperly and representing its goals incorrectly. But the Red Skull stopped him. He had Helmut Zemo in custody, and he threatened to kill Captain America's dearest friend, Baron Zemo, if he didn't comply with Red Skull's new Hydra order. Kneel, or his friend would die. In the current day, Steve once again kneels before Red Skull, as Red Skull demands to know how Steve could let this happen. It was his Avengers team that removed the brain from his skull. Steve stood up and he looked out the window into the night as he told the Red Skull that he tried, but it can be difficult, because he failed because of who he is and what he believes. Yes, you serve me. No, you misunderstand. I serve Hydra. You fool! We are one and the same! I am Hydra! Are you? Or is that something you stole? The Hydra that I remember was a proud ancient order that valued strength over anything else. It demanded sacrifice. He then approached the Red Skull. What have you sacrificed? What have you done for the glory of anything but yourself? I think I've listened to your commands long enough. The Red Skull starts to see what's going on and he calls out for Sin or Crossbones. But Steve informs him they aren't going to help. It's only us two now, Skull. Steve grabbed him by his coat and he threw him across the room, and then he kicked and punched him into a table. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. begins to mobilize its forces to go against Red Skull's Hydra. Except, Steve drags Red Skull to the window and throws him out, allowing him to fall to his death at the rocks below. I'm loyal to nothing but the dream. And Red Skull was killed. He walked out of the room where Crossbones and Sin were kneeling before him. Hail Hydra. Crossbones brings him a point though. Red Skull's plan won't work without Xavier's brain, and Steve tells him, that's right, it won't. But my plan will work with a little help. And that's when Baron Zemo lands with the Hydra carriers, which are carrying all of the Hydra villains, all siding with Steve Rogers' secret empire. It wasn't difficult for Steve to take over the world. He is Captain America after all. These things have been in the works for some time now. Backdoor deals and plans to ensure that there would be almost zero conflict when he took over. I mean, no one ever thought that he would betray them. It started with the Chitauri. He sent out a call to them secretly, forcing them to attack the planet Earth. With such a large force attacking, Captain Marvel took everyone who could fight into space, and they took out the first line. They were there to defend the planet from this alien invasion. The big thing is, there's a new intergalactic shield that would surround the entire planet, one that would block all oncoming attacks. Except it's not working right now. Steve informs her that he has two of his best people working on it right now to try and get it up and running. That's when we see Riri Williams and the Tony Stark AI working on it. For those wondering, Tony Stark has been unconscious since the events of Civil War II, but he downloaded his entire memory, personality, and appearance into an AI, which currently inhabits one of his Iron Man suits. Riri Williams is a young girl who was able to build an Iron Man suit, and an individual that Tony was intending to mentor before Captain Marvel punched him into oblivion. Sharon Carter looks at Steve, telling him about the other problem. An army of supervillains has started to attack New York, and they just mobilized the response team. On the ground, we see Luke Cage leading the Defenders into battle. He shouts out the battle cry. All right, Defenders, let's show these suckers what happens when you mess with our city, which they do all the time. But they should stop doing it. Sharon informs Steve that there's also a third problem. The Hydra forces have just invaded Sokovia, and the government formally surrendered, giving up the launch codes to all 7 of the Soviet-era nukes that they had. Hydra is threatening to use them against the European countries if they don't get recognized as a new regime. And one of the SHIELD helicarriers just fell off of the radar, and they have no idea where it's located. Steve Rogers has always been a master strategist, but freed from compassion and mercy, this was his masterpiece. The forces of Earth were divided, spread thin. They had won so many times before this that they didn't know failure. So when they did, they fell hard. And this is how he betrayed them. The heroes began to fall in their scattered battles, beginning with Quasar in space, an insanely powerful superhero losing to the Chitauri ship. When the protector of the universe fell, so did the forces in space's hope. In New York, Nitro ran forward, a villain with the power to blow himself up, and it was Jessica Jones who grabbed him and launched him into the sky. The explosion was so massive that it took out many of the buildings with it, and that's when the reports of Hydra attacking all over the US began to roll in. It happened. Steve Rogers was placed into complete control of the US government due to a state of emergency being called. SHIELD now had control of the US military and law enforcement agencies, and Steve was in charge of SHIELD. That's when he acted. The shield around the planet turned on to protect the Earth from the Chitauri attack, and the fact that it went live baffled Tony and Riri, but at least it went up. Everyone cheered, not fully grasping what just happened. While everyone cheered, the villains in New York began to teleport out of New York, fleeing as fast as they can. And the reports came in. The heroes once again celebrated. That's when the reports that they had found the helicarrier came across, but it was on full ramming speed for the one where the heads of S.H.I.E.L.D. were currently stationed. The two helicarriers slammed into each other, and Sharon heard the voice of Dr. Faustus coming over the intercom, a well-known manipulator with the power to brainwash individuals. He even brainwashed Sharon Carter to kill Steve Rogers years ago. She knows what's going on. They're brainwashing S.H.I.E.L.D. deck by deck. Hydra agents boarded the helicarrier and they moved forward, and as they entered the command center, Sharon opened fire on them. And Steve told them, "Hold your fire. I am the man who runs the wheel." All of the Hydra agents lowered their weapons and they raised their fists. Hail Hydra! Sharon was in disbelief as the Hydra soldiers dragged her away, calling Steve supreme leader. He then took over the shield with Tony and Riri unable to open up the shield's door or anything, and he called up Captain Marvel. She called back, telling him that they got injured. They need to get to Earth, and he informed her, "We won't be opening the doors to Earth. There will be another wave of Chitauri, and another. They will be constantly attacking the walls of Earth until they find their queen." Captain Marvel begins to grasp what he's saying. "Oh my God, Steve, what did you do? What happened to you?" "I'm doing exactly what you would do. You should be proud of your work. You built a shield that will protect Earth from the greatest threats, and now that you're on the other side of it, this will be the last time that we speak." Every superhero capable of space combat and flight is now
full on
locked
what?
off-world. Tony begins to realize that something is very wrong, and he rockets with Riri to go over to New York. He realizes that whatever is about to happen is bad. And on the outskirts of New York, Baron Zemo holds up the Darkhold book. And in an instant, a spell is cast, locking New York City itself into the Dark World. Away from the real world, and now in the Dark Dimension, along with every superhero that was in that battle. And with that, Hydra moved forward, taking over Washington, D.C. Steve Rogers, Hydra Supreme Leader, just conquered the United States. Some time passed, and it was official. Hydra controlled it all, and they began to rewrite history. The victor always gets to rewrite history. Outside of his school in Greensboro, Brian McAllister and Jason McAllister sit while Jason explains his lunchbox was stolen. And Brian says that he'll see if he can get him another one. Jason walks into school, and the children begin the day with the ceremonial Hail Hydra. The teacher then began to tell them the new history of the world. Baron von Strucker was killed for treason, and Armin Zola made the super soldier program and put Steve Rogers into it, seemingly to work for America, but in fact working behind the scenes as Hydra. This is known as the Great Illusion. And at the end of the war, with defeat in their hands, the Allied forces rewrote history, and it was Captain America who restored us to our Hydra roots. The children began to recite the guidelines of Hydra: trust authority, punish weakness, report threats. And using that as a cue, one of the kids tells the teacher that Jason's older brother Brian, well, he's an Inhuman, a dirty, filthy Inhuman. And under the new order, all Inhumans are supposed to report in and be held. Back at home, Brian arrives running in holding his stomach, and as he enters, he begins to vomit up a Captain America lunchbox. His power is to barf up anything that is needed for any situation.
His
And
power
before he can
is
clean
to
up the
barf
mess,
up
Hydra comes
anything
knocking at the
needed.
door to arrest the
What a
unauthorized
horrifying
Inhuman.
power.
Meanwhile, in Las Vegas, a kid is running from the Hydra police as they are surprised when Amadeus Cho, the Hulk, attacks them. Bruce Banner was about to explode recently, so in order to save his life, Amadeus Cho took the power of the Hulk into himself. But unlike Banner, Cho can control his transformations, and he even retains a bit of his intelligence when hulked out. The kid then looks up at the Hulk, and that's when Spider-Man and Falcon land. This Spider-Man is Miles Morales, the Spider-Man of the Ultimate Universe, and when that universe collapsed, he was brought into the main Marvel Universe, and this Falcon is an individual who had his DNA crossed with Red Wing, Sam Wilson's Falcon. He then took the name of Falcon, becoming Sam Wilson, Captain America's sidekick. They all land asking the kid for the information that he was delivering. You see, Hulk, Spider-Man, and Falcon are a part of the Resistance, and this kid just gave them a report that he had information that will save the entire world. After confirming that he is legit, they all climb into the Fantastic Car, flying off with the new Wasp driving it. The new Wasp is the illegitimate child of Hank Pym, and after Janet Van Dyne approved it, took the name of Wasp to honor her father, even though her father is a villain right now and merged with Ultron, but we'll get to that one later. While this is going on, a monster is attacking New York, and Steve Rogers steps forward asking the monster to politely leave, or he'll have it killed. The monster, of course, laughs, so Steve says it. Avengers, assemble! And that's when we see the forces that are working for Steve Rogers as his new Avengers. Odin's son, the former Thor, as the hammer now lies in the hands of Jane Foster Thor, a reprogrammed Vision being forced to work for Steve. Doc Ock now in a new body as the new Spider-Man since Peter Parker is in hiding. Eric O'Grady Ant-Man as the Black Ant,
I didn't
and a
know he
possessed
joined,
Scarlet Witch, Deadpool, and Taskmaster. Steve heads over to his council meeting where they inform him everything is going according to plan. They've altered the fluoride in the water to make the populace more docile, and they see no problems with the mutants to the northern border at the Sovereign Republic of New Tian. They then explain that they made a new facility to hold all of the Inhumans that they have captured. But there's a small problem, a viral video of the Resistance in Las Vegas. The council states that there should be an example made. The Resistance flourishes in Las Vegas because the civilians believe in it and they allow for it. But Steve has reservations. He doesn't want to create a prison state. Yet the council tells him that he needs to act. They haven't even executed the prisoners on death row yet. When will Steve show his power? Show that he is not to be trifled with. Back at the Resistance headquarters, the doors open and Black Widow welcomes back the kids, the champions, as they go by in the superheroes circle. While they assume that it's a successful mission, Hawkeye fires an arrow demanding to know what they were thinking. They were on a viral video. Hydra knows that they're out there yet again. The arguing continues as both Black Widow and Hawkeye want to know why the champions even left, and Viv, the daughter of Vision, explains that they went to rescue this boy. They met him on the internet. So both Hawkeye and Widow turn their weapons to him. Spy! But he explains that he was handed a flash drive from Rick Jones that can save everything. He has the answer to all of this. Hawkeye tells everyone to take him to the drunk. Banner saved all those years ago. But since that day, he's been helping the superhero community and recently became an expert hacker. Steve walks in asking him why he did it. We gave you a nice apartment in protective custody, and you stole one of the guards' phones and hacked it? Rick smiles. One of your guys has a hella guessable iPhone password. Right, and from there it took you 3 minutes to hack in and steal the most valuable files in Hydra's possession. Now you have to tell me, who did you give those to? Rick, of course, doesn't answer, and instead, he asks Steve, was it weird for you when I used to dress up as Bucky? Steve rubs his forehead. I get it, you won't tell me, but I need people to think that you're sorry. I need them to know you understand what you did is wrong. Just say the words, Rick. Hail Hydra. Rick looks at the ground, and then back to Steve, and he sings instead. So Steve turns to leave. Oh, come on, Cap. Listen, buddy. Whatever they did to you, I know you're gonna beat it, okay? I'm not giving up hope. You always come out on top in the end. And you know how I know that? Because you're my hero, Cap. And Steve walks down the hallway, sad about what has to happen next. Back in the Resistance headquarters, they lead the kid into Tony Stark's lab, calling him the drunk. He calls back, I heard that! Keep in mind, this is the AI Tony, so he can't exactly get drunk. But he reminds them that it's actually a code-based recalibration of his behavioral modifiers. There's no alcohol involved, and he's managing it. The kid is in shock. He's Tony Stark, and he delivers the flash drive explaining that this is it. It's what's going to save the world. Tony looks at it and tells him that he'll get to it on Thursday. Shocked, the kid tells him that there's a chance to save the day with this, and Tony explains that there is always a chance. First, they thought Steve was a clone, or that he was mind-controlled. In both instances, they lost many of their troops. The fact is, this is Steve and he has won. The kid is in shock. You're a superhero. Look around, kid. There's no superheroes here, just fugitives. Back at Hydra headquarters, Rick Jones is hauled off to a post where he's tied up. With a smile, he shouts, Avengers assemble! And the Hydra soldiers all shoot him. To prove you don't mess with Steve Rogers, the Dreadnoughts are then sent into Las Vegas. The heroes thought that it was already as bad as it can get. That was until Las Vegas was bombed to the point of no return, and the entire city was leveled. Once the bombs stopped falling, the Resistance rolled out to save whoever they could, but it was a massacre in the name of Hydra, and the name of Steve Rogers. What the heroes were really looking for was hope, and without hope, Black Widow knew what was needed. They had to kill Steve Rogers. She looked at everyone. We do not have time to mourn. We do not have time to be angry. We only have time to act. I'm looking for a team of volunteers for a mission that we all know we have to undertake. We're called Avengers, and these people, that city, demand vengeance. The man who killed them must answer for what he's done. No more games. This time we don't shoot to wound. We cut the head off of this beast, and we take our chances with what grows in its place. We have no other choice. And Tony walks in. Actually, we do. He shows them the flash drive, and on it is Rick Jones. Hey everyone, if you're watching this, then I must have been made dead, and that sucks. But here's the hope that you need. I know what happened to Captain America and how we can fix it. Rick explains the entire situation, the cosmic cube, how Steve was altered, how he believes his entire life was meant to be Hydra, how he killed Red Skull and how he took over Hydra. The entire plot of the last 3 years of Marvel is laid out for all of the heroes to soak in. But Steve knew that there would be a problem. He knew that Kobik had to be gone because they can't have a child running around with the powers of a god. So he had Kobik changed into a normal cosmic cube. And then he wanted to use it to alter the entire world into Hydra's image, not conquer it, completely change it. Eric Slavig, the scientist who studied Kobik, became attached to her though, and he didn't want her to die. So he broke the cosmic cube into pieces and he scattered them around the world. I've attached Slavig's journal and all of the data that Hydra has in the locations of the cube fragments, so you can find them ahead of Hydra and change Captain America back. Don't lose hope! And those are the last words he got out before his communication was cut off. Tony tells everyone that he looked over all of this. It's the real deal. This can work. Black Widow turns to him. A city was just wiped off the map, and you want to go play dress-up again? Even after this? But Hawkeye steps in. You're wrong, Natasha. If our Steve was here, he'd be the first to tell you. She stops Hawkeye right there. Like hell he would. If Steve were here and he saw himself like this, someone who would kill millions of people, he'd beg us to kill him. And if you don't get that, then you didn't know him at all. With that, she walks out of the room. And so our heroes were divided. Tony took a team and they decided that they would find the fragments using one of Ant-Man's contacts, a smuggler known for getting people to safe countries. Sam Wilson, former Captain America. Black Widow decided that she would take who she could and save Steve by killing him. It was the Champions who decided to join her. They wanted to help her on a mission, but they didn't agree with killing Steve Rogers. They thought that there had to be another way. Black Widow insisted that there isn't, and they need to accept that. Meanwhile, and another time and another place. A spot called the Vanishing Point. Hope existed. Hope was real. Like Rick Jones said, they can never take it from you. You could only lose it. Either way, hope has been gone for far too long for these heroes. A woman was fleeing from various villains in a mystical-looking forest, and just as they were about to beat her into oblivion, a man stood before them. A powerful and a heroic-looking man as he raised his fist to stop the enemy. It didn't take much, he knew how to fight, and then he reached out to the woman to help her to her feet, to save her. And she asked him, "What do you want?" And in front of her stood a man in military fatigues, blonde hair and a beard, and he informed her, "My name is Steve Rogers, and I'm just trying to get home." Steve, within the Vanishing Point, helps the woman that he saved walk through the mysterious forest. When he finally sits down, it's because she's poisoned. She asks what he meant by he was trying to get home, and he explains that he has no idea where he is or what's going on. He woke up here, and he only remembers the basics: name, rank, serial number. But he has a feeling that there is somewhere that he is needed, someplace that he needs to save. As she coughed up from the poison, he picked her up and he began to carry her through the forest. Meanwhile, in deep space, Peter Quill, Rocket Raccoon, and Baby Groot are standing in front of someone. "Greetings, everyone. Thank you for coming. I hope you like the snacks that we put out. My name is Peter Quill, but obviously you know me as the amazing Star-Lord. And these are my associates, Rocket and I am Groot. We're coming to you today on behalf of our planet, Earth, my homeworld. I am Groot. Earth is under attack, its most powerful country taken over by this evil organization called Hydra, which turned out to be led by a guy that we all thought was a hero, Steve Rogers, Captain America. I am Groot. Now hold on, not everybody buys it this is the real Steve Rogers. Could be a clone, a robot, a doppelganger, who knows? Now to keep it straight, a lot of folks are going with the nickname Hydra Cap, Captain Octopus Head, and I'm partial to Steve-O. But even with the interruptions from Rocket, Peter continues. Here's the big part. He built this force field around the planet, trapping everybody on the surface, and we don't have the firepower to take it down and get back to Earth. So we've come here to ask for your help. I am Groot. And then in front of Peter, we see the various races in space. Kree, Skrull, Badoon, all of them. We, of course, are very familiar with Earth, so just to be clear, every Earthling is trapped off of the planet by the shield, and the few remaining ones on the inside are facing certain death. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. And with that, the councils begin to shout at Peter, shooting at him. Death to Earth! As he runs for cover, he calls on Captain Marvel to inform her that the request didn't go so well. Meanwhile, down in Newark, New Jersey, Black Widow is continuing her little journey to recruit people to help her kill Steve Rogers, and it has brought her to Maria Hill. They go back and forth about how Black Widow is turning over to Hill's way of thinking, and then she hands Black Widow the intel that she promised: Steve Rogers' social calendar. So Black Widow snaps at her. "This is all you have for me? It's the best I can do. Informants are hard to come by when they know that they're going to be facing a firing squad. And most of my best people are already inside Crossbone's super prison. There's some good chances here. And when you take the shot, all I ask is that you take some pictures." You're disgusting, Maria. What, he gets to kill half my friends, level a city, and I'm the bad guy for wanting his corpse as my new wallpaper? We all cope in different ways, Natasha. Besides, who are you to question me on morals? I hear you have kids working for you now. What she's referring to is the fact that the children team known as the Champions has sided with Black Widow in the superhero debate of how to handle Steve and Hydra, and she is training them to become killers, even though they are still insisting that there is another way. Meanwhile, over in Montana, Sam Wilson the smuggler, former Captain America, tries to tell Tony Stark's team that this is pointless. They can't save the world with most of the world agreeing with Hydra. It would appear for many people that Hydra suits them just fine. No one is fighting in the streets and no one is opposing it. As Sam tries to walk away though, they explain that they have an answer. They can save Steve Rogers. They just need the Cosmic Cube to reverse things back to how it's supposed to be. Meanwhile, Steve reports to his Situation Room to an astounding "Hail Hydra!" The operation, led by Baron Zemo, is underway. They're attacking Atlantis, the supposed home for one of the Cosmic Cube fragments. He leads the charge into the temple where they slaughter many of the Atlanteans, and they move into the temple where Black Ant finds the supposed fragment. Doc Ock moves forward to test the validity of it, but finds that it's fake. Namor has tricked Hydra again, making multiple fakes and hiding them all over the place. In response, Baron Zemo stabs the priest in charge of the temple and ensures Steve that he will find the cube. He will search until there is nowhere for Namor to hide it, and then he blows up that portion of Atlantis. As he gets these reports, Steve also gets the report of another cube fragment, one in a very sketchy area, a very hostile area. They ask who Steve wants to send in, and he informs them that he'll handle this one all by himself. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's AI has convinced Sam Wilson to help them, and he begins to move them through the backwoods to get them to safety. His rules are simple. Everyone listens to him and no one runs ahead. But Mockingbird notes that the device that Tony Stark has made to track the cubes doesn't actually say that this is where the cube is. So why not tell everyone where they're actually going? Tony shushes her, because if they knew where they were going, no one would go. They'd be fools not to run the other way. And in this area that everyone is heading to sits one man. No one expected to be on Earth when the shield went up. Hank Pym merged with Ultron. Pymtron sits in his home informing his Jarvis to open up the front gates to everyone. Let them walk in. It'll be so nice to see the family again. Over inside the vanishing point, though, the alternate Steve Rogers lays the woman down to rest and he continues on his journey alone, hoping for the possibility of a better tomorrow. He walks forward, snapping twigs and branches as he goes. Then various Captain America villains jump out to stop him, and 2 more individuals run up to save the day. Together, the 3 of them drop each of the enemies and they stand triumphantly together. All 3 men of the same condition, though they can't remember anything, and they agree that they could use friends, perhaps even family. So, Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, and Sam Wilson continue to walk through the forest of the vanishing point. But Black Widow's team, the Red Room, she has a Hydra agent hostage. She begins to beat him relentlessly, taking a knife to his throat. His screaming attracts the kids who walk in, telling her to stop what she is doing. They insist that this is torture and she needs to end it. He obviously doesn't know anything, but she explains that he is on the cook's staff in the rebuilding ceremony, and he was given a tour of the site, which means someone needs to get her duct tape and a blanket. Once again, the kids argue against torture to get the information, and Riri walks over untying the man, who proceeds to grab the knife from his boot, leaping at her, shouting, "Hail Hydra!" Luckily, Black Widow shoots the man before he can get anywhere and then tells the kids, "Wonderful job, now we have to switch motels." Meanwhile, up in the far north, in Alaska, Pymtron's territory sits Tony's team and Steve Rogers' team approaching it. Tony explains to his team where they are. The area is dubbed the Ultronic Territories, and most people don't even know that it exists. Before the planetary shield went up, Pymtron returned from the stars where he was last located after fighting against the uncanny Avengers, and we will link that story down below. Instead of trying to destroy the world or attack the Avengers, he instead built a city to the north where he built more Ultrons. Hydra declines that it even exists, and rumor has it that Steve and Pymtron have an understanding. Scott Lang steps forward asking if this is really Ultron because it's wearing Hank Pym's face. Tony explains that it is wearing that face as a trophy. Ultron and Hank are merged, and ever since then he's been a villain trying to defeat the heroes in the name of Hank Pym. If you're curious about that story, it's called Rage of Ultron, and I'll link it down below. While they are approaching, Jarvis reports to Pymtron that they are there. "I hate to see them like this, you know. We're supposed to be a team, a family. Now look at us, divided, torn apart, but all is not lost. I can fix this. I will make things right. Hank Pym is going to save the Avengers." At that moment, everyone runs to their objectives, and right away they cross paths with the opposing team. Ant-Man versus Black Ant, Mockingbird versus Taskmaster, and Sam Wilson versus Vision. But the most significant is Quicksilver versus Scarlet Witch, to which he's surprised that she's even around, but unaware that she's possessed. As he runs off from her attacks, Herc declares that he'll help Quicksilver, but that's when Odin's son arrives, swinging his axe at his former friend. In the middle of all of this, Steve comes face to face with Tony Stark's AI. "Tony, Steve, not gonna lie, kind of excited about kicking your butt and nobody being mad at me afterwards. You're not the only one who's been looking forward to this, Tony." Tony fires his blast and Steve blocks them with his shield, and at that moment, Pymtron enters the scene, blasting everyone and knocking them out. No, this will not do at all. I'm sorry it had to be this way, but please know that I miss you all so dearly. It's so good to welcome you home again. They all wake up, bound to a large dinner table. Where are we? It's Avengers Mansion, or some kind of replica of it. Seriously? What is this? And that's when they see Pymtron there with an apron that reads, "Kiss the Overlord." It's really nothing. It's a little something that I whip up in the kitchen. Honestly, Jarvis did most of the work. Mockingbird says it best. "This is officially the creepiest thing that I've ever been a part of." Agreed. "Ultron, you will release us now," Odin's son adds. And Pymtron walks over. "Ultron? Thor? Don't you recognize me? Can't you see my face? I'm your old pal, Hank Pym. Though I look around the table and I don't recognize most of you nowadays either." Tony steps in. "I can help with that. Steve's had his reality rewritten by the Cosmic Cube, Scarlet Witch is possessed by a demon, Vision is infected by an AI virus, and Thor just wants his hammer back." Actually, Tony, I was referring to your side of the table, or more specifically, you in fact. What happened to the charming, charismatic figure that we all were in so much awe about? Who is this nervous, overreaching mess of a man in his place? I don't understand it. I know it's you in there, but what's the point of the old armor? Nostalgia? Steve helps out, though. Hardly. From what I hear, he's so drunk he can't pilot the newer models. Everyone begins to argue again, and Pamtron eventually stops it. Enough! Listen to yourselves, bickering back and forth, always at each other's throats. It's all you ever do anymore. What's happened to you? Where did it all go so wrong? You know, this is exhausting, and in this form I can't even be exhausted. Do you know why Ultron built this city and didn't come after?
In 5 minutes. Okay. Had to reload the game in the background as I was coming back.
Because you're tearing your lives apart. He didn't need to attack you. You're doing the work for him. He can just wait you out. Steve takes this moment to chime in. Ultron, I agree with you, but Hydra is going to change all of that. Bring an end to all of this weakness and corruption. Oh, of course, Steve, of course. Just like Tony's grand plans for the Superhuman Registration Act made everything so much better. Or when Wanda tried to fix things, creating the House of M. Oh, but that got a bit messy, didn't it? You always have big ideas for fixing problems, but you keep making things worse. That's why I brought you here, so that we can all sit around and have a nice dinner together, break bread and laugh like the old days. Reconnect with what
are they
we
trying to
lost.
do with this character?
Steve
What's the
sternly tells
point?
him, I'm not interested in nostalgia. You have something that belongs to
I don't
Hydra.
get it.
And
Just
Mockingbird
don't get
stops
it.
him. We have a slightly different idea of who that belongs
Who
to.
is this for?
But Tony chimes in.
Who was
Do you have
asking
any
for this?
idea why we stopped having these dinners? These parties out by the pool, Hank? Because of what you did to Janet. Pimtron snaps, growing in size and grabbing Tony. How dare you! I discovered Pym particles. I took artificial intelligence to the next level. I founded the Avengers Academy. What have you done? Your arrogance started 2 wars. Your incompetence put Norman Osborn in power. And now you lecture me. Scott Lang begins to talk down Pimtron, telling him that while Scott himself was a screw-up, he looked to Hank as a guy who didn't let screwing up hold him back, and he still sees Hank as someone who would do the right thing. So, Pimtron shrinks back down to his original purpose. He invites everyone to have dessert, except on Scott's plate is the Cosmic Cube fragment. Everyone gets up to leave, and Pimtron allows them, but before he can leave, Steve asks Pimtron, Ultron, what was the point of the whole charade back there if you were just going to hand the cube over? You keep calling me Ultron. Wait, is that why? Steve loaded up and everyone left. He went back to the Supreme Command, and it is there that we see Namor waiting for him. After destroying locations at Atlantis, Namor was there to deliver the piece of the Cosmic Cube so that he can end the conflict between Hydra and Atlantis. Regardless of Tony winning against Ultron, Tony's team is still not ahead of anything, as Steve just got a piece anyway. And honestly, he's not too concerned about Tony winning back there either. They have a man on the inside. Someone working for them on Tony's team. But who could that be? Over in Washington, D.C., Viper gets a report that the Hydra agents have just captured Black Widow. She walks in to see Black Widow in chains, and so they begin to question her as to what she was planning. Meanwhile, outside, the champions are looking at the facility, and they decide that it's time for a rescue mission. Black Widow proceeds to give up all of the information on her plan, steal a Hydra transport ship, and kill Captain America. Viper is shocked. Why is she giving her all of this information? And Black Widow looks her dead in the eyes. Because, Viper, you shouldn't be concerned about me. You should be concerned about Supreme Leader finding out about your little illegal operation here. Or you could help us out, and not only would you be spared of Steve's wrath, but you could lead Hydra when we take him down. Viper pulls out 2 guns, shooting the guards next to her, telling Black Widow, just a moment. The champions actually were breaking into another facility to rescue a shriveled old man. Meanwhile, Tony continues his journey, and they arrive in Wakanda for the fragment that T'Challa has, but he refuses to give it up. Instead, he offers Tony's team the option to bring him the fragments, and he will use them to complete their cause and do exactly what they want. But he doesn't trust them to have it. So they go to their next location, Madripoor, where they rescue Shang-Chi, who supposedly has another fragment, and as they find out, he lost his when Hydra beat him, and it looks like it was the X-Men that took it. The fact that they aren't collecting any more pieces brings Sam to question Tony's device, the one that's supposedly tracking where these shards are, and it's obviously not working. And Tony tells him that there must be some residue of the fragments that are triggering it. It does work. Trust him. Everyone begins to disagree that this is becoming a problem. They haven't won anything, and they keep losing the fragments. What's next? Over in Washington, the Hammer of Mjolnir sits in a field, and Ambassador McCoy of the mutants in the North questions why Steve just left it sitting there. Steve welcomes him, asking him how things are in New Tian. And McCoy explains that there are problems, but the mutants have their own nation run by them now. It's a day that he never thought that he'd get to see. So Steve asks him, well then, can you explain to me why Kraken has told me that you have something that belongs to me? McCoy tells him, I have no idea what you're talking about. And Steve tells him, there's a reason that I left this hammer in the field. To remind all of those around me of its power. That at any time, I can lift it again. The hammer views me as worthy, so it is by my compassion that I do not use it. McCoy asks him, are you threatening me? No, I'm reminding you. I assume I'll be hearing from your office soon. Steve leaves McCoy there to think on that for a moment, and as he boards his helicopter, he questions how his Avengers are doing. They explain that Vision is fine under the control of the AI virus, though there is a hiccup once in a while. But Odin, well, he questions if what he is doing is the right thing. Hydra tells him that they can save Jane Foster from Purgatory, the one that she now resides in, and that they can restore the bridge to Asgard. But he senses that all of this is a lie. The things that he has seen, the innocents being persecuted, the evil gaining control, fear taking hold. But he questions all of it, because Steve Rogers is worthy, and if he is capable of lifting the hammer when Odinson is not, then shouldn't Odinson just follow him? Steve informs Hydra that Odinson listens to him and he'll talk to him. So with everything still moving forward, Tony's team returns to base, to home. They say hello to everyone and Tony goes into his lab where he meets up with a few of the others and they ask how things went. Raj asks the big question: did you tell them the truth? The kid from before asks what truth, and Tony explains it to him. It didn't go well. Tony, in fact, has never had a way to track the cube fragments. They're working entirely off of Rick Jones' data. Tony just built them hope, a pretend machine that made them think that they had a chance. But elsewhere, Mockingbird makes a call. This is Mockingbird. We have returned to the base and we only have 2 fragments. Up above, Hydra's dreadnoughts move in and Tony feels them approaching, shouting, "Turn on the shields!" They open fire on the mountain base with the resistance, and Steve gets a report that they won't be able to break down the defenses. So Steve tells them, "Do not worry, I have a secret weapon." Meanwhile, in the vanishing point, Steve, Bucky, and Sam walk forward until they trigger a trap. Sam is captured, Bucky is knocked out, and Steve is hit in the back of the head. And that's when they meet their assailant, Red Skull. Back in the regular universe, Steve walks into a room where he sees Bruce Banner, a very much alive Bruce Banner. The Hydra agent explains that the spell that they used to revive him is only temporary. He has very little time, and Steve might want to make this happen fast. Odinson then leaps from the battle carrier into battle, shouting, "Forgive me!" And he slams into the side of the resistance base, taking out portions of the mountain with him and barreling into the headquarters. Yet all he can do is dent the wall as the shields are holding up. The team asks Tony if Odinson is strong enough to break through, and he tells them that he isn't, and then he turns back to the group. Our problem outside is being handled, but inside we have a larger problem. Someone in this room is Hydra. Everyone begins to turn on each other, such as accusing Quicksilver of running off and helping Hydra. But he defends that those times he ran off, explaining that he was looking for his sister. Meanwhile, with Steve, he stands before Bruce. "Steve, can you explain something to me? You're Hydra now? How long have I been dead?" Steve tells him, "I understand that this must be disorienting for you, and I wish that I could explain everything, but unfortunately you won't be around that long, Bruce." Back with Tony's team, Quicksilver asks Mockingbird why is she sneaking off making secret calls, and she outright tells them she's actually been reporting everything to Maria Hill. Using this as a moment of truth, Roz steps forward explaining Tony's device never even worked. Everyone begins to reveal secrets and argue, and that's when Scott Lang steps up. "Everyone, stop, alright? It was me, I'm the traitor, I called Hydra." Back with Steve, he tries to explain everything that he can. What happened to Banner, why Hydra is good, and why he should be helping them. And Banner tells him, "No, just put me back in my box." Steve looks at him. "I wasn't talking to you, Bruce." The eyes of Bruce Banner begin to glow green. Quicksilver turns on Scott, slamming him into the wall, demanding to know why. And Scott tells them that they got Cassie, they found his daughter, and they're using her as a hostage. And that's when Tony sees it on the screen, the one thing that can break through the wall, and the Hulk smashes through it. Steve jumps down to walk in after him, and the Hulk begins slamming everyone around while they try to fight against him, all except for Hawkeye. He takes a knee, ready to face his judgment for killing Bruce all those months ago. The Thing runs in shouting, "It's clobbering time!" And he throws the Hulk into a wall, so the Hulk counters with a punch so hard that it breaks off pieces of the Thing. Ross steps back up with the ultimate distraction for the Hulk.
How does that work? Does he like heal rock, like regenerate
away.
rock, or
The
how
Resistance
does
uses
his
that
life
chance to
work?
flee. They try to get out of there, but there are hundreds of Hydra soldiers opening fire on them. When they get to their ship, their only escape, there stands Odin's son, ready to stop them all. Until he tells them to go. Get out of here. They load up into the ship and they blast off to escape, all except for Tony, who decided to go back to his lab where Steve was waiting for him. They begin to punch it out as the Hulk begins to degenerate and fall apart, turning dead again. Steve stands over Tony. Zola explained it to me. You downloaded your actual consciousness into this AI. So, for all intents and purposes,
there we go.
it's actually
Okay.
you, which is good, because I would hate to think I'm going to kill a machine. He raises his shield to finish off Tony, and Tony
This is
shouts,
good.
"Wait!" I'm sorry.
If I catch it.
While he says that, though, Hydra Command picks up a weird energy signature from the mountain. Tony
All right.
I know it's not really
This is
you
gonna
in
be
there,
it.
but
I got a
still
good
wanna
feeling.
say it. When we went to war and I stood over your
I
body,
got
I
a
knew
good
I had won
feeling.
anything. All I'd done was fail you. I said then that it wasn't worth it. And when you came back, I told myself that I wouldn't make that mistake again. But I did, over and over. And I thought that this time it was going to be different, right? This was my chance. I could be you this time. Give them all hope to make them believe in something, and I screwed it up, didn't I? Because I can build the most amazing things, but I can't make myself
Come on,
what
buddy.
you are. All I can do is fake it.
It's okay, we still got
so please know.
at least
I
2 more
wanted to say this
tries,
so
maybe
badly because I wanted
maybe
to be
1,
for
at
you,
least
which you
2.
always were
I'm gonna
for
go
me,
with 2.
My hero. I'm sorry that I let you down, Cap. And Madame Hydra runs in shouting, Steven! Goodbye, son! And as the building explodes in a
Come on.
massive explosion,
Don't let me down.
that Tony set off. Steve
Yes.
is teleported away.
Be the
saving
one.
him from that
Let it
death.
happen.
Meanwhile,
Fuck.
in the Red Room's base,
Still got
Black
one
Widow's
more.
team. She walks over, waking up the champions, pouring a
Damn
drink
it.
for
No,
herself.
I guess you lose
Hydra's
it.
won. Your friends are all dead. Tomorrow,
That sucks.
we kill
It was so
Captain America.
close. It's the closest I've been in a while.
But before we can continue that story, there's the vanishing point where it would seem the classic Steve Rogers still exists, and the original Red Skull. In this world, the Red Skull is beating into Steve, telling him, "This is my gift to you, Hal Rogers. You will escape
Oh.
this place, and at least you will
Will I get it
this."
anyways?
But back in reality, Steve is standing in his command center thinking of the death of Madame Hydra, the one who saved him. She was basically his mother within Hydra, treating him like her own son, and now
That was
he
it.
lost her.
I got
He turned
it.
back to his troops and
Finally,
he told them, "This one is for
fucking
you,
got
Eorzea."
it.
He stepped out onto the steps of the Capitol building to give a speech, a vision for this new Hydra-run government.
What a happy
but
day.
nearby stood Black Widow, calling out to the Red
Never
Room
have to
team,
come back
which
here
is the
again.
champions, to inform them that it is time to get into position. Earlier, she had debated with
Fucking
Spider-Man
did
Miles
it.
Morales, as he felt that he was the one who was going to make the kill to murder Steve Rogers. As he told her, during the last Civil War, the Inhuman who could see the future
Right.
said that Miles would kill Steve. But Black Widow tells him that she can't allow that.
Let's see.
She won't
So it's
let
gonna
him cross
be
that line. She'll
8
do it.
a.m. by the
To
time
ensure that he won't interrupt her,
it's
she
ready.
locks him in a vehicle, and that's the
shit.
last that she
It's
saw.
not gonna
The
work
whole
out.
operation was then placed into motion and
There'll be a
staged by
4-hour
Black Widow.
window
The
where
kids
I
were in
can
place as a
get the
distraction,
fish
and the
at
old man that they
then
rescued
on,
from prison
but
was Mosaic, an Inhuman with the power to possess
that'll be
people.
about it.
Black Widow sent Mosaic
Got
out to
some
take
time
over the
before
Hydra
that
guards and
happens.
start a commotion. And the kids are about to start the distraction while she positioned for her shot. That's when she found herself under attack. Frank Hassel, the Punisher, opened fire on her, sent her to Hydra to remove the threat known as Black Widow. As she kicked the Punisher in
I
the
can't
face,
believe
she
I
asked
actually
him,
got
"What did
it."
Steve promise you to get you onto Hydra's side?" And Frank told her, "A safer world." Meanwhile, Spider-Man breaks out of the vehicle and begins to swing towards the Capitol building. Black Widow and Punisher go back and forth, both highly trained and capable of delivering damaging blows. But in the end, Black Widow is just trained more, and she got 2 knives into Frank's legs. Black Widow looked at Frank as he told her, "Steve said he would bring back everyone that we had lost with the Cosmic Cube. My family, Natasha." She got back into position to open fire with the rifle, and that's when she saw through the scope that Spider-Man had gotten up. He had walked up to Steve, and she knew that this was bad as she leaped out of the window. Both Steve and Miles saw the vision. They knew what was about to happen. Miles was supposed to kill Steve, and as Steve tells Miles, "We both know how this ends, so let's see what you're made of." Natasha is pushing her way through the crowd, getting closer and closer. Steve raises his shield, and as he goes in, Natasha jumps in the way, pushing him. But that shield, it still came down. It still did its damage, and it broke Black Widow's neck. Her eyes went lifeless and cold, and she hit the ground, killed by Steve Rogers. Miles saw it and he shouted, "No!" as he charged at Steve. In a single punch, Miles broke the shield that Steve had been using as a replacement for his original, and then he knocked Steve to the ground with a second punch. He walked over, grabbing Steve's body and raising him up, prepared to do what he was destined to do, to end this in murder. And the Wasp floats over, telling him, "Don't do it, don't murder him, and don't do it for yourself. Do it for her, for Natasha. She didn't want you to become a killer. She would want you to be Spider-Man." So he throws Steve's body down, leaving him injured, and the Hydra guards run up, grabbing their supreme leader, while the champions are all arrested. As Steve is brought out of sight, he is brought over to Sharon Carter, the woman who stood by his side all of these years, and now that he's a Hydra agent, doesn't want anything to do with him. She also tries to murder him, and he pushes her aside, calling for the guards to take her away, bring her to brainwashing. Meanwhile, in the vanishing point, the other Steve is about to be murdered by the Red Skull when he sees a woman, and he sees her as Hope. Hope that he can get through this. So he dodged the club, kicked the Red Skull before running him towards the cliffside. They both plummeted over it and into the water down below as he thought to himself, it's that glimmer of hope that keeps us alive. In the real world, the news of Black Widow's death reached the remaining members of the Resistance, and everyone thought it was all lost. The fight was over. But it wasn't, was it? We just needed a glimmer of hope. And it was Sam Wilson who put back on his Captain America uniform and told them, we aren't done yet, guys. Now I'm going to break the immersion for 1 second to explain something. I'm going to be covering what happened within issue 8 and 9. Everything that is about to happen is going to be going very fast, but every one of these is a plot point that is actually explained in length in tie-ins. Some of them we're going to be covering, like Deadpool, the Darkhold, and Spider-Man, but some of them we won't be covering, like the Inhuman Liberation and the Survival Beyond the Shield. Some of these you'll just have to read yourself, but we will get to them in additional videos. Now, let's go to the story. Raj gets a machine working that projects a message within the Darkhold and beyond the shield into space to the teams of superheroes scattered about. Attention, attention to everyone. This is Captain America and I have an urgent message for you. I know this is going to be hard, but I'm going to need your help more than ever now. Here in the Hydra-controlled United States, there is still an underground movement that is fighting back. Our battle has brought us to finding the Cosmic Cube. The same cube that turned Steve Rogers into Hydra Supreme got broken up and was scattered around the world. We have acquired most of the pieces except for the final one, and they are declaring war on anyone who holds it. But there is still hope. We liberated an Inhumans concentration camp and we met a new Inhuman. His name is Brian, but Tony calls him Barf. His power is to create whatever is needed at the exact moment that we need it by throwing it up. And he barfed up the last Cosmic Cube fragment. That's where all of you come in. Each individual charge of the Cosmic Cube has enough power for one wish. And I'm going to be using that wish to free you from the Darkhold over in New York and bring down the shield over Earth. I know that some of you want to give up hope. But this is our moment, our chance to turn things around, and I know that we've been divided, torn apart, and broken for so damn long, but now it's time to assemble! Tony Stark looks at Sam Wilson. He survived the explosion he set for Steve because he still isn't the real Tony Stark, he's an AI construct. He looks at Sam. Like I told you, Sam, I used it to wish myself a birthday cake, and then I tried to wish myself into being a real boy, but it didn't work. So you need to get out there and wish for nothing until you are high enough to affect everything. Then try and will it into existence like super hard. Good luck, Cap. And Sam, when you're up there, whatever you do, don't think of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. As Sam launches himself into the sky, everyone in the Darkhold and outside of the shield is getting ready. They need to be prepared to charge in. Sam soars through the air, but of course, this sets off the Hydra defense alerts, and the jets are scrambled. Sam knew that this was it, the last hope, the last shot, and the jets opened fire on him. So, if this was the last hope, imagine how it felt to see it crushed so quickly. That's when Sam was shot, and he began to fall out of the sky, plunging into the ocean below. That was it. The heroes had lost. The heroes in the Darkhold were forever lost to the darkness, and the shield would never fall, or would it? You see, at the start of all of this, Quasar was rendered unconscious, but she had now finally awoken. She'd like to try cracking that shield, because while the heroes fell again, it was time to get back up and fight again. Sam lifted himself up out of the water, bleeding and injured, and Quasar hovered over the shield, bombarding it with everything. She used the power of the Protector of the Universe to shatter it into bits. While the heroes in space began to move on the Chitauri Queen that Steve had kidnapped, something else was going on. Yes, the heroes in the Darkhold couldn't get out, but as it turns out, there was one man who was maintaining that spell, and one woman who had the knowledge of this. She got this knowledge from Deadpool, who had secretly been working as a double agent, pretending to help Steve, but actually finding out the info. While Deadpool himself had been left to die, Maria took the information and shot Blackout in the head. Captain Marvel during this swooped into a random house, destroying it in a single blast as she prepares for the fight with her ex-hero. And as she does that, the Darkhold bubble around New York falls and the heroes realize that they have won. There is hope! Hope lives on, and they can still prevail in this battle. And so, they were ready to end this tale. But inside of the vanishing point, the other Steve was still pushing through the forest. The woman who gave him hope wasn't real, and she began to fade from existence. And as he realized that it was Sharon Carter, the love of his life and his only reason to exist, he began to scream out in frustration. That's when he heard a child's voice, the voice of Kobik, the little girl in the Cosmic Cube. They're all gone.
We're charging an arm and a leg.
She apologized to him with tears rolling down her face as she tells him that she wanted everyone to be happy, but she messed it all up. They wanted me to make everything better, but I made it worse.
Terrible.
Remember. Meanwhile, at the Hydra Supreme Command base, the removed King of Wakanda, T'Challa, stands before Steve, and then the X-Men arrive to discuss the matters at hand. But everything is slowed down by the battle from the heroes that are pushing forward. Steve just says, I have them right where I want them. All the heroes begin to get closer to the capital, and even Peter Parker finally leaps in asking, hey guys, what did I miss? Besides the fascist takeover of the United States, lots of death and destruction, general chaos, kind of an insensitive question now that I think about it. From across the globe, the heroes have all returned. They have all been given hope that they can finally end this and take back what Hydra has taken from them. Meanwhile, Emma Frost and Steve begin their talks on the mutant surrender and how Hydra is going to be taking over New Tien. But Emma informs him, no mutant will ever kneel to you. And luckily, Magneto agrees with me. Magneto then begins to pull out the Hydra dreadnoughts from the sky, pulling them to the ground, crushing the metal that they are made of, as he is the master of metal. And even with all of that, the heroes didn't have enough to win. They were beginning to lose, until one individual had seen enough. Odin's son called out, no more! During this, the champions got free from their prison and they joined the fight, and while the heroes fought for the future fought for them. Viv went to her father, clearing him of the virus. Doctor Strange exorcised the demon out of Scarlet Witch, and with a little help from Thor, as he summoned her back from the plane of existence that she had been banished to. Bucky frees T'Challa, bringing the Black Panther into the fight, and even Sharon Carter, who was faking her brainwashing, sees the heroes finally prevailing, sees the hope of victory, as she begins to program the SHIELD helicarriers that Steve stole, causing them to fall out of the sky. Through all of it, Steve still had a plan, and that was to have the cosmic cube that he had collected placed into his armor, into his chest, making him a god. Can the heroes win against a god? But back in the Vanishing Point, Kobik hits Steve with his memories and he begins to remember. He was a soldier, fighting for a cause that he believed in, and there was a battle where he was about to die when he woke up. Here, in this place. I don't understand. Am I dead? Am I dreaming? Can I go home? Who am I? And Kobik showed him a pool. And in that pool was what had happened while he was gone. He conquered the US, taking forth the hammer of Thor, and he killed the Red Skull. He realized what he was and what was happening. He wasn't in his mind. He wasn't dead. This wasn't the afterlife or some other dimension. This is Kobik's memory of the people that she changed. And that is all that he is. A memory of how Steve needs to be. So he asked her to bring him back, put him back into reality. The world shook. Something was coming, so Kobik ran. Because in the real world, while the heroes had defeated the armies, the ships, the vehicles, they hadn't defeated Steve. Now, Hydra Steve stood before them in battle armor with a cosmic cube in his chest. And he looked down on the heroes. Stand down. Look, we're finally here. But you're too late. The time for fighting is over. It's time to rebuild. Hydra is going to use the cosmic cube to restore the old world, forge it into something better, stronger. And Logan stops him. I don't think you got any takers in the crowd, bub. So Hawkeye's the one who calls it. For Nat, Avengers assemble! And as the heroes charged against him, they didn't stand a chance. With a single punch, he leveled them all. He erased all of the Marvel heroes from existence, bringing the entire universe into the vision that he foresaw. The entire
because he's got like the cosmic cube in
in
him or
Hydra's
something.
vision.
Is that
Steve
what's going on?
had won. This was the end of our story.
Right.
He gazed out and he was pleased. He saw a vision close to perfection. But something was missing. Hope still survived. That's when we hear a voice. You know, a wise man once said, it's not over until the fat lady sings. And that's when behind Steve we see Sam, Scott, and Bucky. Sam steps forward, kneeling before Steve, saying the words, Hail Hydra, and he presents the last piece of the cosmic cube to Steve. That was it. Steve had become omnipotent, and then it was gone. You see, Ant-Man and Bucky were shrunken down and in the cube, so when it merged together, Bucky went into it to get one thing. Inside of the Vanishing Point, the alternate Steve was looking around for Kobik, and when he found her screaming and crying out, he told her, let me help you. Above them, a door had opened, and together Steve and Kobik were pulled out of the cosmic cube and into reality. Behind Steve stepped out Kobik, who reverted the world to the way it was supposed to be, and that's when, in front of Steve, he was faced with his nightmare. The true hope of the Marvel Universe, Captain America, stood before him, and the red, white, and blue with a rather angry look upon his face. This imposter, this fraud, looked upon the real Captain America. "You're not real." And Cap looked back at him. Best as I understand it, that's up for grabs at the moment. It's time people saw the truth. As the two individuals began to battle it out, they were matched far too evenly, and with each punch thrown, there was another just as strong to follow it up. Both men saw Thor's hammer out of the way in the middle of the field, and both men dove for it. Steve grabbed the hammer first, but this was the moment that he had dreaded, the reason he had never wielded the hammer, because his rise to power was on the back of a lie. He was never worthy. So, Captain America walked over. "Here, let me try." And Captain America picked up the hammer and swung it hard. The blow was so hard that it shattered Steve's armor and threw him to the ground, because only the true Captain America is worthy. And it was at this moment that Steve-L was defeated. Captain America stood over him. That was it. It was over. The Secret Empire had been defeated. Captain America returned the hammer to Thor, and Kobik looked at everyone. "I'm sorry I got it wrong, but I know what to do now, and I'll fix everything." So she restored the proper timeline and removed the threat of Hydra once again. She then gave a gift to all of the heroes, something to remember the hope that they needed, to discover who they really were. This is the Generations tie-in, and I'll be covering those in a bit.
It's hilarious that he's
Once they
just
all
out
came
there
back from their little
somewhere,
excursion
just
into
a
the
Nazi
entire
Captain
universe,
America,
they had a
sitting
newfound
around in
purpose,
prison.
one that told them why they're heroes. Why they are the Earth's mightiest heroes.
Guess they don't all
There
have to
you have it,
die.
our secret empire, telling you exactly how we got to where we are
The whole
in Secret
clone
Empire.
thing.
Now let me know in the comments down below. How do
Usually
we do?
almost
do you feel
always
that all
die
of these
by the
pertain
end
to
of
the
the,
actual storyline, that they are important?
you know,
And also, if you want to
story.
support us and join the Comicstorian
Doppelgangers,
Premium membership,
whatever.
please consider going over to our Patreon, where we release a lot of our videos early access there, days before they get put up into the actual YouTube. Either way, guys, just watching this is a huge support to us, and I really do appreciate it. And overall, I'll see you next time right here at the Comicstorian channel. The Power Rangers comic books from Boom Studios are simply incredible. I cannot praise them enough. Kyle Higgins does an amazing job of taking the Power Rangers that we love and enjoy and
shit,
adding
Power
more and more
Rangers,
to
all
them.
right.
From what I understand, it's
some
out of
Power
continuity,
Ranger
but it doesn't
comics,
matter.
right?
I am in love with these comic books, and you should be as well. Well, recently they started an event known as Shattered Grid, in which the character Lord Draken has come back for revenge. But many of you who have seen the hype for Lord Draken may be curious as to where Lord Draken came from. Well, today we're going to be covering the first, I want to say, 15 to 20 issues of Power Rangers. We broke it up weird for the sake of the videos, but we are going to bring you the entirety of the Lord Draken origin arc. I hope you guys enjoy. In the not-so-distant future, the city of Angel Grove witnessed their first crisis at the hands of a woman named Rita Repulsa, who wanted to conquer Earth. Rita sent monsters down to destroy the city, but not long after, the city received their heroes, the Power Rangers. The Rangers fought off these monsters, and when Rita attempted to power up her army, the Rangers called on their robots, the Dinozords, to stop her. With the Rangers stopping her plans, Rita thought that she needed something just as powerful to fight the Rangers, so she created one of her own, the Green Ranger. But just as the Green Ranger seemed to be too much for them, something happened, and the Green Ranger started to work with the rest of the Rangers to stop more monsters from attacking the city. This is where our story begins, in the Angel Grove High School, with the Pink Ranger Kim and the Green Ranger Tommy discussing that even though it's been a busy week, they should probably continue their training. Kim suggests that maybe after their training, they could go get a cup of coffee afterwards. And just as Tommy says sure, the bell rings and Kim says assuming they can even make it through class first. A little while later, all of the Rangers sit for lunch as the Black Ranger, Zach, tells everyone that he may have gotten detention for sleeping in class, and the Red Ranger, Jason, will be joining him since he tried to defend him. The Yellow Ranger, Trini, says that while they're serving their time, her and Billy will go back and run some diagnostics on Tommy's Dragon Zord and see why it hasn't been responding to him lately. Meanwhile, up on the moon, Rita sits with her minions discussing their last encounter and their attempt to charge the Crystal. The chaos energy created by the Dragon Zord in defeating their last monster did charge it, but in order to bring it to its full strength, they're going to need more energy. Elsewhere, back on Earth, Kim and Tommy have begun their training as Tommy fights a huge group of putties and Kim fights off a giant beast. Zordon tells Tommy that he's running out of time. The civilian group with him has sustained injuries and they won't survive much longer. He needs to find a path to get them to safety. Tommy calls out for everyone, telling them that he's got a game plan for them. They're going to cut through the streets to avoid his partner while she fights off that giant monster over there. However, as Tommy leads the civilians away, he leads them right into another putty ambush, and in the back of his mind, he can hear hear Rita taunting him as the putties slowly start taking out the civilians. Tommy
Green
screams,
Ranger,
"No!"
best
and Rita
Ranger.
says, "You did this! This is all
We all
your
know it.
fault. They counted on you and you failed them." Shortly after the simulator ends, Kim tells him to not be so hard on himself, and Zordon explains that this training sequence was designed for failure. They needed to gauge how he deals with defeat, and Tommy tells him he wants to do it again. He can do it better, and he wants to do it alone. He then turns to Kim, stating that he knows that they're supposed to go get coffee after, but she tells him she gets it, no big deal. Later that night, Tommy heads back home and he goes straight to his room, and as he lays on his bed, he asks himself, what do the Power Rangers mean to him? Suddenly, a sword appears at his throat, and a voice tells him, don't waste too much time on that, you've only got a few minutes left. Rita's minion Scorpina has her blade at Tommy's throat, telling him, we can make this a lot easier if you just give back what isn't yours. Give back the power coin and you can live. Outside his room, his mother calls out, stating that she knows that he's tired, but he should eat something, and inside, Scorpina says, maybe if you don't want to cooperate, your mother can persuade you. Maybe we should ask. But before she can finish, Tommy knocks the blade away as he hits his teleporter, grabbing a hold of Scorpina and sending them both out into the woods. As they appear out there, Scorpina tells him, this is perfect, an isolated location, and then grips down on his communicator, breaking it, telling him, and now you have no way to call for help. Tommy kicks her away and he shouts, it's morphin' time, and he holds out his power coin and begins to change. Once he changes into the Green Ranger, he tells her that if she wants his power coin, she's gonna have to come and get it. She swings her sword and Tommy deflects it with his dagger, and then he punches her back. As she steps back and gets up, she tells him, one of us is a proven warrior, the other is a child, and she disappears. She reappears, striking Tommy in the back, and while he's down, the putty begin to appear, and she tells them, let's see how long he can even last. Elsewhere in the town, Kim goes to visit Jason as he finishes up his karate class when they get a call from Zordon telling them that something is wrong. Tommy needs their help. Back in the woods, Tommy begins fighting off the putty, but while he defeats more and more of them, Scorpina tells herself that he's fighting just as they knew he would, waging one more war. And that's why he was chosen in the first place. But what he doesn't know is that every blow he makes, it aids their cause. He's making the Chaos Crystal that much stronger. Their goal isn't just to steal the coin. They need Tommy to fight and create chaos energy. But as the fight goes on, Scorpina is attacked. From the woods, Jason and Kim jump out firing their guns, while Kim asks why they can't take a hint. Tommy is done with them. Jason fights off Scorpina while Kim frees Tommy from the putty, and just as Zack arrives, Scorpina decides that it's time for her to leave. Once free, Tommy chases after her while everyone tells him to wait, but the further he runs, he sees that she's gone, and the voice of Rita tells him, try not to beat yourself up too much over this one. The others probably wouldn't have come to save the Red Ranger. You're no Jason, Tommy. As Jason and the rest of the Rangers finish up the putties, Tommy returns and Jason tells him, I'm sorry, I wish we would have gotten here sooner, but Tommy lashes out to him stating, I was blindsided. I'm sure you think you could have done better. Jason tells him to relax. He knows that he did everything that he could, but Tommy smacks his hand away stating, I know what you're saying. Back at the command center, the Rangers talk with Zordon about the recent events with Rita attacking Tommy directly, but Tommy tells everyone that she can do what she wants. She won't get the power coin or the Dragon Zord. Kim then says, speaking of, were Billy and Trini able to figure out what's wrong with the Dragon Zord and why it's not listening to Tommy? Billy explains that after their testing, everything seems to run fine as far as he can see. It just stopped listening to Tommy when he calls for it. Zordon says the Zords are connected to each of them. They must feel as comfortable with their users as their users do with them. And as the conversation goes on, Tommy begins to feel weak and then he collapses. A few moments later, Tommy awakes from a nightmare with everyone sitting around asking if he's okay. Trini checks his pulse and says that his heart rate is still up. Maybe they should run a power scan just to make sure nothing weird is going on. And Zordon tells her that that would be most wise. Up on the moon, Rita is watching as Tommy slowly begins to lose control. But all things are going according to their plan. The battle with Tommy drove him to his limits, and the crystal is fueled by green chaos energy. With one final attack, the crystal will have enough strength to open up the portal. Scorpina asks if they were to attack, they would need the Dragon Dagger. And Rita tells her, no. We don't need that Dragon Dagger. We need a Dragon Dagger. The putty bring in one of the defeated ones, struck by Tommy's dagger, and Finster pours a liquid into its chest, making a copy from the original imprint. Although it will be very unstable, it will serve its purpose. Down in the command center, Trini begins to run her tests on Tommy, talking with him to try and keep him calm, but before they can get started, they begin to hear a loud thumping coming from outside. The two of them run outside along with Alpha to see what's going on, and suddenly the ground shakes as the Dragon Zord bursts out of the ground, destroying Alpha. Trini asks if but Tommy says says, I didn't call anything. And the two of them begin to change into their ranger forms. Tommy tries to teleport inside, but it's like something is blocking him from entering. Trini jumps into her Zord and she begins to fight off the Dragon Zord. But as the battle goes on, the Dragon Zord overpowers her, slamming her into the ground. The Dragon Zord then begins to hear something. The music that Tommy uses to call upon it, and it leans down to him. While he plays, the Dragon Zord lets out a massive roar, and it lunges at Tommy. And then Tommy wakes back up, lying on the table in the lab. Trini tells him that everything is fine, just lay back down, they're almost done. But when she goes back to the results from the scan, she notices something. Everyone gathers back at the command center, and Trini goes over the results, first showing everyone what the power scan would normally look like with someone like Jason. However, Tommy's scan is off the charts. Billy says that the Dragon coin isn't tied to the Morphin grid like theirs are, but there is way too much disparity in this. Zordon tells everyone there that there isn't much they know about the Green Ranger's powers. These results could simply be Tommy still getting used to them, and Zach asks if it could be Rita still messing with him. But Kim says it can't be her. She had the coin once, but the powers didn't come from her. Besides, Tommy would be able to tell if she was still messing with him, right? And everyone turns to Tommy, and he tells them, actually, just after you broke Rita's spell over me, I've been having these flashes. But eventually, they became more as she started talking to me. Jason then asks why he kept this a secret, and he says he thought he can handle it. But Jason tells him that he could have put them all in danger. Right now, he's not ready, and that's when the alarms go off. Out in the ocean, Scorpina reports back that everything is working. With Finster's dagger in the crystal, she has full control of the Dragon Zord, and she's in position to embark on the final assault. The Rangers all see Scorpina in the cockpit of the Dragon Zord, but based on the reading that Billy is looking at, the power reading coming back is not coming from the Dragon Dagger. Tommy says that he should try and teleport in, but Alpha tells him that whatever Scorpina is using, it's interfering with their teleportation frequencies. And Jason tells him that he's not in any shape to fight anyway. So for now, they're going to go take care of this, and then they're going to move forward as they work as a team. So for now, Tommy's going to stay behind and take it easy. All of the other Rangers teleport out, calling on their Dinozords, and they begin to move out. And Scorpina continues trampling through the city when suddenly a chain fires out, grabbing the Dragon Zord's leg. As she looks back, she sees Billy's Triceratops pulling back on the Dragon Zord, slowly dragging her back into the ocean. Up on the moon, Rita's watching, but Finster tells her not to worry. I will create the perfect distraction! And he pulls down a lever. With a loud boom going off, lightning strikes the water. And then from the waters, a giant shark creature appears, biting through the chains connecting the Triceratops to the Dragon Zord. Kim and Jason begin their attacks, but while this is going on, Tommy watches the whole thing from the command center. As he's watching, he hears Rita telling him that he's just sitting back on the sidelines again, aren't you? Tommy looks at her and he tells her, you know what? Instead of listening to you, I'm gonna be the one who talks, and right now, you're still just me. Maybe I wasn't ready to let go of you. Maybe I'm even afraid, but not anymore. The only way you have power over me is if I give you the power over me, and I'm sick of doing that. The image of Rita begins to fade, and Tommy turns back to Zordon, telling him, I can't just sit here. I've got the real Dragon Dagger, and that means that I still have a chance of controlling the Dragon Zord. Back in the ocean, the battle goes on, but then everyone sees Tommy teleport on the head of the Dragon Zord. Scorpina shakes him off, but Kim flies by catching him, and Tommy tells everyone, I got a plan. You're just gonna have to trust me. So Jason tells him, all right, we will, but right now, we need the Megazord power. Kim swings back, flying close to the Dragon Zord, and she tells him that she hopes that he knows what he's doing. And Tommy jumps up, telling her, I hope I do too. As he gets closer, he kicks in the window of the Dragon Zord cockpit, and he begins to struggle with Scorpina. Jason and the rest of them begin to fight and destroy the shark creature while Tommy battles against Scorpina. But during the struggle, Tommy grabs a hold of the replica dagger and he pulls it out, shattering it on the ground. Scorpina tells him that he can't, and Tommy knocks her away, telling her, I just did. As the battle finishes, all of the Rangers return back to the command center as Jason begins to yell at Tommy for not listening. But Tommy argues that if he didn't, things wouldn't have worked out. They did win, so they should just leave it at that. He then turns to leave, but Zach grabs him, telling him, hey, Jason is still talking to you. And after shaking him off, Tommy drops a green crystal. The argument begins to rise between Tommy and Jason, and just as Tommy attempts to swing at Jason, the crystal begins to shine. Scorpina begins to laugh, stating, it's working! And Alpha says that it's a portal like he's never seen before opening, and then an explosion goes off. The command center begins to crumble, and through the debris, the Rangers begin to crawl out, and Tommy begins to ask if this is another hallucination. But Trini tells him, no, this is real. From the rubble, something begins to climb out and stand above them, and then shrinks back down. The voiceover robot tells them,
hello, I've been looking forward to destroying you for some time now. Who wants to go first?
Not long before the arrival of Tommy, Rita watches the Prime Minister of Italy speaking out to the public that they will not bend to her will and that they are not afraid of her. Shortly after watching that, though, Rita has released a four-armed creature to attack Italy's cities. As the creature begins to destroy the cities, the Power Rangers appear in their Megazord to battle against it. And as the fight went on, the creature turned his attention down towards the fleeing civilians, one of which being the Prime Minister. As the creature reached out to grab him, Jason jumps from the Zord, stabbing the creature in its chest to stop it. Jason then jumped down to the Prime Minister, telling him that they need to hurry and get out of there. But before they could teleport away, the creature gets back up and grabs them. Before it can, though, Zack takes control of the Megazord and cuts through the creature's chest. Kim tells him that that was the best thing that could have happened, a literal killer swipe. And as the Rangers jump down to check on the people, they all begin to cheer for Jason having saved the Prime Minister. As they cheer, Zack turns away, questioning why no one is cheering for him since he was the one who stopped the creature. And then up on the moon, Rita watches and takes notice of Zack's concern. One day back in the States, Zack heads home when a group of putties attack him. Zack manages to fight off several of them, but as the group starts to grow back, they overpower him and Goldar tells them to take him away. A short while later, Zack starts to wake up chained and bound, with Rita's voice telling him that she's sorry about the ambush, but he can have her word that she comes in peace. Zack tells her that he somehow doubts that. Rita waves her arm, removing the chains, telling him that there won't be any tricks, but as you can see, he still has his power coin. In fact, he can leave anytime that he wants. Zack asks what she could possibly want, and she says that just like she said, she has come to talk and express how he handled things in Italy. Because he's the real reason that the Rangers won. It was him who took control of the Megazord when Jason jumped out to run off and be the Glory Hound. Zack watches without saying a word. And Rita tells him that she thinks they may have gotten off on the wrong foot. Let her show him something. The two of them teleport away, and as Zack looks around, Rita says that this is part of her palace. When someone is trapped in a dumpster for 10,000 years, one comes to appreciate open floors. Zack asks if he's supposed to feel sorry for her, and Rita says that she doesn't really want all of this destruction and bad blood between them. Really, it was Zordon who hasn't given her much choice and started using the Zords to attack her. Rita goes on to state that really all she wants to do is help Earth reach its full potential under her leadership. As an orb begins to light up, it shows images of wars across the Earth, and Rita says that they can stop all of these skirmishes. Zack asks her what she means by that, and she tells him that because she thinks that he could be more, he could be on her team. Images start to change to a Green Ranger, and Rita says that under her, he could be the one to lead. He could change the world to a better place. The images show the Green Ranger taking off his helmet, and they reveal Zack. Zack watches the images and says that she's right. They should be doing more. Goldar says that he's making a very smart decision, but as he finishes his sentence, Zack turns back, punching Goldar. Zack quickly catches his coin, but Rita shocks him down and Goldar grabs onto him. Zack manages to punch back Goldar and hit his communicator and teleport out. Back down to the command center, Zack explains to Zordon what happened, and he tells them that for now, that they should keep the situation between themselves so that they don't alarm anyone else on the team. Zack says the weird thing is that they were being honest. He was almost tempted in what he saw. And Zordon tells him that it means that he is human for wanting the best in the world. It is an undeniable and admirable quality. That is why he is honored to work with a Power Ranger such as himself. Back on the moon, Rita sits watching Tommy, stating that they will need to start with a clean slate, someone who isn't already a Power Ranger. And as she says that, a voice tells her that he will leave. He will turn his back and join them. Rita calls out who's there, and a voice tells her that she's truly ready to rule the world. When she sees that he is right, she will then see him. Back in the current time, after the events of the first volume of the story, which you can find a link to down below, the voice has made himself known to the Rangers and told them that he would offer them one chance to surrender, though he already knows what the answer would be. Jason shouts to the Black Dragon that there is no chance in hell that they are surrendering, and he tells him, "Good, I would have thought much less of you otherwise." Just then the Black Dragon opens up its mouth and released a powerful blast, stripping away the Rangers' suits. As he walks towards them, Kim takes out her bow and fires an arrow, stopping the blast. Kim shouts for everyone to hurry and move in, and all of the Rangers jump into attack, but the Black Dragon blasts them away again and knocks Tommy away with his tail. The Black Dragon then grabs a hold of Jason and releases more of the blast directly onto him, and Trini and Billy attack to free him. As the Rangers gather around, Jason tells him that this is his last chance, and the Black Dragon responds with, "I think I'll pass." He holds out his arm and he fires a beam, launching Jason and Trini into a wall. Trini then calls out that they need to retreat before things get worse, and the Black Dragon picks up Tommy, telling him, "You're rather unique. Let's make you a bit more normal then." He begins ripping the dragon armor off, and Zack jumps and swinging his axe, telling him to let go. Jason shouts that he's going to teleport them to a pocket dimension, so hang on, and the Rangers all begin to teleport away. But the Black Dragon grabs Billy and tells him, not so fast. As everyone teleports away, the Black Dragon throws Billy to the ground and says, I only needed one of you. Billy tries to fight back, but after a blast to the face, the Black Dragon throws him to the ground and says out loud, Rita, they are ready. Meanwhile, the other Rangers are teleported to the pocket dimension, and without Zordon with them, it's beginning to fall apart. Zack asks what happened, and Kim says that it was like someone was peeling the skin off of them with a knife. But as everyone checks on one another, they all notice that Billy isn't with them. Jason scans back to see what's going on in the command center, but Rita's forces have already begun making their way inside. Kim asks Tommy if any of Rita's visions can answer anything about what's going on or who this Black Dragon is, and he says that Scorpina mentioned the crystal was charged with the green chaos energy, but other than that, he has no clue what's going on. Zack tells him that this whole Black Dragon thing is tied to him, and he doesn't know? Tommy shouts no, he doesn't, and Kim jumps between them before the argument can get any further. She tells them both that they're supposed to be friends, and right now, there is another friend who needs them all. As the two of them step back and cool off, Trini looks at a display, asking what they're supposed to do to bring everyone back. Back at the command center, Rita says that she was skeptical of him contacting her at first, but with the exception of losing Scorpina, this operation went much better than expected. The Black Dragon says the Rangers have fled to a pocket dimension, and even without being able to follow them, I have another way to deal with them. Black Dragon grabs Billy's power coin and says that he's going to use it as an access point to the Morphin Grid. He holds up the green crystal and he fires a blast through it into the power coin. Back over in the pocket dimension, Tommy explains that it's possible that Rita has taken Billy into the dark dimension. And just as Jason tries to figure out a plan, everyone but Tommy begins to scream in pain. A light shines on everyone and Tommy looks at them all without their powers, asking what's happened. As Rita's forces make their way into the command center, the Black Dragon looks over Jason's Zord, and then he opens his mouth, creating a blast. The Zord's eyes light up, and he tells it it's time to wake up. Elsewhere in the command center, Rita sits on her throne, stating it's good to be the queen. And then she picks up Alpha's head, asking, wouldn't you agree? She tosses it on the ground, telling the putties to go ahead and melt him down. But as Alpha's head hits the ground, his lights begin to turn on. While everyone tries to figure out what happened to their powers, Tommy heads off on his own, and he watches the video feed from just before the attack. Kim wakes up, telling him that she's not sure how watching that is going to help. But they both sit down, and Tommy says so much for making a good first impression. She tells him technically, his first impression was him trying to kill them all. They smile, and Tommy says that he wants to do a good job. And Kim says that right now he's the only one with powers, so something tells her that he's going to have a shot at proving that. But before they can go on, the display changes to Rita, telling the people of Earth, hello! A broadcast around the world plays as Rita tells the world that she has a message of unity today. Their wars have gone on far too long. She is here to give the leaders of the world 24 hours to stand down and pledge allegiance to her before she destroys them. And for those wondering about the Power Rangers, they will not be coming to save them. In fact, she has taken over their home. So they have 24 hours to come to their senses before she releases the Zords and attacks any nation who doesn't pledge loyalty. Tommy and Kim run to the others to see if they are watching this, and they ask what are they supposed to do. Jason says that from what Trini has gathered, it seems the Black Dragon is somehow interfering with them being able to access the Morphin Grid, which would explain why Tommy isn't affected. Trini then adds that she wouldn't exactly know where to start. Billy is the one who understood all of this. Tommy tells everyone that he might have a plan because if Billy has been taken to the dark dimension, they could go to Rita's moon base and access the portal there. Since most of her forces are down here, it shouldn't be hard getting in. Zack asks how they're supposed to get there, and Jason and Tommy smile. A short while later, they launch into space in the Dragon Zord, and they land on the moon. The putties on guard begin to notice something in the distance, and then they see the Dragon Zord's eyes begin to glow. Tommy fires missiles at the post and jumps out, telling Jason to keep the engine running. While Jason creates a distraction, Tommy sneaks into the base and makes his way to the teleporter room. But before he can access it, the Black Dragon tells him, "Welcome back." Back in the pocket dimension, Zack tells Trini that it might be time for her to take a break. She's been trying to figure this thing out ever since they got here, and Trini says that this was all her fault. She wouldn't have told Jason that they needed to retreat. If they didn't, then maybe. But before she can go on, the screen beeps with an incoming transmission. As Trini looks at the screen, she asks if that's Alpha. Up on the moon, the Black Dragon throws Tommy aside and sees the Dragon Zord and says he's guessing that Jason's up there. But since he doesn't have powers, maybe he should grow to his size to fight. The black dragon begins fighting and struggling with the Zord, but he quickly overpowers it and knocks it into the air. Tommy calls out to Jason, but then he feels something grabbing his helmet. The black dragon holds Tommy up and tells him, "You have a much bigger problem to worry about." As he holds him up, the black dragon goes on to state, "You had it all. Why turn your back on Rita only to die alone here on the moon?" And Tommy tells him that dying is definitely not a part of the plan. He calls back his dragon armor and slips out from the black dragon's grasp, and he tells Jason that he could really use a distraction now. Jason shouts that he's kind of working on it. First, he needs to get things stabilized. He then makes a run for the base, but the black dragon stomps in his way, stating, "Nice, but you're not getting off of this moon." After dodging the next attack, Tommy tells him that he wasn't really trying to leave. He just wanted to grab the putty cannon because low gravity makes holding this
Oh
thing
my
a lot
god, am
easier.
I actually gonna get
Cannon
it?
goes off and the black dragon
Damn
claps
it.
his hands together, creating a force throwing Tommy away. Tommy tells him that it says an awful lot about him, staying 30 stories tall to fight him. The black dragon slowly begins to shrink down in size and says, "You're right. Wouldn't want to give you any excuses for losing, now would I?" Tommy gets back up and he jumps towards him, but the black dragon swings his arm, knocking Tommy to the ground. He then takes both of his fists and he slams down on Tommy's helmet over and over, and then he stops. Tommy asks why he's hesitating, and then the roar of the dragon Zord can be heard as it rockets down towards them. The crash breaks off one of the black dragon's arms and throws him to the side. Jason quickly teleports Tommy into the cockpit and says that the putties are fortifying the base. They miss their shot for now. The black dragon looks up and sees the dragon Zord escaping back towards the Earth. And a few moments later in the pocket dimension, Jason teleports in holding Tommy and the black dragon's broken arm, telling everyone that he needs some help. Kim asks what happened, but Tommy lays down stating that he's fine. Just give him a few minutes. Jason says the black dragon got them separated and Tommy fought as long as he could, but they couldn't find Billy. Trini picks up the
really?
broken arm asking what this is, and Jason says he's not sure what they can do with it. Maybe run a scan on it or something? A voice then asks if that's Jason, and Jason runs to the screen asking if it's really Alpha. Alpha says that he was just telling Trini that his backup systems are functional, but for how long is unknown. Trini asks if he was able to see what's going on, and Alpha says that currently their powers in the Zords are being controlled by the black dragon using Billy's power coin. Kim asks how he can do that. Who is the black dragon anyway? And Alpha tells him that he's not sure. Jason then tells everyone that Rita's time limit is almost up. They need to hurry and figure out a way to get their powers back. Meanwhile, back at the command center, Rita then asks how it is that he just let them go. The black dragon tells her, "I underestimated the Green Ranger, but when I destroy him, I want him at full power." And Rita asks him, "And why is that again?" He doesn't say anything as Finster continues working on his arm. And Rita says that she did see what happened on the moon. He had him, but it was as if he hesitated. The black dragon stands up stating that he's doing all of this because she couldn't conquer Earth alone, and that is why he is helping. So what he does is none of her concern, but his only request is that he is the only one to destroy the Green Ranger. He snaps his arm back into place and says the next time that he encounters him, he will not hesitate to deliver the final blow. Back over in the pocket dimension, Zack sits with Tommy telling him that Jason says that he went toe-to-toe with the dragon when he was 30 stories tall. And Tommy says he tried to at least. And Zack says that's pretty ridiculous.
Damn
But
it.
Tommy adds, maybe not one of his best ideas. Zack apologizes to him, stating that he really shouldn't have doubted him because of what Rita did. Heck, only one of them has ever taken on a 30-story monster by themselves, even if that wasn't the best idea. But then something dawns on Tommy. He gets up and asks Trini if the arm can be used to make some kind of a blast on its own. Trini tells him maybe, but why would that even matter? And Tommy says that they've all lost their powers because they were cut off in the morphing grid, right? So what if they all used his access? Jason asks what does that even mean, and Tommy explains that if they try and morph, they should be able to blast the filter through his coin to give them all his powers. Alpha says that splitting the Green Ranger powers amongst them would provide an alternate way to access the morphing grid, but it would leave Tommy powerless. As Tommy looks back, he tells them, alone, he won't be able to do much, but with the help of everyone else, well, it's worth a shot. He picks up the arm and he places it over his own, and he tells everyone to get ready. They all get into place, and Jason calls out for them to morph. As everyone calls out their Zords, the green light begins to fill the room with a sudden flash. Tommy looks at everyone and says, that's different. Everyone changed into their power suits, but they're all green. Seconds begin to count down as the Dino Zords all take their place around the world, ready for combat. Just 24 hours ago, Rita announced to the world that she has come to rule, and all of the world's leaders will one day pledge their allegiance to her. The Black Dragon, now in control of the Dino Zord, stands in Paris ready to attack as the world leaders have chosen not to side with Rita. As the final seconds pass, the red Dino Zord begins to growl, and then there's a sudden flash of green light. All of the soldiers watch as Jason, now in his green power power suit, teleports in telling them all not to worry. Help has finally arrived. But just as he finishes his sentence, the Black Dragon fires a beam, blowing up the truck that Jason is standing on, telling him, I see that you have found a, unconventional way to the Morphin Grid. However, for you though, it changes nothing as I still have the power to control all of the Zords. Jason picks himself up, telling him, that's funny, because since I was able to morph again, I've had access to my Zord, and so do the others. Just then, Zack, Kim, and Trini all report that they have successfully gained control of their Zords, and the Black Dragon teleports to Billy's Triceratops, telling everyone, you don't have control of all of them. Now it's time to blow you all away. But before he can fire the mounted cannon, 2 laser beams shoot into the side of it, and Tommy tells him, hey, I'm sorry, but that's exactly what I'm not going to let happen. The Black Dragon shouts as he grows to the size of the Dragon Zord, and he punches into its head. He yells to Tommy, there won't be anything to save you this time. And Tommy tells him, yeah, you're right, which is why I'm using the Dragon Dagger this time. Kim then says, besides, this time he's not alone. All of the Rangers begin to surround the Black Dragon, but over in the Dark Dimension, Billy and Goldar are watching. Billy asks him why he's here to watch him, and Goldar tells him that he was placed here due to his failure to capture the Rangers, and he tells him that he would rather not be here. Goldar scoffs, telling Billy that the Black Dragon should have seen that coming after watching his Zord get blasted. But following up on that, Billy then asks, you really don't like the Black Dragon, huh? And Goldar responds with, do you? Billy asks what does he mean by that, and Goldar explains, the Black Dragon can change his size at will. His armor grows and overlaps in ways that I have never seen before. But as they watch, Billy asks Goldar to zoom in on the Black Dragon's neck. It looks like an access hatch, which then causes Billy to stop and ask the question, how are we even watching this, since you know, we're prisoners and all? Goldar tells him that the Dark Dimension is his dimension. Just because he is restrained here does not mean that he cannot control it. But as Billy thinks about it, he says, well, if that's the case, you could leave, right? And Goldar stares at him. So Billy continues, telling him, you know, I think you're right. That can't be the Black Dragon's true form. Who else better to learn and understand him then? If you can let me out of here, I can give you a path back to Rita's side. Goldar mutters, enemies of my enemies. He then raises his hand, creating a portal, telling Billy, you make a convincing point. Don't make me regret this. Back in Paris, the fight between the Zords and the Black Dragon rage on, while Tommy continues to control the Dragon Zord. But as he does, he can hear Billy calling out to him. And just as Tommy asks how he's doing this, Billy tells him it's a long story. Just know that it was Goldar. However, listen carefully. The Black Dragon is mechanical like all of the Zords. Billy points down to his neck, pointing to the access hatch, and Tommy tells him that he sees it. He then tells Billy to hang on, and he teleports right down to the hatch, and he rips his way in.
Damn.
Once inside
That's
with
my
Billy,
window.
he looks around, stating that there must be a power source somewhere. Outside, Jason radios to Tommy, telling him that he could use some help with the Dragon Zord, and Tommy tells him that they're not going to believe this, but him and Billy are inside of the Black Dragon. They have a way to end this. Just then, Tommy breaks the power core, and the Black Dragon begins to roar. He falls on his back, and he starts to revert to his original size. Billy looks around as the structure begins to shake, and he yells, the Black Dragon is shrinking! Tommy holds out his arm to teleport, but there appears to be something blocking the signal. As the Black Dragon crashes down, Tommy radios that he doesn't think that they can hold out. Tell his mother that he loves, but then a bright green light covers the streets and the radio goes silent. Jason and the others jump down to the destroyed body of the Black Dragon to look for Tommy and Billy, but they find nothing. However, as Trini looks at the components of the Black Dragon, she says that these all look familiar, like they come from the Dragon Zord. Meanwhile, back at the command center, Rita tells the Black Dragon's spiritual essence that the Rangers have collected his body. How is that even possible? And he says, because I was never there. That body was nothing more than a vessel. I know where Tommy and Billy teleported to. My world. Then we see who the Black Dragon really is. An alternate form of the White Ranger. And they have no idea what they're in for. Elsewhere, Billy helps Tommy up and Tommy asks where they are. Billy tells him somewhere bad. And that's when Tommy looks up to see 2 giant statues, one of Rita and one of the Green Ranger. But while they were being brought to this place, it begins to remind Billy of a time before. A time when the Rangers were all fighting one of Rita's creatures and they needed him. Jason and Trini used their blasters to keep the monsters busy while Billy needed to shoot out a power source. However, when it came time to take the shot, he froze. Kim managed to release an arrow destroying the monster, but the fact remained that Billy hesitated when the Rangers needed him. So from then on, Billy would read self-help books to try and convince himself that he was in fact a hero, not just some nerdy science guy. Soon the time came for him to battle again, but this time he was ready, and he told himself that he can do this. It's all up to him. So without the help from his Zord, he used a putty's body to slingshot an explosive canister into the giant creature's face. Once it was close enough, he then shot his blaster, hitting the canister, causing it to explode and save the day. The only problem
I like
was
that pose
it was
he
only a
made while
training
he
simulator. Zach watched the program run and told Billy that he did an amazing job, but Billy shrugged it off, telling him that it was really nothing. He just needs to go take a shower. Afterwards, Zach asked Alpha how many times Billy had run that simulation, and Alpha tells him that that was his 64th time. So after Billy cleaned up, Zach went to talk to Billy about it, and that's when he noticed all of the self-help books. Zach told him to talk to him. What's going on? Billy says everyone dreamed about being a hero when they were younger, but something deep down inside of them said that there was something special and extraordinary waiting to come out. Everyone believes themselves to be the hero of their own story. Except, not everyone's cut out for
what's
that.
gonna be
So
my
he's just
next
trying to follow these
window?
books to help make him believe that he is in fact the hero that everyone
For
sees
a
him
while.
as. However, there are times that he's still so afraid. Zach tells him that it's alright. A scared Power Ranger is a smart one. It means that they are people. The thing is, they're not alone. They have each other to lean on when things get hard. And there's no way of just following some formula. Just know that no matter what, these challenges that they face, Billy doesn't have to face them by himself. So the next day, Billy thought long and hard about what Zach told him and decided that he was right. He doesn't need a self-help book to learn how to be a hero. He can do it all on his own, with the help of his friends. But that's just a story of how Billy decided to get the courage to help the team out. So we need to go back to the current times, when Tommy and Billy get up and look around. That's when they hear an announcement begin to play. The voices welcome those listening to the historic Angel Grove, the place where Empress Rita Repulsa brought order and structure to the world through the destruction of Zordon and his minions. However, the current time is 8 p.m. and all museums are now closed. The curfew is officially in effect. All of the citizens begin to return to their homes immediately, and by order of Lord Draken, they are to have a pleasant evening. Tommy says that he has so many questions, and Billy tells him that that would be understandable. He goes on to state that this place appears to be Angel Grove, but when and even what version remains to be unanswered. But before they can further guess where they are, a voice calls out to them that it is curfew! They turn around to see a black ranger holding a rifle, and the ranger tells them, just go ahead and show me your IDs. Tommy tries to say that they mistakenly got off at the wrong stop, and they'll be going on their way now. However, as Tommy tries to go on, the ranger notices the dragon dagger and grabs a hold of him. Billy uses this moment to knock over the ranger, hitting him in the back of the head, and then him and Tommy begin to run. While they escape, the ranger calls out over the radio that they have an alpha alert. 2 suspects on foot, considered to be armed and dangerous. Billy leads Tommy over to where the command center was supposed to be, but instead he finds a correctional facility. The ranger from before catches up, shouting for them not to move, and he fires his rifle as more black rangers begin to show up. Tommy looks over the cliff at the water down below, and he says that it looks like it's time for them to get wet. Those odds seem a lot better than sticking around here. The rangers all begin to shoot at them, and just as Tommy and Billy land in the water, one of the rangers says to the other that they need to let Lord Draken know of this. Meanwhile, back in that pocket dimension, Trini sifts through the black dragon's parts and says that she may have found something. After comparing the images her and Billy got when they were going through the Dragon Zord, a lot of these parts are the same. Kim says that whoever built the black dragon copied the Dragon Zord, and Trini tells her no, they're the same, like the exact same, which should be impossible. Jason then says that if he's following her, the black dragon didn't come from another world, it came from theirs. Kim shouts that that's crazy. Is time travel even possible? And Zach says that it's no weirder than the power coins and giant dinosaurs that they're riding in. So Kim responds with, actually, good point. Jason looks at the black dragon's remains and asks, if that's the case, who built this then? Back with Tommy and Billy, the two cross the waters and they walk up to what used to be the command center. But before them is the scattered bits of the Zords. Billy looks around, telling Tommy that judging by the remains of the Zords, this was a vicious battle. And then a voice chimes in stating, it was a vicious battle indeed. Tommy asks, did you just? And Billy tells him no, but he heard it too. It came down from that hole. Tommy shouts down to the hole asking if anyone's there, and the voice then responds that you are Tommy Oliver and Billy Cranston, though not the ones that I know. Tommy jumps down and Billy tells him to wait, but Tommy says that the voice knows them and they're underneath the command center, so it's worth a risk. After landing, Tommy walks down a narrow pathway, asking the voice, how do you know us? And the voice tells him, that is rather complicated, but one thing that I can answer as soon as you get me out of here. Tommy walks up to a sealed door and the voice said, if you want your answers, all you need to do is open this door. So Tommy does just that and the voice shouts, finally, I can see. Tommy looks in to see a floating sword, and the sword says, not quite what you were expecting. You can call me Saba. Billy shouts down in the hole asking what's going on, and then another light shines down. Tommy climbs out of the hole as the black rangers all begin to surround them again, and Saba shouts, we mustn't stay here, we have to move before. But then another ship lands and out steps the White Ranger. He tells Tommy and Billy that he is Lord Draken. Tommy shouts, you must be the leader here. Well, you have no idea who you're dealing with. So Draken pulls off his helmet and says, oh, I'm sure that I do. You're nothing more than a lesser version of me. Tommy and Billy look up to see a darker and older looking version of Tommy, and Billy says that they can probably rule out that this is modern day Angel Grove. Tommy can't believe it, and he tells Billy that it's not him, and Draken says, no, I'm a much better version. Now lock them up and leave the saber. Saba tells Draken that he's sorry, but I have different plans for this evening. And Saba's eyes begin to light up, and there's a rumble in the ground, and a giant Zord claws its way out roaring. Draken shouts for everyone to get to the cannons as Saba tells the two to come this way. Billy asks where they're going. All of the Zords are destroyed, and the group walks up to the Falcon Zord, and Saba's eyes light up, telling them, looks can be deceiving. Moments later, the Falcon Zord begins to take off, and Draken watches as the three escape. Meanwhile, back at the command center, all of Rita's minions welcome back Goldar from his exile as him and Rita make their way to the throne room. Rita announces that even with the Rangers taking down the Black Dragon, their efforts did bore quite an assortment of fruit. They may no longer have their Zords, but they do have their home. And their old sage is gone along with Billy and Tommy. The Rangers are at their weakest, and they will continue to apply pressure. Rita then calls Finster, and he states that he made his most ambitious and inspired creation yet. But unfortunately, there are still things that only he can provide. And he looks at Goldar. Goldar says that he doesn't understand what is he making, and Rita laughs, telling him, oh, Goldar, we're making a much better you. Back over in the other timeline, Saba lands the Falcon Zord, telling them that they will rest here tonight and allow the fuel cells to recharge overnight. The Falcon Zord will provide you a shelter until we reach our destination. Billy stops him right there, asking, where are we headed? And Saba tells him, that is an excellent question. Through my connection to the Morphin Grid, I have managed to locate the location of the Coinless, a resistance group of sorts. Together with them, we can seek out Draken and put an end to all of this. Tommy stops him. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not just joining up with anyone. And Billy says, that's right. Though we appreciate your help, we would like some answers. So Saba tells them, very well. As you can see, there are some elements in this world that are the same and some are different. Now, how we've arrived to this point requires a bit of understanding of this world. It all started with the arrival of the Green Ranger. Back when the Power Rangers first fought against him, they did manage to break the spell that Rita put over him. However, with his own free will, he chose to go back to Rita and remain faithful to her. In the coming years, Tommy led Rita's armies and ultimately began to dismantle the world in an effort to liberate it. As the cities and nations fell underneath Rita's control, they soon began to accept her rule, and thus her power grew. With one last chance for hope, Zordon sought to achieve a new power, and if harnessed, create a Ranger stronger than anyone who had come before them. The one to lead was going to be Jason Scott, and on the eve of what was known as the fall of the Rangers, they worked to harness the white light. Now, with the Rangers summoned from all over, they formed an army to allow the process to complete. However, Tommy brought the charge right to the command center's doorsteps. While the battle outside began, Tommy made his way into the command center while Jason was undergoing the White Ranger transformation. The two battled, and after the white light shined over everyone turned back to see Tommy step out, wearing the White Ranger suit, now holding Jason's crushed helmet. And that was the beginning of the end. Tommy then asks, if that was the case, how do you fit into all of this? Saba explains that he was designed to be the partner for the White Ranger, but as Jason fell in battle, Zordon took steps to make sure that I didn't fall into Tommy's hands. I was the last steward of Zordon, a failsafe if you will, but only to be awoken by someone pure, which is why I knew who you were. Tommy hangs his head, telling him, well, at least one of you are. But as Billy tries to tell him that that's not the case, Tommy goes on telling him he knows, different alternate world. It's just hard seeing a version of himself that went evil though. What if he just hasn't turned evil yet? A voice then interrupts them, telling Tommy, it was awfully risky coming out here. Electric bindings begin to wrap up Billy and Tommy, and the woman looks down, asking if they would like to explain who they really are. Now, in the recently taken over command center, Finster puts on the finishing touches to his new and improved Goldar sculptures, telling Goldar that he is indeed quite interesting. With a scowl, Goldar says, and yet, you think of ways to improve me? Then Rita's voice tells him, that's what collaboration is all about, isn't it? Goldar quickly kneels before Rita, and she tells him to stand up. They don't want Finster here to be thrown off his game. Goldar says that he is honored to be allowed to be back by her side. But is she really sure that this is the best course of action? He could! But Rita cuts him off, telling him no, not by himself or with an army of putties, which is why she is giving him an army that a warrior of his stature deserves. However, if he is unsuccessful in this attempt, Goldar interrupts, telling her that he will not fail. He has already been planning battle plans. Finster looks over at his shelf, stating that it seems that he's going to need more clay, but he'll only be a moment. A short while later, as Finster heads into the back room, he looks through the storage and then he finds something else that could be of use. Over in the dark timeline, Aisha leads Tommy and Billy through the mountains when Billy asks who exactly is in charge of the resistance. A voice calls from the top of the cliff telling him that it's him, and everyone looks up to see Zack. Tommy shouts that he isn't Drakon. Seeing himself as Drakon was as much of a surprise to himself as they can imagine. Without answering him, Zack turns to Saba and tells him hello. Saba is the sword that the White Ranger uses, and it is sentient and is able to talk. And Zack asks him if he remembered the last time that they talked. Saba tells him, "Yes, I do. It was that day that I said that I would return with one who would save this world. And as promised, I have returned." Zack tells Aisha to untie the two
takes
of them and bring them
forever to
inside,
get
and
around
Aisha
this
asks
back
if he's
for,
really sure about this. Zack
Levy
says call it
quests.
intuition, and then he opens up the access door to the
Too
Resistance
long.
hideout. As the group heads down into the rundown facility, Zack says Aisha will show them all to their quarters. Meanwhile, over at Drakon's base, the Ranger forces report that the pursuit of Tommy and Billy has ended with them escaping in the Falcon Zord. Drakon tells him that it doesn't matter. He knows where they're headed. The bigger issue here is that the Yellow Saber-Tooth forces allowed them to escape. The commander tries to explain, but Drakon grips down on his throat, telling him, "I will not stand for that level of ineptitude. Now consider your powers revoked." A light shines over the commander as the powers are forcibly removed, and the commander is dragged away. Scorpina then says that he sure does have an interesting leadership style, and Drakon tells her that when the time is right, we'll find a way to bring you back to your world. But first, there is an issue with the Rangers. Back in the light timeline, in a pocket dimension, Trini continues to go over the remains of the Black Dragon when there's a sudden call from Alpha. He tells everyone that, he's so sorry for being out of touch for so long, but he believes that he may have found a weakness in Rita's fortification. You'll be able to take back the command center and retrieve your powers too. As the Rangers in the light timeline prepare to move out, Billy in the dark timeline wanders through the Resistance halls, and he overhears some of the others stating that he looks just like him. As Billy walks into the records room, he sees a photo of this universe's Billy with the words, "In loving memory." As Trini eats alone, Billy walks up to her asking, "How did it happen? How did I die?" Trini hesitates for a moment and then tells him that their Billy died a hero during the Great Battle. He died saving her life. Over in the control room, Zack explains that day, the day that they all fell, the day that Drakon slowly took over. After ripping out his power coin, he managed to knock Drakon away, and he also got him to release his grip on Saba. But it was then that Saba escaped and they never saw him again until today. But before they could go on, Bulk runs in telling them that they have a problem. Drakon knows that they're here, and he's
All right,
planning
I'll
on
be
mounting
back
a huge
in
attack.
1 minute.
However, just
All right. All right. I'm back.
Then there's a loud explosion and Zack tells him it's already too late. Back in the light timeline, Jason goes over Alpha's plan with the other Rangers and Alpha says, "This is so exciting! I cannot wait to see you again!" Over in the command center, Finster pulls the wire from Alpha's head and Rita tells him, "Excellent work!" And then asks Goldar if he's ready. Goldar tells her, "Yes, all of us are ready." A short while later on the ground of the command center, Alpha continues directing the Rangers to the entrance of the hidden pathway inside. Zack tells Alpha to just hang tight, they're almost there, and that's when the Rangers stop. They see Alpha, and he says, "I'm so excited to see you again. Sadly though, I'm afraid you may not feel the same." Everyone looks ahead to see in their path is Goldar and an army of sculpted clones. Back in the dark timeline, Drakon begins his assault on the Resistance hideout and quickly breaks a hole into the main shield surrounding the compound. Trini jumps at a computer going over the damage, and she sees that Drakon's forces have damaged one of the shield generators. Zack tells her all right, and then the two of them take some reinforcements to the breach point to get the generator back online. Billy asks if he really wants him to go too, and Zack says that if he's just as tech savvy as their Billy, perhaps he can help. Billy says he'll do his best. Billy and Trini head off, and Bulk says that there's no connection to their pulse cannons. They're going to need a team to go, but Zack stops him, telling him that the route's cut off. They'll be gunned down before they can get anywhere close to those cannons. Tommy then says that maybe he could go help with that. He has an idea. That is, if Saba's up for it, and Saba says, "Anything that you need, Tommy." Meanwhile, in the light timeline, the Rangers fight against the Goldar clones, and Jason asks if they really found a way to clone Goldar. Alpha says, "Not clone, improve on. All of the physical skill, but none of the pesky mental shortcomings of the original." Trini hacks off one of the sculptures' arms, shouting that she doesn't care what they're doing to Alpha. All of these clones are just sculptures. They're useless without their limbs.
This whole look is, it's a turtle shell.
And he laughs as he reattaches it, lunging back into the fight. The clones begin closing in, and Kim shouts that they really need to get out of here. So go high.
We'll finish my snack and I'll get started with some side questing.
The ceiling, causing a cave-in and create an escape route. As the rocks pile up on the clones, everyone scrambles to climb out, and as they do, they start to see the towering Zord-sized Goldars looking right at them. Back in the dark timeline, Billy and Trini get to work repairing the generators, and as they finish one, Trini says that they need to figure out something before the hole gets worse, and they come for the relic. Billy says that he's heard them say relic a few times already. What exactly is the relic? Trini tells him that it's something that they've held onto for years, but never used in fear of Drakon being able to get a hold of it. She then pulls out a morpher with Billy's power coin. It says that when Drakon was taking over, Billy lived long enough to get the coin and her to safety. She managed to keep the Triceratops power coin safe for all of these years, and as long as they have it, there's hope. In the light timeline, the Rangers call on the aid of their Zords to help them battle the giant Goldars. But even then, the Zord strength is not enough. One of the Goldars tackles the Sabretooth Zord, and they pull Trini out, and Rita shouts for them to bring her in! Back in the dark timeline, the Pink Ranger snipers move in, and they begin to pin down the Resistance. But before Tommy can help with the Falcon Zord, Drakon lands on top of it. He rips the hatch open, and he jumps in, telling Tommy, "Hello again." Seconds later, the Falcon Zord falls out of the sky, and as Saba calls out to Tommy, Drakon shouts, "Silence! You both belong to me now!" As the rest of the forces move in, Drakon holds out Saba to Tommy's neck, telling everyone to lay down their arms and pledge allegiance to him, or they will join this imposter's fate. From inside, Billy and Trini watch, and Trini quietly tells Billy that he can morph and face him as the Blue Ranger. Billy looks at the coin, telling him that he doesn't think that he can. Outside, Tommy raises the sword, telling everyone, "This is your last chance!" Tommy hangs his head, ready to accept what's coming, and then Billy's voice echoes, shouting, "Wait! Wait!" Both Billy and Trini step out, with Billy holding the power coin, and Trini stating that they surrender. At the time of the Black Dragon's arrival in the real world, Zordon watched the Rangers fade as he was pulled into a time portal. But rather than being taken to the other time, Zordon was able to stay between the timelines, allowing him to see what happened. You see, the Rangers in this world were affected by what Draken decided to do. No, what Tommy decided to do. And Zordon was able to watch things from the very beginning. As the window in the dark world became clear, Zordon could see his other self, the dark world version of himself, telling his Rangers, the dark world version Rangers, that even though they won their battle against Tommy the Green Ranger, a servant of Rita, he has yet to break free from Rita's influence. The dark world Zordon says that they must believe believe that Tommy will do the right thing, that good will triumph over evil. But that's when the view changes, and instead of Tommy leaving Rita's forces, like we all know in the proper timeline, he is instead pledging his allegiance to her. With little choice, the Dark World Zordon sought out the help of others, bringing on new Zords and even newer allies. However, even still, with the Dark World Tommy growing in power, defeating even all of these new Rangers, the other Zordon never gave up. He always believed that goodness would prevail. And in his final moments, Tommy became Drakon, and he captured Saba, and the Dark World Zordon still never stopped believing that this Tommy Oliver would have a chance to do what is right. In the end, Drakon rejected Zordon's offer to become good, and he banished him into the space in between. The space
70,
between
though.
time and space itself. And at that moment, Zordon witnessed the Dark World version of himself
Guess I
appear
gotta- I should
before
probably
him,
wait.
telling
No.
him that he can see that he is already dying. The other self then asks, "What do you make of what you've seen?" And Zordon tells him that he does not know. The Tommy of his world rejected Rita outright. None of this has happened. The other self then tells him, "Sounds nice. Very nice indeed. However, my time is not long. But I do want to tell you one thing. There is no regret in any of the actions that he has taken or of the
All right,
hope that he has
shut up.
placed. Things may not have gone the way in which
Can't
he
help
desired,
myself.
but he believed that there will be good people making good decisions. And even now, the choices that he made allowed him to see his other self and to say that no matter what, to stay true to their beliefs, he must trust in the Power Rangers. Always." As the Dark World Zordon faded from existence, Zordon couldn't tell that if it was because of him witnessing his own death or seeing what happened in the alternate world, but he now truly felt lost. The portal's effects allowing him to see another timeline began to fade, and just as he does, a voice calls out to Zordon, a voice telling him it will be okay. Saba appears shouting, "I finally found you. By using my connection to the Morphin Grid, I can keep you tethered to our world, Zordon." However, as Saba talks, he realizes something is different. The person that I speak to is Zordon, but not my Zordon. Saba then says, "It would seem that I was not fast enough." And Zordon tells him, "No, you were not. But there is still hope in saving my timeline. In the years to come, the Rangers from my world will arrive, including another Tommy Oliver." Saba asks if he can believe in his Tommy, and our Zordon tells him, "Yes, I do." Saba then tells him, "If you truly believe in him, then I too shall believe." Over in the Dark World, during the struggle with Zack and Drakon, it is the time where Drakon has stripped Zack of his power coin. As Zack fought back, he saw Saba leave and he asked, "Where are you going?" Zordon, through Saba, tells Zack, "Have faith. Our war is not yet lost. Hope will be coming, but you must keep everyone alive until then. One day I will return with those who will save the world." And Zack tells him that he understands, and with that, Saba fades. The story of how Drakon came to be has finally been revealed. But now that we've revealed that story, it's time for us to conclude the overarching plot. It's time for us to see how we will deal with Drakon, because we are now at the end, my dear viewers. As Billy agrees to Drakon's terms of surrender, over in the real world, Rita tells Trini that soon it will all be over. However, as Billy prepares to hand over the power coin, he mentions that there is something that he's been thinking about and he wanted to clear up. For him to warp their powers, he would have to have used a crystallized piece of the Morphin Grid that Rita was supercharging with green chaos energy, right? Well, it turned out that their world's Trini used the same technology that the Black Dragon used when they built the Morphin Shield generators. Trini then steps up, telling them the point that they're trying to make is that because they have the same type of access, they could do the same to them. And actually, he did us a favor by letting us get this close. Trini holds out the power coin as it begins to shock and strip Drakon of his ranger powers. And at the same time, over in the real world, the captured Trini calls on the power of the Black Dragon armor. Trini grabs the power coin that was taken from their Billy and says that using this tech, she could energize the coin and give them access to Billy's Zord. As the blue Triceratops begins to form, Jason, Kim, and Zack all begin to get their access back into the Morphin Grid. Jason quickly calls
told
out
me
to
as a
Trini to pass
kid
the controls to her and Billy's Zords because it's time to make the
there'd
Mega
be a
Zord.
Power
While Jason and
Ranger
others start to
comic
suit up,
book.
Trini stands over
Like if
Rita
I was
telling her,
existing back
"It's
in the
over."
time
Rita
when I was a
laughs, telling her,
child.
"I've been alive for 10,000
this was
I've seen
happening.
hundreds of Zordon's
Like
minions
30
fall.
years later,
You are no
the
better.
comic book.
Trini tells her
You
to
gotta
prove
love
it.
it.
Face her. And Rita starts to glow as she teleports, and she says, there will be another time, and I promise. A few moments later, the Megazord cuts down on the last giant Goldar, and Trini radios in that they need to hurry up and get back to the command center. She's got something big going on. Everyone teleports in, and Zack asks what's happening, so Trini tells them that when she was in the Black Dragon armor, the sensors picked up something huge. It came from the Triceratops coin, except it was the coin from the Dark World. Essentially, since the dimensional fields are still weak from the last time a portal was opened, they should be able to use the Black Dragon to basically pry their way in and see if that could have been their Billy trying to contact them. Over in the Dark World, Draken looks at his smoldering power coin and his stripped powers, and Tommy tells him, yeah, your powers are gone, along with half of your army. So now it's your turn to surrender. And just as he says that, some of the Black Ranger tanks that were positioned outside get within firing range, and the blasts begin to go off. Zack tells the Resistance that they need to move out. They have to take care of those tanks, and Draken pulls out his dragon dagger, telling Tommy, you must be feeling proud. But it still doesn't matter. The fact remains, I am still better than you. Tommy lunges in with his dagger and Saba, clashing and telling Draken, maybe I did need my friends to get this far, but I'm okay with that. Draken pushes back, telling him, you are truly a fool. Friends are not a source of strength. They are a liability. Because when you really need them, they won't be there. Just as the Black Ranger forces begin to take down the Resistance, a green light shines and then it opens up a portal. Jason, Kim, Trini, and Zack jump out, and Tommy says, speak of the devil. Jason and the others start to fight off the Black Ranger forces, and they say that they can handle this, but those tanks! Seconds later, the tanks begin to explode, and Bulk starts to laugh as he's sitting on the cannons. The duel between Tommy and Draken continues, and Tommy says that all of these people are afraid of you. They're not loyal. They don't even respect you. And Draken catches himself, telling Tommy, mark my words, your faith in your friends will be your downfall. The only people that you can rely on is yourself. Tommy steps forward, telling him, that argument really isn't winning the war, and Draken smirks, telling him, maybe not. He then jumps off the back of the cliff, telling him, it's only one day. And as the last of Draken's army is pushed back, everyone begins to celebrate.
All right.
In the dark.
Let's do a little bit of acting here. Amagi? Amagi? We're gonna go with Amagi. Oh shit. Kugang? Kunage? Kune? No. Kugane. Amagi of Kugane has a task fit for one of your adventuring proclivities. Hello there, adventurer. I've been looking for one just like yourself to aid me. I am loath to ask a thing of another, but I fear this old man is left with no other choice. There is an ancient tradition of pouring rice wine into the waters here at Bokaisen Hot Springs. Believe me, there is no better remedy for what ails you than a good soak in a hot sake bath. Trouble is, I'm fresh out of rice wine, and my old bones are too weary to make the trip to acquire more. Would you be so good as to bring me some Hingan rice wine from the Shakaze holstery? Ask it from the matron there, Kotokaze. That dear lass will give you what I need. Yeah, sure. Why not? So I'll just take the crystal. You desire some sake for Amagi? You need only ask, my dear. I have just the very thing for that sweet old man. Here, take him this Hingan rice wine. Rest assured, it is some of the finest to be around. Alright, pretty simple. You're a kind soul, you are. Please pour that hang on rice wine you've got into the soaking bath there. Huh. Surprised I missed that. It's pretty cool. Just the thought of soaking in that stuff sets my old bones singing. Here then, I'll take that empty bottle off your hands. Oh, look at that. There's a little gift from the gods left in there. Let us have a little nip to warm the belly and loosen the joints. Ah, that's the stuff all right. Damn fine brew. You've gone and done spoiled an old man this day, lad. We've another tradition in these parts. Whoever carries a bottle of sake to the place it's open is entitled to the last bit in the bottle. Lucky for me, you weren't aware of that custom either. We change the soaking waters we offer here at Bokusen out at the onset of each season. But it's the rice wine baths that what folks love more than aught else. Of course, it's seeing the happy faces of those that come to soak what makes me happy. That's what keeps this old man going. I couldn't quit this job even if I wanted to. Alright. I help the old guy get drunk. Maybe. A little drink. Isetsu. Isetsu of Kugange. Shit, I forgot how I pronounced this place's name. Kunai? No, it's not Kunai. Kuganai. Kugan? I don't know. Excuse me, you have the look of one who hails from a foreign land. If so, I believe you may be able to help me. Was it my horns that gave me away? I'm Kietsu, servant to a mercantile house. I am charged with dispensing these missives to passerbys. They tell of a grand sale my master is having on some very choice silks, only I cannot seem to get people to accept them for me. My master and I wish nothing more to sell our silks to those who visit Kunai from across the seas, but I fear that they find me suspicious. If a fellow foreigner such as yourself were handing out the missives, they may be more inclined to take them. See these drapper sales missives into the hands of any merchants visiting Kunai from abroad. I will see your labors rewarded. Here, we'll just knock these out one at a time.
World Zach looks at his counterpart, telling him, yeah, this is all pretty weird. The real world Zack says, man, it's good to know that I still look good, but I have so many questions. The dark world Zack says that they've seen enough time travel movies to know that that's not a good idea. But there's still one piece of advice that he will give his counterpart, and that is to tell the others about Rita's offer to have Zack join them. That is a storyline that we didn't cover, but it was a single issue. Trini calls out that they need to hurry up. The Black Dragon powers are almost burnt up, and if they don't leave, they might not be able to get back. As everyone gets ready to jump back through the portal, the Dark World Zack stops Jason and Kim and hugs them, telling them, it's good to see you both again. The Dark World Trini stops Billy, telling him that it was a pleasure getting to know him again, really. And Billy tells her that he owes her a bit of thanks too.
A child was handing out by
As
the
everyone
port.
returns to the damaged
I
command center, Zack says that he has
confess, I am very much interested in the finest silks, but the child did not give the finest of impressions. What kind of shop would see fit to put such a youngling to work? I have reservations about the integrity of this Kugane.
one question. What the heck is that sword? Saba tells him that that is a wonderful question. I was built to aid the White Ranger, however, through a series of events, I also became the tether to Eorzea. Kim shouts, that's great news! And Zack sighs, telling him, apart from having to rebuild the command center, and so the Rangers were finally able to have their normal lives again.
Yes, what is it? I do believe I've seen this missive before. There was a child handing them out the very same one. Thought it to be a farce or some other small matter. Intriguing. It says here that the silks are of the finest quality are available at a fraction of the market price. I shall go and see these wares for myself. Thank you, stranger. You don't look to be a merchant. What can I do for you? This is the second such missive I've received, but I shall take it all the same. Still, I must say, you do not look like to be I must say, you do not look as one meant to be handing out missives. You look like you should be leading a van on a force of battle. Forgive me, I shall speculate no more. The paths we tread in life are all our own. Continue to tread yours as you see fit, and tread it well, friend. Good day. That was a lot.
Tommy went to go see his mother, and Jason gladly gave him back the Green Ranger Power Coin. The next day at school, Bulk and Skull asked Tommy if he would like to say anything to the Power Ranger Nation, and Tommy says that he does have something. The Power Rangers may seem like bright colors and anti-moon witches, but truly they are much more than that. They care about each other, and that is an amazing thing. If they can band together against overwhelming odds, put aside their differences and believe in each other, then everyone should be able to do that. And so long as everyone does, there will always be hope. However, elsewhere, Draken begins to look around asking, where am I? And a bright light shines down and the US military move in. And there you have it, Lord Draken's origin. Now let me know in the comments down below what you think about Power Rangers and comic books, because I really am a huge fan of those comic books. I actually met Kyle Higgins at one of the Comic-Cons that we went to, and I got him.
See, what's the next
Welcome
one
to
we
the-
got? Batman Who Laughs, Joker Infection. Yep, some more schlocky Batman storytelling. What is it? I'm busy. State your business and quickly, else leave me be. Truth be told, soon as folk in Kugane catch word that you're a merchant, they never let you be. Damn annoying it is, but if you're saying there's business to be done here, I'll have a go look for myself. A sale, is it? I do like the sound of that. The silks of Kugane are much desired across the seas. I'll pay this shop a visit, thank you. Kugane. I'll get it one of these days.
Infected full story series. This is Comicstorian, where we take some of your favorite trade paperbacks and single issues and we break them down into digestible bites, giving you a synopsis of the plot, helping you decide what to go buy to the local comic book store. And today we're going to be giving you the full story of Batman Superman 1 through 5, plus all of the infected tie-ins. So let me explain this.
What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Someone has to study the market here. A missive for a silk sale. These prices look choice enough. I wonder if there was room yet on my barge for a few more crates. I suppose there's always room enough for a few select pieces for the wife. Thank you for the missive, friend.
Storyline real quick. In this timeline, the Batman Who Laughs found a way to spread the Joker virus amongst all of the superheroes in the DC universe, and he began to create his own evil Justice League. This is Batman and Superman trying to deal with that in issues 1 through 5. Once we come to the conclusion of that storyline, we're then going to bring you all of the spin-off stories that tells you about all of these infected individuals. So we'll talk about Shazam, we'll see what Supergirl is doing, how Black Adam dealt with it.
Yes, how may I help? Have you come to me on some business? Silk's on sale. This is a most welcome delight to my ears. Ah, yes, this missive. I've seen it like before. It is not the same that a young boy is... Is it not the same that young boy is distributing? Oh my, that is a surprise indeed to think a young child was actually working. I thought him some play or prank. Do the merchants of Kugane start their trade at such a young age? I find that both inspiring and admirable. Yeah, who doesn't like a good child workforce? Yeah, I won't be able to turn it in until I level up. So I guess I'll have this person. A foreignly lass. Should you choose to undertake this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You'll need to read the text carefully, decipher clues to determine your next course of action. Sounds like a pain in the ass. Fine. Hey, stranger. Yes, you. The beady-eyed bumpkin with the oafish look on his face. Come and have a look at these paintings. I'm trying to find the places portrayed in them. Any fool with eyes can see that they are both somewhere in Kugane. But for all my searching, I've yet to find either place. These paintings are dear to me, but if I am to ask for your help, I'll have to lend them to you for now. If you discover these places, see these paintings back safely to me, or there will be hells to pay. Yeah, I'm just gonna cheat on this quest. Personally.
That kind of a thing. So it's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of things, but it's all along the same theme. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll talk to you at the end of the video. What's your dark secret? Cat Grant asks as the team looks down at Jimmy's photo of Batman, gracing the front page of the Daily Planet. Perry just huffs, telling Grant to lay off, that Jimmy's blind luck had to pay off sometime. Got a tip from my buddy, Jimmy grins, bringing a smile to Clark's face as well. But suddenly a voice calls out that only Clark can hear. Superman, there's a situation at the Justice League satellite, Batman growls. The team keeps talking, with Perry asking Clark a question when he suddenly realizes that the reporter is not at his desk anymore. Superman is streaking through the sky. Mid-flight, the Man of Steel asks Bruce what is going on, but all Batman will say is, "You gotta hurry." "Is everything okay?" Superman asks. "You sound different." There is a pause, and Bruce finally tells him, "Really? I hadn't noticed." His voice is different, though, and Bruce begins to talk about how they shouldn't be allies. "The rich boy playing dress-up, with the alien acting as Earth's savior," he hisses over the radio. Clark can't figure out what he's talking about when he arrives at the satellite, but he gasps as he enters the room, seeing the carnage before him.
You have found the location portrayed in this beautiful Bell painting. Funny, it kind of just looks like a screenshot with a filter on it.
Flash is hanging by the lifeless body of Plastic Man. Wonder Woman lays on the floor, strangled by the lasso of truth. Manhunter seems warped, his body contorted, while Red Tornado lays in a liquid pool of his own organs. With a deep breath,
Jesus.
Clark suddenly gasps and coughs, greenish blood dripping out of his mouth. "The air is filled with kryptonite-infused gas," Batman tells him from the shadows. "You were dead the moment that you entered the satellite." Clark looks up, blood streaming out of his eyes. "Why?" He gasps, and Batman stares at him coldly. "Because I wanted to know what would happen if you were like me. What is the worst version of Superman?" Clark begins to crawl forward, trying to stop Bruce. But Batman knew how it would end. How it always ends. With the two of them fighting. So he did what he always does. "I planned ahead," he says with a smile as he steps out of the shadows, revealing his huge Joker grin. Meanwhile, in another time, another place, Gordon looks up into the night sky. Behind him, cloaked in shadows, the Batman ends his briefing on the history of the Batman Who Laughs, explaining his origins. Gordon finally turns, looking back at his ally. "I know all of this. I spent enough time with that freak," he explains. Batman nods. "I wasn't talking to you, Commissioner." "Don't worry," Superman tells him as he descends on the building, an unconscious Killer Croc in hand. "I could hear you all the way to Metropolis." He takes a second, disappearing in a blur, to drop Croc off at Arkham, and he's suddenly back. "I've seen everything on the streets of Gotham, but a man who can fly still is an uncomfortable sight," Gordon tells him. Quickly, the Commissioner fills Superman in on the situation. Danny Mills has been kidnapped from his bed a few hours ago. "And you think it was another dark Batman?" Superman asks. But Gordon tells him that there was only one witness, and he said that Superman kidnapped his brother, and that Superman was laughing. Batman steps forward. The only way to find the little boy is to find the Batman Who Laughs base of operations. Gordon tells the two heroes all that he can remember about when he was captured by the Batman Who Laughs, finally turning around to discover only Superman. "I'm usually alone by now." That's Batman's move, not mine. The Man of Steel takes flight, telling Gordon not to worry. They'll find the boy. Looking up into the night
What is
sky
the
as he
point of
deactivates
that?
the bat signal, Gordon lets out a small
I don't know how I feel about
The
that.
two heroes move through the city with Superman flying slow to
Little
not
extra.
outpace Batman. They talk, with Batman
Okay,
questioning what
yeah, that
Superman
looks
would do
dumb.
if Batman ever became out of control. "I don't like to think like that." "You're saying you don't think like me."
Probably
"No one
looks
thinks
way
like you."
better on
They
a
then
chick.
arrive at the place that
I'd
Gordon told
imagine.
them about. Park Row, Crime Alley. "This is where my parents died." Superman looks down, cutting through the concrete and steel with his X-ray vision, confirming that there is a passage beneath them. He turns to Bruce, telling him that they should turn around, but Bruce shakes his head. "Just do it." Superman smashes through the spot where Bruce lost his parents, revealing the passage below. The two of them descend, with Batman still asking Superman several questions. "I know what you're doing. Interrogating me, testing me. I'm not infected, Batman. I'm not some Superman who laughs." The two land in the cavern below. Suddenly, a group of bat drones fly out of the shadows. Superman launches into them easily, with Batman cleaning up the rest, lumping them together. Clark then hits them with a blast of heat vision, turning the drones into scrap. The two finally step into the main chamber, revealing the Batman Who Laughs Bat Cave. Batman shines his light on a chair tucked within a large cage. There's no sign of the boy. No signs of Danny, but this is where Gordon was held. Superman stops, staring at an arsenal of knives on the wall. He turns, seeing the statues of crows standing still in the shadows. The crows are the Batman Who Laughs' perverse version of the Robins. Finally, Batman pulls off a cloth, revealing a weapon's chest beneath. Batarang molds? Superman questions, looking at the empty slots in the chest. Batman scans the mold, seeing trace elements of the Batman Who Laughs toxin mixed in with nth metal. Superman looks around. He doesn't understand why he would bring Gordon here. Why kidnap a young boy? He had to know that you would find his Batcave. The two turn, seeing a chessboard sitting in the middle of the room. Batman knows that it's a message, that their game has come to a draw. Superman reaches down, putting down the king piece. What happens if we stop playing the Batman Who Laughs game? He asks. The piece falls, and the large bat computer comes to life. The two heroes gasp as they see the view of many heroes that have worked alongside them throughout the years. Heroes that are still on the Justice League and the Titans. All the heroes have had their eyes with X's put over them and smiles drawn over their faces. Any of them could be a potential target. This is bigger than Gotham, Batman.
What a missed
He knows that in the
opportunity.
darkness, one of the Crow statues slowly begins to shift. Bruce leans into the image of the Green Lantern, a frown on his face. We have no idea who we can trust. And suddenly one of the crows slashes him across the back, cawing as the Dark Knight throws him across the room.
Oh, this
the boy
one you can
cowers
die.
as he begins to
I see.
babble. He took it from me. He took my family. Hit me with a batarang. Superman tries to move in to calm the boy, but the tears become a smile, and the boy shows a row of sharpened teeth. Don't you recognize me? The boy asks, and the heroes step back, realizing that this isn't Danny. My name is Billy Batson. The crow grins. Suddenly, you hear the name everyone is waiting for. Shazam! And the cave is suddenly filled with the echoing boom of lightning and thunder. Batman pulls himself free of the rubble, readying a batarang, but another blast of lightning throws him across the room. I've always wondered if I could kick your ass, Superman. Shazam cackles, his mouth pulled up into a Joker's grin as he raises one of the infamental batarangs. As Jim Gordon walks through the halls of the GCPD, he talks out loud, stating that this is where they keep everything that they pick up from the streets. Evidence, guns, poisons. Every single lunatic in Arkham's toys are kept safe. Everything is cataloged and secured by the state-of-the-art Wayne Tech security. Not even he would have access to it. It's impossible to get past, except with your help. As the shadowy figure behind him waits, the doors to the vault begin to open. Meanwhile, in the cave of the Batman Who Laughs, both the Man of Steel and the Dark Knight are facing off against the Earth's mightiest nightmare, the infected Shazam Who Laughs.
Second part.
As Shazam laughs, he shoots
10-8.
lightning at Superman. Batman throws a batarang, telling him, "We don't want to fight, but we won't let you escape." But Shazam grabs that batarang, crushing it, asking, "You come at me with toys? You are nothing more than some dude in a Halloween costume." He rockets into the sky, shouting, "And I've got freaking superpowers!" As Batman looks up at Shazam gathering his power, he sighs, "I hate magic." Shazam begins to destroy some of the nearby buildings, yelling, "Oops!" as the debris falls down. But while Superman makes sure that no one is getting harmed, Batman begins to look for something. Once the civilians are safe, Superman lunges at Shazam, telling him, "This is enough!" And his eyes begin to glow red, but Shazam cackles. "Wow! Heat vision! Shazam!" Lightning strikes, reverting Shazam back to Billy Batson, and as the smoke clears, he shouts, "Holy moly, Superman! I didn't mean it! Please, please don't hurt me!" The rage of Superman's eyes begin to fade, and his vision begins to clear. And he asks, "Is that really you, Billy? We can fix this. Whatever the Batman from the Dark Multiverse did to you, we can cure." But Billy tells him, "No, you can't. You have to find my family. I'm sorry, Superman." And with that, Superman is struck with lightning as Billy laughs. "You fool! Shazam!" As Shazam's grip on Superman's throat tightens, he asks, "Did it hurt? Did that give you an owie? Well, once you get a taste of this batarang, the two of us are going to be the best of buds." Superman struggles to try and get free, and he pulls Shazam's arms off of him, stating, "You don't have to." But Shazam holds the batarang with the Superman symbol.
I was
on it,
imagining
telling
something
him,
different when he said
has
that.
plans to save us all, Soups. Soon it will be clear. Your truth is... But before he could finish, there's the sound of a jet approaching, and Batman smiles as he flies in the Batman Who Laughs bat jet, stating, "This is a real fast ride. Shame about what's about to happen." Batman crashes the bat jet into Shazam, and he asks, "Was that supposed to stop me? There's no weapon on Earth that can." but Batman ejects from the windshield, telling him, "The jet was just a delivery method. I'm always the weapon." As Batman stabs the Batarang marked for Shazam, he calls out his name, hitting Batman with lightning, and the two begin to fall to the ground below. Superman calls out to Batman, and as Billy is falling, he yells out, "Game time decision, Soups! Keep fighting or save Bat's life!" And then he yells, "Shazam!" Who am I kidding? We both already know the answer, don't we? Later, Batman wakes up in a stasis chamber, and the first thing that he does is punch his way out. As he pulls off all the tubes and the wires, Keelix tells him, "You're not ready to be freed yet. You must return in order to heal. Please return to..." But as Keelix reaches out, Batman grabs him, slamming him into the wall, shouting, "Where is he? Where's Shazam?" A battered Superman flies into the Fortress of Solitude, telling him he escaped. And Batman yells, "What the hell happened? You should have stopped Shazam!" Superman looks away, telling him, "Shazam knew that I couldn't hurt Billy. Billy was just a kid." Batman starts to get into his costume, telling him, "Desperate times call for desperate measures. We need to get back out there. We don't have time to lick our wounds. Shazam was our only lead. Who knows what he could be doing now? He just got away because..." And Superman stops him, shouting, "He beat us! Both of us! So save the lecture, Batman!" They stare each other down, and after some time, Superman tells him, "There's something that I discovered from our fight. The Batarang that Shazam was trying to infect me with, it was..." And Batman stops him. "It was nth metal infused with the serum created by the Batman Who Laughs. Each one has been crafted to infect a specific person. The Batman Who Laughs made 6 more Batarangs. Who else is he targeting, and why them?" Superman looks over the file, stating, "It might be possible that instead of trying to bring more Batmen from the Dark Multiverse, the Batman Who Laughs is trying to create them here. Is that something that you planned for?" Batman puts on his mask, telling him, "I have contingencies for every scenario, tools to take down friends and family if they were to ever turn. However, I have not planned on myself becoming corrupt. If the Batman Who Laughs got to Billy without us knowing, he could get to anyone." Superman pauses and...
You found both places, one in the Shakazi holstery and the other atop the roof of a building. I'm not of an age to enter where ales and wines are poured, and I've no desire to go climbing roofs, lest I dirty my clothes. Small wonder I wasn't able to find these places. Right then, let's have those paintings back. They're mementos of my mother, if you must know. She died when I was yet a babe. She painted them by her own hand. I have no memory of my mother, but Father never missed a chance to tell me she was the most beautiful woman in all of Hingashi. He claims to have fallen in love with her at first sight when he came to make his living here in Kugane. His family was opposed to their marriage, but they swore themselves to each other all the same, and in the end eloped. When I decided to come to Kugane to visit her grave, I thought to look for these places she saw fit to paint. I hoped it would bring me closer to her, to help me imagine what sort of person she was. I heard she painted them when she was the same age that I am now. So what the hells was she doing in an alehouse and clambering up on rooftops? I've come to feel that Kugane is some sort of home for me now. Enjoy it, Wanderer, as I am, and thank you for helping me know a little more of my mother.
Tells him, "We might not know the end game of this plan, but Shazam already showed us what the Batman Who Laughs wants. We should give it to him." Later, as Batman sits down at the computer at the Hall of Justice, he quietly asks, "How long?" Superman tells him that he's an investigative journalist. When he keeps secrets from them, he trusts us for good reasons. But there's only one location where you would keep the Batman Who Laughs under lock and key. You wouldn't have told anyone that there was a bat prison built underneath the Hall of Justice. Batman looks at the monitor for the Batman Who Laughs cell, and he asks, "Are you sure about this, Clark?" Superman tells him, "It's desperate times, right? Shazam's mission was to infect me. This is the only way we're going to find out why. You have to trust me." Seconds later, there's a loud zoom, and Superman starts to rip his way into the Batman Who Laughs cell. Batman from the control room watches and says, and people think that I'm the crazy one. Superman uses his heat vision to destroy the device holding the Batman Who Laughs in place, and the Batman Who Laughs says, "It's so good to see you, old friend." And Batman sits down quietly, telling them, "Clock is ticking, Clark." Batman's face is lit by the glow of his monitor screen, and he watches as his cameras survey the members of the Justice League in the Hall of Justice. He always used fear as a weapon. To use fear, you must know their secrets. The camera switches, and he's watching some of the younger members play a game of basketball. He's watched his friends and allies closely, looking for weaknesses that he would be able to exploit if he ever needed to save the world. Suddenly, one of the other screens flickers with an alarm, and the sound of laughter can be heard over the speakers. The screen displays the cell of the Batman Who Laughs, who escaped with the aid of Superman, and deep beneath the Hall of Justice, Superman lets out another blast of heat vision, tunneling away from the hidden cell, his face twisted and a horrible grin. "I never should have killed you, Clark." The villain cackles. "Not because of our friendship. No. Because you were the greatest tool in my utility belt." Batman leans forward, continuing to watch the laughing duo make their way underground. He doesn't like this plan. He doesn't think that Clark should be taking the risk. Superman knew that, though. He also knows that they're out of options.
has a simple job for a simple adventure.
I want to make a quick...
Good tidings to you, brother. I have a simple deed that needs doing, should you find yourself up to the task. My porter has taken ill with an untreatable malady, and now of all times, I've just had my ship coming in brimming with cargo to be hauled, and nary a soul to haul it. I'd see it to myself, but I have duties here. My clients have grown accustomed to having their cargo delivered to them, but I fear that I will have to ask them to come and retrieve the shipment for themselves. There are for whom I must see that this message get relayed. Kotokaze of the Shiokaze Holstery, Karaku of the Bokaisen Hot Springs, my Yamagai of the Sekizemi Barracks, and Yamabuki of the Kogane Dori. See my word to them, and I will reward you for your efforts.
Quick, stop! The Batman at last tells his new friend. The pair pull themselves out of the hole, standing amongst a vast array of weapons. At the Hall of Justice, Armory! He laughs roarously at the racks of weapons that are lining the walls. Some high-tech, some low, all deadly. Everything your super friends have confiscated in heroic adventures. Can't hurt to pick up a few toys on the way out. Superman continues to laugh, his hand clenched in a tight fist. How about we go upstairs and kill everyone in the Hall of Justice? At his monitor, Batman stares at his friend. You're playing the part well, Clark. The Batman Who Laughs puts his hand on his chest, almost proud of what Superman has said. But he shakes his head. Oh no, too soon, Boy Scout. The heroes have a much larger role to play in my plans. Superman stares at him, his smile growing bigger. What are your plans? Shazam didn't say. The Batman Who Laughs turns to him. You know what? It's so good, I'll tell you step by step. Try to keep that Smallville brain following along. The villain turns, holding up his hands, his smile somehow growing even wider as he stares at Superman through his visor. My infected are going to kill every single living thing in the multiverse. Just like your mother died when Krypton exploded. Do you ever wonder what she was thinking in those final moments? That she wished it were her in the rocket instead of you? This world will perish exactly like yours did, you know? Except Mommy and Daddy won't be able to save you, just like you won't be able to save John and Lois. Hilarious, right? The smile disappears from Superman's face as he stares at the ground, but it returns quickly. his fist snapping up, throwing the Batman Who Laughs through a wall. But Batman himself is already moving. Superman slams the One Who Laughs into another wall, his own laughter echoing in the chamber. "That's it, Clark! Give into your true self!" the madman calls, still smiling. But Batman suddenly appears, swooping through the air, slamming a syringe laced with kryptonite into Clark's neck. "That's enough!" he snarls as Superman stumbles. "Hall of Justice, activate restraints!" He orders the computer. Restraining harnesses slither out of the wall and they take both men down. Superman, still laughing, howling that he will burn Batman alive. But Batman stares at his friends and one of his greatest enemies. He knows Superman. The Batman Who Laughs begins to cackle, leaning forward as much as he can in his restraints. "Batman is right. I knew Shazam failed the moment you burst in. And I never really did leave my cell, did I?" He begins to cackle louder as the hologram begins to dissipate, revealing his cell once more. He lets Batman know that he had the same problem on his world. Hard light holograms have a unique smell that you just can't shake. With a sharp flex, Superman bursts free of his restraints, demanding to know why Batman ended the plan, anger in his voice now. "You did."
Yes? Have you some business with me? Incurable? I cannot imagine the burden of bearing an ailment for life. Very well. I will make my way to the port to pick up my cargo. Tell Yamabiko to expect me. There are rare natural remedies of the likes of which can only be found in Koshu. Without a stock of them, the mercantile trade and Radzathan would be up in arms. The alchemists there are quite among the finest in the world and have an unmatched penchant for quality. You say so. You don't look to be here as a customer. What is it I can do for you? Untreatable. Well, that is truly tragic. Thank you for bringing me word. Tell Yamabiko I will send one of the Holstery staff to retrieve our cargo in due time. The fine rice wines we order from the cellars of Koshu are a popular fare among our patrons. It is no bother at all to expend a little extra effort for so valuable a prize. Come for a soak? No? Well, what can I help you with then? Yamabiko's porter has taken ill and can't be treated. I'm saddened to hear it. And yes, of course, I'll make arrangements to pick up my cargo. The Shaishu rice grown on the islands of Kugane is by no means bad, but it cannot compare to the exquisite grains of Koshu. I pay no small sum of gil to keep my store stocked with it. It is part of the reason so many visitors are happy to lodge at our springs again and again. For something so important, I am more than happy to make a trip to the port. Tell Yambiko I will be there as soon as I am able. Good man. I've been waiting for you. You are here on behalf of Yamabiko, are you not? I heard it. I heard it told that his porter took ill with a chronic ailment. True pity that. I thought the delivery late, but for such circumstances, lateness can be forgiven. It would seem that the supplies and succor sent by Bakufu and Bokyo have arrived. Inform inform Yamabiko that we will be there to the inform Yamabiko that we will be to the port to retrieve them forthwith. Right. You have certainly done me a service, my friend. With this, the vessel I commissioned to sail all the way from Koshu has proven itself most fruitful, and now I can begin preparations for my next business endeavor. You will find ships from a myriad of nations moored at the docks in this port, but there are ships belonging to the merchants of this nation, like myself. Higashi is a nation of islands, and so the sea routes are as roads and highways to us. The porter? Oh no, you needn't waste any worry on his account. His affliction was a farce. Every now and then he simply requires a chastising hand to rally him back to work. Great. No matter how many times I might dispense such chastisement, he soon forgets and is back to his lazy ways. I find telling my clients my latest porter has been stricken by an incurable disease is the most effective way to garner patience and cooperation. Fear not, the strikes of my hands are born of the heart, not hate. I wouldn't suffer anyone else to do it. It's all part of the job, and now I must be back to that job. I bid you good day. That's fucked up. Everything he just said was fucked. Let's see, dedication to the craft. An Asian merchant in Kugane seeks help in a search for a certain enchanting someone. Well met, adventurer. I am newly come to this Kugane, and find myself lacking capable men such as yourself to aid me in my endeavors. Would you care to hear what I propose? The theatrical arts of Kugane are known far and wide. If you had not chanced to take in the show, I highly suggest you do. I myself have been utterly captivated since I first witnessed a performance. Ever since then, I have visited the Mujaikoza Theater daily. Alas, I fear the business that brings me to Kugane is nearly at an end, and I shall depart these islands soon. Before I do, however, there is one person whom I should very much like to meet. She is an actress who played a part of a princess in a play I recently saw, and I can say beyond the shadow of a doubt that she is the most enchanting and gorgeous thing ever beheld, or in this world or any other. I have passed my days here in longing to meet her. I've waited outside the theater. I've sought to gain insight into where she might be and when. I have done all I can, yet the gods have still not seen fit to send her to me. Please deliver me from this suffering. Could you find someone, anyone, who bears some affiliation with the Mujikoza Theater? I have learned that they sometimes frequent the Shaukaze hostelry after their shows. You must help me learn anything I can of this enchantress off the stage. Alright, great. So now I gotta help the guy
Didn't
get laid.
trust me, he growls, but Batman just stares down the most powerful man on the planet. I must admit, sending a Superman to do your dirty work was inspiring. The villain begins to laugh again. But it's going to take a lot more to find out who I've infected. Brother, it's not like I'm going to shine their names in the sky, you know? But Batman already knows. As him
Yes, what do you want of me? The most beautiful woman of all of Kugane. Listen, friend, it may not be my place to tell you this, but all we show on the stage of the Mujikoza is just that. Show. It is fancy and fabrication meant to appear as a dream. None of us truly look as we do in character. Believe me, there is no good to come of your friend finding the woman whom he lusts for, but I am merely a man just like him. I too know how he feels. I know what he feels, and I know where he feels it, for even I am lost in the smell of the sweetly scented perfume. That... Oh, forgive me, that is the wine talking. Come, we're all grown men here, and I am too far in my cups. Let us forget such things were spoken. I have learned that the last of the day's shows just ended. I watched a slew of actors and actresses leave through the door, but I saw none who resemble the goddess that I seek. A sweetly scented perfume. Yes, I smelled such a fragrance from my seat in the audience. Those who left split into two groups. Let us split as well, and let the hunt for my infatuation continue. There were 3 who set off in the direction of Kogane Dori. You track them. I'll track those who headed to the Rakuza district. When you do find them, look to their necks. They were covered in a white cosmetics for the show. No doubt they have removed it since, but a bit of white powder must surely remain. It would seem my waiting outside the theater all these days has finally yielded some fruit. Now, go now, and if you should find some actor who knows aught of the beauty I seek, learn what you can, and then meet me at the Shokaze hostelry. Average actor. Were you in the audience tonight, friend? Forgive me, it has been a long night, and I find myself too tired for the usual evening merriment. I must take my leave and retire for the night. Okay. Seemed useless. Attractive actor. Please, when I am off stage, I am just another man of the city. permit me some privacy. If you wish to see me, I urge you to purchase a ticket and attend a show. Good night to you. Great. So now I'm like some celebrity creep. You recognize me as an actor of the Makosa, my Mujikosa, didn't you? You have a sharper eye than I, my friend. I confess, yours is not a face I recall from any audience. No, I know of no actress matching the description you've made. It sounds more as if your friend is speaking of some ravishing beauty he saw in a fever dream. A sweet smell emanates from the neck of the agile actor. It's you! I found the actors I sought, but learned nothing of the one I truly seek. Tell me, what did you find, my friend? You smelled a sweet fragrance on one of the actors in the Illusion district. It could very well be the one of the cast who knows the woman I seek. Come, let us go speak with him at length. It's gonna be a dude playing as a chick. I thought that was a chick I was talking to. Whoopsie. Where, oh where? Oh, I can't finish it. I didn't think it started as a level 67 quest. I could have sworn it was level 61. Ah, great. Well, that's just two I have on the back burner. How about to bathe a garland? I could do that one. So, it's a weird one. Peddler of Peculiars. My, that's a fit body you have there. Oh, forgive me, I did not mean to be lewd. I only wished to commission a task of someone, and I meant to say you look more than able. The people of this city call me a peddler of peculiars. I'm a man who knows how to procure things, no matter how odd or rare. I was just delivering a collection of water from the books and hot springs to a guard at the Garland consulate when I threw my back out and spilled the water. My trade is based on my client's trust in me, and I can hardly abide this order to go unmet. Please, would you fetch me some more water from the hot springs in Bokusen? There's a flight of stairs to the west of the Rakuza district. It is at the top where you'll find the books and hot springs, and you must move with all haste. It will not serve to deliver tepid water and ask for it to be warmed. Now go gather some water and see it to the guard at the Garland Constitute while it is yet hot. Okay. weird, needless time travel.
When Superman are leaving, he tells him, your ruse
time
worked.
trial.
He told us exactly who we infected. Before they leave, though, Batman drops Superman to the floor. Hall of Justice, activate code Yellow Sun. He orders the computer. The cell bars drop in place behind him as Batman walks away. He explains that the lamps will aid Superman's body in purging the Joker toxins. But until it does, he's a liability. Superman calls out to Batman as the Dark Knight rounds a corner. Batman, stop! Who did he infect? Over at Gotham City, Jim Gordon drives along the Gotham Bridge in an armored vehicle when suddenly the vehicle shakes and twists sharply. He looks in the mirror to see the Batmobile trying to hit his heavy car. Well, was I speeding, officer? Gordon giggles. The roof of the Batmobile opens, launching Batman through the air. The Dark Knight lands on the hood of Gordon's vehicle, his cape flapping in the wind. Batman tries to reason with Gordon, explaining that he knows the commissioner sent him and Superman into a trap. There was no young boy. Gordon knew that Billy Batson was there. Whatever he's making you do, I can help you. Batman tries to tell his friend, but Gordon begins to yank the wheel, sideswiping several cars into the bridge, forcing Batman to try his hardest to hold on. Gordon removes his glasses, revealing a face that has been twisted by the Joker toxin, and the dark eyes stare at Batman while his mouth leers in a sinister smile. You have failed this city. Do you know how many people I've had to bury because of the hell that you created in Gotham, Batman? How many cops died because of you? How many more Robins must die before you give up? Batman slams through the glass, ripping Gordon free of the truck and jumping free. Both men tumble as the vehicle slams into the ground and it bursts into flames behind them. Batman pulls his friend up by the collar, his voice coming out in a snarl. The Batman who laughs wanted me to know that you were infected. Why? He demands to know, and Gordon laughs, holding up his hand and pressing a button on his watch. So I could show you the truth, what we really are on the inside. Behind them, the armored truck explodes as Gordon's one-time bat armor bursts free. The robotic bat cop aims its arm cannon at the Dark Knight, launching a burst of batarangs. Batman dodges, trying to reason with his friend, but Gordon simply shakes his head. Life is so much easier now. The commissioner pulls free a mask, putting it on his face, ordering the bot to open fire again. Both arms launch a barrage of batarangs that even the Dark Knight can't avoid. Luckily, Superman appears in front of Batman in a blow.
What is it? You're not expected. Be gone from here. I'll not warn you
Batman
again.
demands to know why he left the Hall of Justice.
Water from the
But Superman figured that the Batman who last was
Hot
talking about the
Springs.
infected
I have heard
Gordon.
such an order
He
was
is
made.
investigating
Your work here
for
is
that,
done.
after all. He wanted you to
Then
know
that's
that
no
he infected
questions
one of
and
your
be
closest
gone.
friends. The Man of Steel launches himself at the
And
robot,
big.
stunning it. Meanwhile, Batman is dodging as Gordon opens fire with twin handguns, trying to drop the Dark Knight. Superman stumbles, the toxin still not fully worked out of his system, and behind him, the robot leaps, its arms crackling with electricity. Superman turns, freezing it with a blast of super breath. Batman ducks under Gordon's close-range shot, grabbing the cop's arm and twisting it hard to the ground. And then a final blow drops Gordon. Superman stands by, the robo-bat cop destroyed on the ground. Batman leans over his friend, pulling the mask free, sadness in his eyes. We'll beat this. We'll find a cure, Superman tells him. Batman nods, picking Gordon up. They know who 3 of the infected batarangs were for.
You saw the water safe to the consulate guard. Well done. I trust you no doubt found him a less than welcoming sentry, yes? Well, as you know, acts of bloodshed are forbidden here in Kugane. Our violent visitors from Garmeld are denied for their typical violent outlets. They simply cannot suffer to be further emasculated by bathing in the nude together with the enemy. You were told to ask no questions, yes? They are loath to have anyone know that embarrassing little truth. So let us pretend you never heard it, shall we? Thank you for your aid, my friend, and your silence. Down here must be
The Batman Who Laughs wanted them to know this for a reason. If we want to help Gordon, we're gonna need to get him to a secure location, he tells the Man of Steel. Superman nods, offering to take the Robo-Bat armor to the Batcave so that they can study it. The Batman shakes his head. No, we tried your plan with the Joker toxin and it got us Gordon. Maybe this is how
Where
we
the
finally
fuck
beat
is
him.
this
We need
guy?
to stop thinking like me, or even stop thinking like the Batman Who Laughs, and ask myself, what would Superman do? Later, the Batwing lands on a pad in the Fortress of Solitude, and as Superman comes to the ground, he orders one of his drones to take the armor to his lab. Yes, Kal-El, Kal-Ex tells him. Superman turns to Batman as the Dark Knight exits his plane. Gordon will be safe here, but it's time we call the rest of the League in. Superman explains that they should bring everyone into the fortress and explain the situation. Show them the Batarangs and Gordon. For a moment, Batman begins to argue, but then remembers the new plan. Do what Superman would do. You're right, it's time, but not here. We don't want to give away the one location that the Batman Who Laughs doesn't know about. But Gordon, well, he quietly giggles at their side. Too late. Up ahead, Kelex begins to blare a warning as nanites explode from Gordon's bat armor. A cloud of nanites appear, infecting Kelex as they begin to take shape.
There it
You
is.
know, I never wanted to be a hero. The cloud suddenly begins to speak as it shapes and morphs. I said it over and over again.
Hello there, good sir. You're a wandering adventurer, are you not? Please spare a moment to hear out the whim of a troubled merchant from, Thavanair. I've placed a custom order and sent a servant to the Rakuza district to pick it up. Pick it up. Only it's been half a sun and he has yet to return. The item is of some value, and I grow more anxious with each passing bell. Would you go and find this useless servant of mine? No doubt he is off idling somewhere in the Rakuza district. And put his backside to the lash when you do. Trust I will reward you for your trouble.
But no one would help me. The cloud shapes and Blue Beetle suddenly crouches before them, his lips peeled back in a hideous smile. The nanites begin to infect the fortress around them, tendrils snaking out and wrapping around both Superman and Batman. Beetle laughs, telling them, "You never saw me as the true Blue Beetle. I was always some kid, a lame sidekick in training." The tendrils pull the two heroes to the ground as the scarabs. Well, now, the training wheels are off! Standing over them in victory, Blue Beetle laughs. Deep below the Hall of Justice, the Batman Who Laughs smiles in his cell. He knows his plan worked. Soon the heroes will know why he needed the infection. Outside, the skies darken and the civilians begin to run in fear, and the symbol of doom appears in the sky above them. The Batman Who Laughs smiles. Now, he's on a collision course with Lex Luthor, the apex predator. And you know, Batman always wins. As the Scarab digs itself deeper into the Fortress of Solitude, Blue Beetle laughs, telling them, "This fortress is totally awesome! I love that it's mine now, Superman!" Batman and Superman pull themselves out of the tangled wires, and Batman yells that Jamie's tech was never this strong before. Superman tells him that the infection seems to be amplifying his power, and
There
before
he
he
is.
could...
Master sent you to find me. Yes, I suppose I was running a bit late. Please spare me the lash. I'm still raw from Master's last bout of rage. I meant to make my way to the artisan's shop to pick it up, but to pick up Master's order, but got lost on my way. Begging your pardon, I am newly come to this place, and I have never known such city streets. Surely one so traveled as yourself has no such problems. No doubt the lash awaits me upon my return, but I fear the deed hopeless for me. Could I ask, will you seek out the Rakuza District's veteran lantern maker in my stead? He holds a paper lantern crate for my master that must be delivered with all haste. What a loser.
Finish, a whip is wrapped around his neck and a voice tells him, "Don't worry, help is here." As Superman struggles with the whip, he looks back to see an infected Donna Troy, tightening her grip, and an infected Hawkman, subduing Batman, asking, "Are you surprised to see me?" Donna pulls Superman close, telling him that after everything the two of them have done, they deserve this. For Wally, for Dick, for Roy. She beats into Superman, knocking him into a wall, shattering it, screaming, "This is the revenge of the Titans!" Superman rockets back, blasting his heat vision into Donna, telling her not to listen to the Batman who laughs. But she blocks it, yelling, "He didn't tell me."
What the bloody hell's took so damn long? It's always fancy as you please with these accursed rich. Not a piss of thought for others' time. Here, take the damn lantern and be off. Yeah, I'd be pissed too if I was waiting. Damned hassle of an order, too. I've been at this more years than I can count, and that bloody lantern was a test even for my hand. It'll be the finest lantern of all of Kugane, at least till that merchant commissions another of me. Go on, then, see it to him, and be bloody careful. I'm off to bed. I've not slept a wink since I set to making that thing 3 suns past. Yeah, that reminds me, I should check the weather. Nope, still no good for fishing. I heard from my useless servant. Tell me, were you able to track down my paper lantern? By the gods, this is a work of art if I have ever seen one. Just as I asked, it is a perfect blend between my own delicate taste and a faraway exoticism. Servant, what of the job I put you to? If Master refers to the figurehead carving for his pleasure barge, then all is proceeding smoothly, save for just one small thing. The shipwright is a man of great pride. I fear he insists this special request Master made will require a sum more gil than originally anticipated. Tell that fool that gil is no object, and if he does not believe you, take a letter bearing my seal and slap him across the face with it. For now, go to the barge and hang this lantern in plain view for all to see. Oh yes, and how thoughtless of me. I had wholly forgotten to compensate you for your troubles. You adventurers often prove yourselves quite useful. Enjoy slavery. Alright, well, I think with that being said, that's going to do it for me today. I'm going to be back tomorrow doing my usual thing. But until then, Bravo, thanks for hanging out with me. Always a trip. I hope things get better for you, and you get some quality sleep and have a better day. But whether you watch now or later, thanks for hanging out, and I will see you all tomorrow.